and welcome back, everyone, to another week of EUSL. We are in week 5, I believe, now, so we're over halfway of the season already. We've done quite a few things already, right? Quite a few games have happened already, and the league has developed itself, and there's a lot to talk about. But before we talk about any of that, we're going to have another little video game, a little bit of mini games here, together with Venom, SMG, and Nero, as you can see. We're going through another Omega Doku. We did that last in Season 1, and it was pretty fun. It was pretty nice, so we thought we're just gonna run it back. For people that are not familiar with the rules of Omega Doku, it's essentially a player guessing game. So ahead of you, you see a grid that has 9 places to fill out. You have columns and you'll have rows of conditions that need to be filled out. You need to find players that fill out both the conditions in their row and their column accordingly. There's some additional rulings as well. For example, you cannot use a player more than once on the board. So if you've put down a player once, you cannot use them for a different position. And the player needs to be currently on an EUSL roster. So on any of the EUSL teams, they need to be either a starter, a substitute, or a coach for them. This also fits a bit nicely because rosters have now locked this week. So no roster changes for the remainder of the season. So that's great. And yeah, to go through the columns that we do have and the rows, the first column that we have has one of Bob. Bob is a Bulk Up Battleground. It's a bi-weekly tournament that we run here at ETOS, which is just our for fun tournament to play through. Obviously, there are some competitive aspects to it, but it's largely a tournament to play in and have fun. So that column, pretty self-explanatory. The player that's going to be put into that column needs to have won a BOP before, has played in EUSL playoffs. More specifically, in either Season 1 or Season 2, they need to have played a game in EUSL playoffs. So it's not enough if they're on a roster but didn't play. They need to have actively played in the playoffs. And the last column is one that we're reusing, has over 2 KOs per 10 minutes in a Tier 1 league. So that's a pure stat one. Has to be a player that KOs often and on average gets 2 KOs per 10 minutes of game time. Going towards the rows, also pretty self-explanatory, is British or American. Don't think we need to go into great detail on that one. Has been voted Series MVP. We've introduced Series MVP with this season. And after 4 weeks of playing, we've accumulated quite a few different Series MVPs at this point. So they need to have also gotten a Series MVP in this season and has played Juliet in EUSL Season 3. So this one also pretty self-explanatory. They need to have played a game this regular season on Juliet as a character. That is the board that you're working in with. Those are the restrictions that have been given to you. This is a very much a, well, I don't think group project's the best word, but it's you're working together to fill this out. So I've talked for roughly 3 minutes straight at this point. I'm gonna give you guys the word and let you guys do your magic while trying to fill out this board here.
Right, sounds easy enough.
Yeah.
Can I start, guys?
Depends.
Put the fries back. We know you're gonna say Siphon.
No. Like,
Yeah,
I
I think
actually wanted to
Siphon's
go
good.
B. Like, because like there's only it has like played in EUSL playoffs and is British or American. And from current season, I legit think there's only one possible answer to this. And like that must be Atsuru, no?
Well,
Or B.
there's also me, but all good.
They're just casually forgetting.
Oh, true.
Well, I need
Wait,
a name to lock in for B. So
Yeah,
which
I
name
mean,
are you willing?
Maybe he
No,
blocked out.
no,
He blocked out
what-
that season. All good.
I wonder why he would block that one out. That's crazy.
I mean, I just went like for the one that like made the most sense to me, where it's like only one person that could fit in, so we don't have like that one person somewhere else. But like now that SMG said it, like I guess yeah, SMG could also be an answer.
Yeah,
I completely forget that.
I think Atsuru and SMG are like the only 2 answers, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, I think so.
think either one I think is fine. I don't think we'll lose
Yeah.
anything later on.
Yeah, I think B. Atsuru's
Is it Tsuru the thing you're submitting for B?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Okay. That is obviously correct. Yeah, Atsuro has played for Team CT in Season 1. Team CT has made into playoffs, has gotten second place overall that season as well. So great success for Atsuro there. And SMG was the only other possible answer there as well. So that works just great.
Right.
Okay, on A, I think the only options has one above. The only options are Siphon and Zori, right?
I mean, also
I got a Mickey Mouse Bob,
technically,
but but yeah, just put Cypher.
I think we save Zori for the third option.
Yeah, we have to
Definitely
save Zori.
save
Our
Zori.
options also the Juliet. I think A, we should go with Siphon.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, we lock in Siphon for A.
You're going Siphon for A. So that is also correct. You guys can just continue playing the game. I am having currently technical issues, but I'll figure that out. But Siphon is very much correct as well. Has one above, obviously, is British as well. Pretty self-explanatory. All other possible answers, I'm not going to say, actually, because might help on other key things. So.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I think for C we can use Zoe.
No.
Are we using
Why
that
not?
already?
Why not? Why not?
Because are you seeing I? Are you seeing I?
No,
Yeah,
no.
NXCD.
I can be Tempo.
I can be
I can be
NXCD.
Tempo.
Oh
Or
wait.
NXD.
Yeah, it can be NX.
Like one of these.
But we
Yeah.
can for C we can just go for Tempo, no?
No, I think we should use Tempo for F.
Actually, did she get MVP?
I'm pretty sure
Do
she
you know
got it
that?
in the first
Okay.
series. I mean, there's no way we win and Tempo doesn't get MVP. I mean, you can use either like
are you
NX
100%
or
sure that
Zoe.
she got
But
MVP?
I'm not 100%, but like I'm like 90%. Like I didn't check it, but if Tempomel's on the field, she's getting MVP. Like,
But I actually need to write down what we actually used already.
I mean, I can always remind you as well. Currently, you have Siphon and Atsu already used up.
Yeah.
I mean,
if it gets too complicated, I can tell you a later point.
All good.
Either way, like, who else would you put at F, like, other than Tempo? Who would you lock in? I think it's fine. If you want, you can put like, actually, did Zoe play Julia?
Yeah,
like
of course.
you can put you can
Zoe is
put like
100%
NXCD
Julia.
at C if you want, but like, NXCD and Zoe can both be C or I think.
Honestly, I don't know
doesn't
who's
really
like
matter.
actually KOing a lot.
I mean, I know
it's like one of
NXCD
these.
had
Yes.
had 40 kills in 3
Okay.
games, so
Like the
You-
complete fucking like right row, we can just use Tempo, NXD, and Zoe, like in
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
in whatever order.
Well,
Well, F needs to be Tempo.
yeah, F has to be Tempo. But other than that, can we
Yeah,
lock
yeah.
those in?
Yeah.
Okay,
Can we
so
lock in F
go me-
Tempo, C Zoe, I NXCD?
Okay, so I'll go in order of how you said it. F Tempo is correct. Tempo Melon has gotten Series MVP in the very first series that has been played. Not sure if she's gotten it ever since, but she has gotten Series MVP in that position, and she's over 2 KOs per 10 minutes. To be more precise, she's currently sitting at 3.9 KOs per 10 minutes of playtime, so just short of 4 KOs. Next one you said was C, which you wanted to lock in Zoe on. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, for Zoe, also obviously correct. She is British, so counts towards that, and also has the KO averages needed. She currently is averaging 2.28 KOs per 10 minutes of game
that's
time.
actually pretty close. Holy.
So she
yeah,
got
that's
closer to the cutoff there, but still makes it in the end. And then for I, you guys wanted to lock NXCD. Obviously NXCD sub player for Forged Fury, and obviously also very correct. NXCD played 3 games in the season already. 2 of them were on Julie, and together with that Amy game that he has ended up playing, he's actually currently averaging in EUSL 6 KOs per 10 minutes.
That is crazy.
KO heavy individual for sure, and has shown shown the skill as well to be worthy. So yes, all three of those are correct. You're still on not a single strike, so looking good, but you're also still not done with the board. You still have D, E, G, and H left.
I feel like 3 of these can also just be Luma players, no?
Yeah, I agree.
Like E and D can be either Llama or Alex. And G can just be Zar.
Did Llama actually win a Bob?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did. With
I think E can be Yuki though, no?
True. Also true, yeah.
Oh, it has played in EUSL playoff and has been voted as Series MVP. Yeah, that could be Zoe.
No, Yuki.
Not
Yuki.
Yuki. Yeah.
Yeah. Also the Yusugi, yeah.
Wait, Alex played Julie goalie, no? So he can be he can be G, bro. Or H. Like
No, let's use him H.
Wait, did
Wait, Zar won a Bob already.
Did Zar win? Wait, did Zar play Julie?
Julie? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, but
wait, aren't we done then with the board?
No, because we still have D.
But... I mean, you still need to lock something in the first place.
Okay, wait, can we lock E for Yuki, please?
E for Yuki. So has played in EUSL playoffs and has been voted Series MVP. That is also correct. Obviously, Yuki on the roster for Flames Kittens in Season 2, making playoffs in that position, and has been voted Series MVP. I do believe she got the most recent one. Well, no.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, the only one, actually, for Raw.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, you didn't need to say it like that.
I did not do it on purpose, I swear.
It was that fed on purpose.
I did not do it on purpose, my bad. But yes, Yuki is very much correct for that E position. So yeah, still strikeless with D, G, and H to go.
Okay, wait. I have a question.
Yeah.
Did not for you, bro. Unless you're gonna give me a hint. Like
I'm not giving it. Hey, you guys are doing way too well.
Did Lamacroft get an MVP? Do you guys know?
I'm pretty sure he did once at least.
Because if he did, we can lock.
Oh, did he not?
I mean, it depends. Like if he did, we can lock Alex and Zar for G and H, right?
Yes.
And then Llama for D. If not, I don't know who won Bob.
Donkas.
And got.
Donkas.
Oh, true.
Donkas won a Bob before and has been voted MVP.
Wait,
okay, W.
Who do we want to lock for H?
I mean, H we can drop. H we can do like Zar. G we can do Alex, and then D we can do Donkas.
What has Zar played Julie?
Yes, he has.
Like this season?
Oh wait! Actually, wait.
Because I think like what you're thinking about the game that was played versus us. That was Lucas.
Yes, that was Lucas. But Lucas also won the Bob before, no?
Yeah, but we are looking at has played Juliet in EUSL season 3 and has
okay, then it can be Lucas G and then Alex H and then D Donkas. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, let's go D Donkas, please.
D Donkers staying on the letter. Has been voted Series MVP. Donkers has been voted Series MVP, and obviously, Zoo has played a few Bobs and has won a few Bobs at this point. So Donkers does very much count for D. Still strikeless. You're coming down to G and H. Yeah. What are you guys looking?
So we can just go Lucas Alex, right?
Like yes, G-H. Lucas G, and then Alex H.
Yeah.
Is that final?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Lucas won with puppies, no? Like a bub.
I mean, I'm pretty, yeah, he did win. He did. For sure.
So, what was it again? H, Alex, G, Lucas?
Yeah.
Yes. Because like Alex played the Julie goalie last week.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, H is definitely Alex. I think that's a safe pick.
Yeah.
Yo, thank you to Alex for playing Julie goalie.
Yep.
Okay, so H Alex is what you're looking in, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for H, has played USL playoffs and has played Juliet in USL season 3. It is Alex. You wouldn't really think of him as a Julie player because he's a goalie, obviously. But he is actually the only answer to that square. So if you would have used Alex at any other point, you could have set yourself up for some pretty uncomfortable situations down the line. So yes, he is the only answer for that square. Because none of the people that have played Julie this season so far have participated in a playoff series beforehand, and all the other playoff players that have been in a playoff series before have not played Julie this far in the season.
Wait, that's true. I was constantly thinking like, oh, the other option could have been Zoe, but we already used her. But now that I remember, that's I don't mean it in the evil way, but that's actually true. Oh, bro, what?
He means it in an evil way, bro.
He means it's so evil.
Can we lock in Lucas for G?
Lucas for G. Is that everyone agreement with that?
G. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, and Lucas for G, he has won a BOP before. Obviously, he played with puppies, so was successful at least once at that point. He's also played Juliet this season. That one game where he subbed in for Luma was a spectacle to behold, so very much correct answer. Also, excellently played by you guys to fill out the board, because there are actually only 3 players that will fit that square. Do you feel like you know who the other 2 players are that would fit into that square?
The other one obviously is Zoe. I remember that she won a BOP. The third one, I don't know though.
I mean, it could be Alex again, like obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, it could be just Alex again.
Yeah, obviously. It's Zoe and Alex. So the way you filled out the board, you also created that G space to be a one solution type of situation, because you ended up putting Zoe into the 2 KOs over 10 minutes. But yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of answers to each of these fields, but you guys managed to go through pretty well, honestly, so hats off to you. The top left one that you've chosen, or A, you've chosen Scythen. It could have been Itsuro, Zoe, or Scythen. Has played in the EUSL playoff series, could have only been Itsuro and SMG. Has over 2 KOs per 10 minutes in a tier 1 league. Could be NXCD, Tempo, Zoe, and Dropletto. Keep in mind, we're saying tier 1 league, and ASL counts. Dropletto averages over 2 KOs per 10 minutes in ASL currently.
Why does it say EU version then?
Because it's the EU version of Omega Doku. Read the word of the column, Venom.
Yeah, but EU version of Omega Doku, so you would associate EU tournaments with it, not NA tournaments, right?
I mean, no, not really.
Okay, we're stretching it a little bit.
Then going into the second row, has been voted series MVP, has together with has won above. There are a few people that would be able to fill out there. You have Fang, Zar, Cookies, Alex, Dunkers, Scythen, Sloth, myself, and Yuki would all count towards that column and row combination. For E, you also have a few more options. You have Cookies, Dunkers, Alex, Zar, Sloth, Fang, and Yuki again. There is only one other option for has been voted series MVP and has over 2 KOs per 10 minutes in the tier 1 league. And I'm now very curious to see if you can figure that one out, because it's not an incredibly easy one to figure out.
Well, it's just got to be a Nassau player now.
It is not an Nassau player.
It's not? Is it just...
Is it one of the TKC players?
It is not one of the TKC players, and it is also not Zoe.
What, is it Alex? Does Alex have that many kills? I don't feel like they kill a lot. Well, like they lost some kills versus us.
I would have said for fun Lucas, but it's like I remember that he didn't get any kills. He just proc dead and rushed.
Oh wait, is it
Okay.
Wait, why is it not Lucas though? Why is it not Lucas?
2 things I want to pick up on that one. Lucas would fill out the 2 KOs over 10 minutes. Lucas actually has the second highest kills per series.
What?
Not per series, per 10 minutes. Lucas averages 4.67 KOs per 10 minutes. Probably
I don't
because he was just Julie on Tycho.
He got like 9 kills, bro. In that game.
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
He got 1 goal. He got 1 goal, but he
just KO farmed while Alex and Llama
Yeah.
scored. And the game was like 20 minutes. If he gets like 9 kills, that's like 4.5 per 10 minutes of gameplay. So
wasn't it even Argent starter or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Alex had Adrena. I didn't think it was start.
So Lucas would fill out the 2 KOs per 10 minutes. He's not been a series MVP though, as much as some people really wanted him to be. For
I really said he was MVP.
Not pointing
right now.
Not pointing
it was
any
me.
fingers.
I'll admit it. It was me.
So yeah, he has not filled out the series MVP. However, Nero did snipe it. It was Pickshot. Pickshot has been voted series MVP for the season that Big Beam Burrito has ended up winning. And Pickshot averages 2.3 KOs per 10 minutes of gameplay. So Pickshot would have been the only other possible answer for that square if you didn't end up for Tempo Melon. You also potentially could have set yourself up for a bit of trouble, because if you ended up using Tempo Melon for either row 1 or row 3, you needed to find Pickshot for that space. Which, not really going to be your first thought. Then going to the bottom row, has played Juliet in EUSL Season 3. I've already mentioned it. Only 3 choices for the bottom left one, Zoe, Lucas, and Alex. Only 1 choice for bottom middle for H, being Alex. And then over 2 KOs per 10 minutes and has played Julie this season is Zoe, Lucas, Tempo, NXCD, and Turkeen actually as well. Turkeen does match the KO threshold. Turkeen just has not gotten the series MVP, hence he's not eligible for the slot at F. But yeah, you guys just flew through this excellently. There's not a single mistake, which is nice. It means I get to be even more evil next time we make this and make it even more difficult. So that is great for me to know. But
yeah, but G and H was like actually really difficult. Like only one option. For G it was like 3 options, but for like H only 1 option, and then it's something weird like Alex.
I guess we just got lucky, like with the picks that we actually get in the end.
Yeah.
Nah, bro, that was too easy. Get some new source next time. I'll be honest.
Okay, you know what? SMG, we're gonna make sure to get you on the field next time, so we can involve make it properly challenger.
Hey, I'll see you later on Saturday, bro. I'll see you later.
What do you mean later? You mean we'll see each other in like maybe 20 minutes or something?
Yeah, later. That's what later means.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
In
All
a
right.
bit.
Anyways, we got enough. We still have some time to kind of yap, and we also are closing the end of regular season, so playoff percentages are gonna be a discussion point again, right? Who's gonna be likely to make playoffs? Who's gonna be fighting an uphill battle to get there? And the state of the league currently is actually very interesting, because we do have Team CT and Luma that are sitting at 4-0. You have Zoo sitting at 3-1, and then everyone else is at 1-3. So that 4th playoff spot is being contested by literally everyone in the league that is not currently in the top 3, which is crazy to me and exciting to me. So we ran the numbers again of all the remaining scenarios that exist, all potentially possible scenarios that exist. Who makes the cut into playoffs how often? And these are the percentages that came up with. The percentages, even though everyone has the same scoreline, obviously comes down to stuff like who has beaten who. So, for example, Big Beam Burrito, I believe their win that they do have was against Turkeen's Cats. So that win against Turkeen's Cats isn't weighed enough compared to maybe Obscura's win against... Bigger way, I'm yapping.
No.
Fury. My bad. Yeah, I don't have the schedule in my head, but that one gets weighed higher, hence the percentages change. So if you look at what we have already, we can cleanly have the finishing discussion. Team CT, Luminous Astrals at least are already in tiebreakers. There's not a possible situation left anymore where they don't make playoffs flat out, and even just making playoffs flat out, very likely there's very few situations left at this point where they would just not make it at all. It goes down to like maybe 20 out of 4,000 and something chances. Zoo also looking really pretty at 88% of making it directly, 94% of making tiebreaker. So those three teams, I don't think we need to go into too much depth at that point, because for them it's just a job of not messing up anymore. Just finish the season up cleanly and nicely, and you'll likely make it playoffs. What we can talk about, though, is Obscura, Happy Girls, Turkins Cats, Forged Fury, and Big Bean Burrito, who are all hovering in a range of directly making it between 20 to 15% and getting at least into tiebreakers between 30 and 25%. Venom, if you're looking at those numbers, is there anything that kind of like pops out to you? Anything that you kind of want to talk about and discuss?
So like all 5 of those teams are like 1 and 3, right? But I think what makes the biggest difference is the matchups that these teams have like still in front of them. Like, I think our team, like Obscura and Happy Girls, the 1 and 3 is a little bit fake because we already placed like pretty much the best teams. And then we just faced other 1-3 teams, while other teams, like most of the other teams, they have like yet to face Luminous Acids and TMCT, also a little bit of the Zoo. So I do think that even though the percentage is like kind of like similar-ish, I do think that it's more likely for either Happy Girls or for us to advance. But I still think they have like a decent chance. I mean, we do have to face the Zoo today, which is gonna be a really difficult matchup. I do think the Zoo is like also just pretty much guaranteed playoffs. It's definitely gonna be a contention, but I do think that there's a little bit of like fake 1-3s in this scramble.
Yeah, I mean that's valid. I feel like what you're mentioning as well gets represented by the playoff chances, right? Because both you guys and Happy Girls are actually still a little bit above the other 3 teams when it does come to playoff percentages, and that is the fact that you guys don't, that some of your losses were against teams that have already kind of made it. So those head-to-heads don't really account for much anymore. Meaning the rest of your games are going to be accounting for a lot more as well. Yeah, SMG, do you have anything to add? Anything you wanna talk to us about all of this?
I mean, I honestly just think we have three weeks from now, so it's gonna be pretty chill. Everyone might be a little stressed because they're 1 and 3 and they got to lock in. But I don't really see any of our games being too difficult. We'll just kill them and then get a drone rush and then kill them even more. Yeah, I do agree. Like, I don't know. After we lock in that spot, like, you know, maybe the other teams like Happy Girl, Obscura will be fighting for a place as well. So their match is really important. So it's a good thing that's week 7. And they do have a new roster, so it's kind of hard to say how they're gonna play. You know, how much synergy they'll have and how well they'll adapt straight away. And that's probably the most interesting thing for me for their Cats game, because Cats is like, I don't know, Cats is probably underrated going into the season. So if they're not careful and they're not used to the new roster, they definitely could lose. Just interesting, you know.
Yeah, could make some pretty big mix-ups as well, especially because, like you said, Cats has been underrated a little bit. They were able to get a victory already, which is more than people I feel like anticipated. So who knows where the ceiling is going to go to for Cats. Although they don't have an easy schedule ahead of them anymore, right? They're playing against Girl, they're playing against TMCT, and then they're playing against Force Fury in the last week. So still have formidable opponents ahead of them. But I mean, hey, we'll see how it plays out in the end. Lastly, Nero, as the only guest that's not necessarily affected by how these 1-3 teams match up against each other, what is your say? What do you feel like is going to happen, or what is something you would also want to highlight?
So like, I think like at least from these 1-3 teams, like 3 stats are kind of fake. Like 50% for Big Bean Burritos to make it into playoffs. I do not see that at all. Like, that will be 0% for sure. They still need to play TMCT, Luma, and us. So they will not get one win, unfortunately. What I don't understand is, like, I would probably swap Happy Girls and Obscura. Just because, like, Happy Girls already played, like, us, TMCT, and Luma. And, like, Venom obviously plays us today. And like if we win, we are cooking. If not, I don't want anything like we throw for fun at all. So like
yeah, EUSL is gonna get banned, by the way.
Oh, are you sure about that? I mean, you will see later. But like, yeah. Overall, like depending how it turns out this week against Ra, and then obviously like the last week, which will be Obscura against Happy Girls, like that matchup could be really, really heat. Yeah, I think just the winner of that week will probably advance as the 4th playoffs team.
Yeah, and I mean that is valid, right? The week 7 overall kind of makes itself up to be that kind of tiebreaker situation, where you do have, like, for a reminder, week 7 matches are going to be Turkins Cats against Forged Fury. You have Zoo against Big Bean Burrito. You have Happy Girls against Obscura, and you have Luminous Astrals against TMCT. So what's likely going to be decided that week is going to be the split between 1 and 2. Who's going to take the first seed? Who's going to take the second seed? And likely who's gonna take that 4th spot in playoffs as well. There are ways where even the Forged Fury against Turkins Cat series could be the decider, but it's more expected to be Happy Girls against Obscura. But then again, you never know, right, how the league continues to progress. That is the fun of it as well. But that's where we're standing right now in terms of the league. Obviously, things are going to evolve. For today's games, we have TMCT against Forged Fury. You have Happy Girls against Turkins Cats, Zoo against Obscura, and Luminous Astrals against BBB. So for any of those teams that are 1 and 3 right now, important series. None of them go up against each other, actually. No, that's a lie. Let me double check. Happy Girls and Cats go up against each other. So that's going to be an important tiebreaker game for them, because whoever wins that series is going to be looking pretty nice then going into the rest of the season, just because their chances are going to get higher, because they have to head-to-head against a potential rival for that 4th position. But we will see how it's going to pan out. I think it's about time that we wrap up this kind of pre-show section. So again, Venom, SMG, and Nero, thank you very much for being on. It was great fun to do the Omega Doku. You guys smurfed it, and then have a little bit of a look at the playoff section as well with percentages. We are going to toss it into a quick little break to get everything ready for the first series of the day, which is TMCT against Forged Fury. SMG, good luck. I'll see you in a few minutes, and I'll see everyone else. You'll be back on broadcast in just a little bit. Have a nice one until a few minutes.
And we are live, Season 3, Week 5, EUSL. I am one of your casters here. Today is Mr. Xylofer, and joined by me again is...
LCCO Loco!
I thought you were going to do the Steve thing, man. What was the Steve thing?
Oh, why are you spoiling my next introduction?
You know, it is what it is, man. Anyways, we're back here. We got a really good game coming up for you guys today. We got TMCT against Forge Fury for your first game of the day, your first series coming in here. And unfortunately, Loco, for the both of us, we are starting out on Oni's Village.
Game's a game. You know?
Yep, exactly.
Thank you, EU!
Yep. Oh my god, I see it, Loco. Do you see it? Do you see it on stream? You know what? I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that as a little Easter egg for other people to find out as well. But I have found what I have found, and you know, I am no longer going on strike for the rest of this tournament, I guess.
So on anyways, the NAP.
It's not on the NAP, but you know, like everyone's like wondering what we're yapping about here. But that's for you guys to find out if you know, pay close enough attention to the screen here. Anyways, let's talk about the picks real quick, Local. We got a Kai ban here coming from Forge Fury, potentially to shut down any aggressive plays on a map like Oni Village like this. And TMCT choosing to take out that Zentaro here. We do know that Zentaro is a really strong pick here for the side of Forge Fury.
Yeah, I completely agree. And of course, we got a lot of range coming out on this map. We actually get a Juliet as well for the Oni Village. That's going to be really difficult to play around. And into Atlas as well. So, oh, we got the brother and sister. The combo.
We do. It's combo, bro. Like, you know, as Asia players would say. But yeah, definitely yeah, a little bit more of a, I would say, a weirder pick here. Coming out from the side of TMCT, I do understand, like, it's just not a composition that you would usually be seeing, right? Okay, like a Luna midfield here, comboed together with, I believe that would be Cookies on the Drekka and Sloth on that Atlas as always. But yeah, not something you would really expect, but we do know Atlas is very strong here, being able to deny out that barrier with that easy secondary, just putting it away. And yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a good game overall here, I would say. We do, however, see a Rune extra special starting out here, and oh boy, that might be a tough one here for the side of TMCT to clear against.
Yeah, we got the extra special Luna and the extra special Ruin, yeah, and, you know, extra special Ruin, as you said, you know, is gonna be annoying, very hard to deal with, and yeah, of course, the Luna as well, gonna be pretty annoying, draining their energy economy. Pretty much every single kickoff.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you either take damage or you choose to lose out on that energy off of kickoff, which is not something that you want to see happen in the long run. But you know, you got to do what you got to do to stay alive here. Rune, on the other hand, while I do believe extra special is a really strong pick here, we are on Oni's Village, and you know, they are not being siphoned into specific lanes here where the Rune can hit really easy banishes. So we're gonna have to see. I believe that is SMG on that Rune to actually be able to nail these banishes and ensure that he gets the value out of them.
Completely agree. You know, if you're struggling with hitting the banishes, just go M-Prop Ruin.
Exactly. Go and prop Rune, or even better, just hug their faces on the side and kill them with that Rune, you know? But actually, a little bit wrong here. Arta is the one playing Rune. Goalie Rune here. We don't have an Estelle goalie, which means that this might be a little bit harder for them to push forward with no range goalie, as compared to if Atlas does manage to pick up that missile prop, all that aerials here. But we'll have to see what they get here.
Yeah, I expect Tempo Melon's gonna be more goalie sitting focused because they have such a defensive goalie like Ruin. I mean, you can definitely get aggressive with the Ruin, like punish the speed lane shoves with the pillar or anything, but it is a little bit risky on Oni Village. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
Definitely so. Yep, definitely so. Anyway, starting off here on kickoff, we got Tempo leading the front here. Never mind, it's SMG on the top side to play a 1v1 against Giovanni. Manages to win it out as Arta sends it away.
Oh, nice tiki-taka between SMG and Arta, but one barrier already down.
Exactly. They lose a barrier already, and like it's gonna be a little bit tough. And never mind, Temple Melon already equalizing out and picking up a kill as well. But Ata still does have those pillars to keep himself away from the side of Cookies here on the back end. Picks up the second barrier here on the front is Temple Melon. Well played, Temple. As the call flies forward here, Temple is looking for that goal, but not being forward enough yet to pick it up. Cookies looking a little bit low here on the middle side, but they'll try their best to stay alive just for a little while longer. Here comes out the nuke as Temple goes for a dribble, tries to go for a play here in the midfield, but does not find it.
Yeah, completely agree. And now we got Luna approaching level 2, Cookies almost approaching level 2, and, you know, a lot of core flips coming up very soon.
Exactly, a lot of core flips, like you said, about to come out. Sloth the first one, but Tempo is the second to pick up here. Cookies is on that forward side, loses out the second barrier here. Is Arta on the back end, and oh no, Tempo Melon wastes out a core flip here to try and pick up a kill, but does not even pick it up. Sloth popping that ultimate to try and keep his teammate alive, but it's not enough. Arta gets the red call, sends it forward now to SMG. SMG tries to go for the piercing shot. A dash punch here from the side of Tempo Melon, but Tempo Melon doesn't find it. Never mind though, a strike to send it bypass Sloth.
Yeah, really nice strike from Tempo Melon. Sloth having the strike on cooldown. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, just such a bad position for Sloth to be in there, and you know, I honestly was favoring TMCT in this in this matchup here, and you know, maybe I still might be considering Caster's Curse hits in strong here before I could even say what I wanted to say, and they do pick up both barriers already.
And Giovanni with a flip, we could see a potential goal coming up as well.
We could. Giovanni just sitting here on the midfield, trying to constantly feed the call here over to Cookies. Cookies, left clicks, right clicks, and it goes straight in. Arta does not catch that one in time.
Yeah, no time to react at all. And I also want to talk about the Awakenings, where we got both brawlers on Spark of Strength, which is pretty much expected. The whole forwards on the side of Cookies and Giovanni taking Slicks, and SMG and Tempo taking Pummelers and Magsols.
Yeah, definitely. Just a lot of damage going to be thrown out in this game by Cookies, by the side of Tempo Melon here, depending on who can pick up that extra spark here. But speaking of sparks, though, they actually managed to pick up the goals here instead, the goal barriers here instead on the side of Forge Fury. Forge Fury does have 3 core flips here and are constantly looking for that goal. Cookies tries his best here to bully out Tempo, but she stays alive on the bottom end. She does have that core flip, does not pop it yet though. Arta has to pop the core flip to keep herself alive on the back end, and no, Arta somehow finds a goal on the top side that Atlas Expense does not expend anywhere big enough.
Really nice goal, and still having a core flip on Tempo Melon, that could mean a KO, that could be a final barrier or a goal.
Exactly, that could just, you know, like, yeah, exactly. Tempo Melon being able to keep that core flip is just so monumental here for the side of Forge Fury to potentially look to win out this first set. And ultimate here coming out from Giovanni to try and deny SMG off of a little bit of play here, but it does not matter as SMG sends it through. Arta and SMG back on the defense here yet again though. Giovanni tries to pick it up with a rocket but does not find it yet. Tempo Melon tries to dribble it and does not get it past Giovanni. Giovanni playing really well here on the midfield.
And they're holding on. We're going to be in this... Never mind, we're not going to be in that long.
Not long at all. And oh my god, Team KO here. A pillar from the side of Arta into a dash punch from Tempo Melon. Secures that kill on the bottom end. Tempo Melon is on the forward side here. Forces Sloth to flip. And Sloth just looking in such a bad position here. They do, however, get their teammate back. And Sloth tries to save his teammate with that divine intervention. It's Cookies, though, to pick up the goal. Wow. What a play, Cookies.
Yeah, and now it's a 2-2 split. TMCT answering back with a goal of their own and a nice ultimate save onto Giovanni. Or not a save, more like a heal. So really well played.
A heal, but like Giovanni didn't really get to pick up the heal though here, but it is fine as Giovanni does stay alive against Tempo Melon here. Tempo Melon tries to walk up to front here. SMG with a nice blink on the top side here to pick up that first barrier already off the round. Both barriers are down, one barrier down for both sides here. For TMCT and Forge Fury, and they are both looking for the second one and the goal as well to end of this set. And might I say, Loco, this set is gonna be an important one, a also important set for both teams to try and pick up here.
Yeah, and we're surprisingly seeing a lot more KOs than usual for Oni Village, especially with just one Awakening so far.
Exactly, but Giovanni does have that core flip. Both midfielders with the core flip here. They might be looking to use it anytime soon. SMG pops his core flip here, but does not find much value out of that one. Templeman on the top side here, trying to pick up the core flip as well. Never mind, trying to pick up the goal off of Cookies. Cookies gets CD dumped by the whole team. Cookies so low already. It's a core flip here from Giovanni to send it forward. Picks up the kill on the top side. Is SMG with that ultimate. Templeman still has this core flip here on the front side. Tries to punch it through, but never mind. Sloth picks it up with that primary though. Giovanni does manage to send the call forward and finds the goal somehow. What did you just do to them, Giovanni?
Oh, unfortunate pillar placement coming out from Arta, but a great nuclear crater from Giovanni.
Oh my god, down a player and Giovanni finds the gold as well.
Yeah, we do have no sparks in this one, but we do have an A-rush, which is going to be good with the following up KOs.
You know, at the very least, it does not punish the side of TMCT here from winning, considering the Juliet here is on the top side over Cookies in terms of levels.
Yeah, completely agree. Oh, the Lizard Man taking the Lizard Awakening. We love to see that, and we got Orb Rep on the goalie as well. That's gonna help
so, yeah. Gonna be a lot more damage coming out from Giovanni with that glass cannon as well, because so much more damage, so much more core control here coming out from the side of TMCT, as well as survivability with all the awakenings that they've chosen to pick up here.
Yep, and one barrier down for each team. We're gonna be seeing that a lot on this lovely made map.
Exactly, just one barrier down each, and then, oh, never mind, two barriers down here for the side of Forge Fury as they look to defend and send the core out. But Giovanni stands strong here in the midfield. Cookies does have an opportunity to score here, but does not find it just yet as they manage to get the core out just a little while longer.
Yeah, really nice defense coming out from Arthur. Nice defense from Sloth as well. Never mind.
Oh, never mind. Though SMG with the piercing shot. Giovanni dashes forward with a boost to try and pick it up, but does not find it just yet. Elusiving out that ultimate from that rune here. SMG almost has that core flip. Goes for a play instead, though, instead of the orb on the bottom side. And no, Arta cannot pick it up. Cookies with a beautiful shot to send it in.
Yeah, and I mean, Giovanni doing really well with the Lunar Nukes right now.
Like Giovanni said that it. I swear I saw Cookies hit a right click there. Never mind. I guess I'm getting a little bit old. Anyways, a double banish. Well played here from the side of Arta, and Temple Melon does pick up that kill as well. Now, Temple is CD dumping the hell out of Cookies right up, but Cookies finds two barriers. Such a bad position for them to be in here. TMCT are now on the offense. Never mind though. Giovanni back. Yeah, they are on the offense now. It's a rune pillar standing in between them and the goal, and it don't stand for any while longer though. Sloth keeps trying to send the ball forward here, but SMG denies it. Picks up almost two barriers as well. Temple Melon on the top side here. Nice banish here coming from Arta to try and deny Cookies from a good position to play, but Cookies picks it up. They might get it through, and they do. Giovanni sends it down lane.
Really nice goal coming out for the side of TMCT, and they are just not giving up after they get KO'd. Even with the A-rush, they still get the double barrier.
Exactly, like with that A-rush, yeah, like even against that A-rush, they get that double barrier and they somehow manage to, you know, like we do know this team of Forge Fury are very capable of picking up kills. Their teamwork is amazing when it comes to, you know, positioning themselves for kills all together, right? Temple Melon together with SMG, Arta together with Temple Melon. You've seen it thousands and thousands of times with this team. But the question is, can they convert off all these kills that they have though?
Yeah, and right now they are struggling to convert even with the A-rush, and they need to capitalize. They need to capitalize, get the barrier, get the goal, and make it to their advantage.
Exactly, like even like you said, even with all these kills, right, it will not matter if they cannot capitalize. Sloth there, very beautiful ultimate to save himself from the grasp of Temple Melon. Temple Melon does force that out, but it might not be what you want to see though. Arta winning out a 1v1 here on the top side against Cookies, and we're coming back into a little bit of a stalemate, something we know oh so much here on this kind of map, Loco. And yeah, even though there's no elusive here for Arta, might be a bit of a winning play here for the side of TMCT.
Yeah, nice defense coming out from Sloth. We do have red calls now.
Oh my god! Never mind. No, the casters gets hit strong yet again. SMG gets it through the midfield. Sloth forced to pop their core flip here on the backside. Arta saving up away from that red call by SMG. Also, low Cookies looking for the kill. Does not get it yet though. SMG trying to stay alive here while also helping his teammates on the back end. Never mind though. SMG being sent to the backside here. Giovanni up to Cookies, and Cookies down into the goal.
Yeah, really nice vision from Giovanni, sending it up to Cookies, who almost has flipped now. Oh, never mind, it's the end of the set. It just flew by so quickly.
It did, and oh my god, that is not what you want to see starting off the round at this awakening phase. Deadeye is on the board, and it is flying straight into the grasp of Giovanni.
Yeah, we might see the side of TMCT being more of the KO-orientated team now. With this awakening. And the spark!
Oh, and we get the 1-2 punch denied away from the Juliet of Temple Melon as well. What you would have expected here from Sloth. Really good deny there.
Yeah, we do get more core control on the side of Forge Fury, which might help with the KOs, keeping that core control on lock.
Definitely. I mean, they are kind of getting beat in this core control game currently. Giovanni in that midfield with that glass cannon is just oh so fast, constantly being able to pick up the core and just, you know, redirecting it with those slicks as well.
Yep, and Temper Melon in a great
my
spot.
god! Double stuns there for the side of both SMG and Temple Melon. Never mind, though, on the other end, Giovanni manages to win out against Arta for the barrier and Cookies for the goal as well.
Yeah, really nice ultimate from Cookies as well, denying the momentum boot speed and just denying the speed in general with the Drakard debuff.
Exactly. Arta just in no place there to be able to catch the core away from this team.
Yeah, and Arta trying to find the pass to SMG. They need to beat the midfield, but Giovanni!
Exactly. Oh no, not again. Giovanni finds the second barrier already. Temple Melon picks up their goal, but like we said, can they convert this KO though? They managed to find, no, okay, never mind. They managed to find one. No, looking for two actually. A beautiful dribble here from the side of Temple Melon to secure both barriers. Temple Melon does decide to use that ultimate to try and force away Sloth, but does not find it yet though. SMG loses out the 1v2 here in the midfield. Arta tries to stay strong just for a little while longer. She does, and SMG on the top side here. Never mind, it's Temple Melon with a core flip. Here comes the banish out as well, and they managed to hold on so long, but they can't find it through. Never mind though, it's Giovanni to send it through.
Oh, and they did get a KO. They did convert a lot better this time, but it's still not enough. Giovanni, an absolute demon on the field right now.
Exactly, like a beautiful play here from Temple Melon to ensure that she managed to get both barriers there instead of just greeding for one after the other, right? But the fact of the matter is that even though she managed to get these kills and both barriers, they just can't convert. The second that Giovanni is back on the board, they just find themselves in such a tough position. And oh my god, SMG, what a play! Managed to sneak the call right past Sloth and gets the second barrier as well. SMG picks up the call here on the middle field and does not get it through yet though. It's Cookies, does still have that right click, does still have that core flip to potentially look for this barrier, or might be saving it for the goal. Giovanni and Cookies putting out so much pressure here in the midfield.
Yeah, and it is such a tough battle for Tempo Melon against the Alice goalie of Sloth. It's just being denied every single time they get the call.
Exactly, they need SMG to walk up here for her to be able to score against Sloth, but it's such a tough position for them to find themselves in. Cookie is low here and does choose to go invisible, but saved out by that divine intervention as well. And here comes the nuke, so much damage being thrown onto the side of Temple Melon, and Sloth picks up a kill with that strike shot on the back end. Beautiful team play here coming out from this team, and oh my god! You cannot be letting that one happen, Sloth! It sneaks right past him, and the primary does not catch it.
Unfortunate red core bounce, but they still have 3 flips, so they have very good chances of winning.
Exactly, but what does not look good though is the fact that Forge Fury has managed to pick up 2 barriers here already. They are on the offense here though. Arta already forced to pop out one pillar, second pillar out here for the side of Arta, and Sloth tries to keep the call forward here for his teammates to be able to get that out. Arta loses out both her barriers, and this is such a bad position for Forge Fury to find themselves in. Here comes Giovanni and sends it in!
Giovanni slotting it through Arta and SMG. Great accuracy with the score.
Oh my god, an absolute monsters on the core field right now. Cookies and Giovanni just ensuring these cores never get past them. And even if they do Sloth stand strong on the back end here, we do see Forge Fury be able to pick up all these kills, and they are also good at it. But like we said, without the ability to convert against Sloth here, it's just such a tough position to find themselves in. We got 4, 5, 6, 7 KOs here for the side of Forge Fury, and they just could not manage to convert any of those kills realistically. So if you're Forge Fury here, you really got to think about how you're going to be able to get these goals after these kills.
Yeah, I mean, it was really rough for Forge Fury. Even with the adrenaline rush, it was not enough. I mean, the side of TMCT is an absolute monster in core control right now.
Exactly. I mean, looking at the stats here as well, like all of them are equally contributing here into, handling the core control. And I believe, honestly, half of it as well comes down to the fact that Tempo Melon is still playing on that NA ping. So, she is having a little bit of a hard time going up against this team.
Yeah, I completely agree. Ping is always, not fun to play on, especially with that OT. So many red cores and very difficult to face against an Atlas.
Exactly, indeed. And I think just another big part of it as well was the fact that Cookies, just kept sitting in front of Arta and just being able to deny those momentum boots a little bit, right? So Arta cannot find that value that she wants out of this momentum boots.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. That's a really good thing to point out. I also think Cookies was really, really good with the patience whenever they received the core, waiting out everything and then going for, of course, the Tricar shotgun combo, and then Giovanni just ready to catch the cross clears. Really hard comp to beat.
Exactly. Anyways, we're going into the draft here for the second map already. This is a map that I believe is on the side of Forge Fury, so they do find themselves at a disadvantage there on the side of Oni Village. But picking up Night Market here, maybe we'll see things change a little bit more for the side of Forge Fury. They do have Might of the Colossus here starting out this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the main thing is TMCT, of course, as you said, chose Oni Village, and it's a lot harder to convert after you get a KO on Oni Village. Like, even with the A-Rush, we saw how hard it was. On a map like Night Market, it's going to be a lot easier to convert with the KOs.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, it's going to definitely be a lot easier for them to convert because of the fact that a lot of these, the play areas, right, are shrunk down to essentially one corner of the map or another, right? Like, it's just actively not going to be very easy for Sloth to find much clear angles because of that middle barrier.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, especially with the speed lane as well, it allows Arta or Sloth, either one of them, to push up really, really aggressively on the offense.
But I think that the big difference there was, I mean, true, Arta was playing a rune goalie there, which is, played a little bit more, I would say, defensively, definitely so. But, the fact that both these goalies are more on the defensive side as to, being very, very aggressive. I know Arta does like to play a little bit more aggressive goalies as well, but, on a pick like Rune, really tough to be able to exert that extra pressure that Forge Fury also needed on that previous map.
Yeah, and we do see a ban coming out. It's going to be the Atlas ban, which is going to be great for the KOs for Forge Fury. Really nice ban.
Definitely. And not only that, but at the same time denying Sloth off of that comfort pick that we've seen him on that Atlas pick. I believe 2 series in a row now. And he's really shown to make that pick work really well against all these aggressive forward players, right? But they do pick up this era, and I believe that might be an era goalie, something that, is very viable here on the side of Night Market. And not only that as well, but being able to, speed up your teammates to get to that middle lane so much more just allows you guys to contest a lot more in that midfield, which is also important to win out in a map like this.
Yeah, and I mean, you can, like, keep up so much aggression with the era. It also makes clearing a lot easier when you debuff the forwards. You get a little bit more space to do clearing angles. They're slower, they're smaller, and yeah, really good pick overall.
Exactly, but two really aggressive picks here coming out from the side of TMCT. And okay, never mind. I actually mistook it a little bit. It wasn't the side of TMCT that picked up the era, but the side of Forge Fury that picks up that era. So like, I am looking forward to seeing that. Maybe this might or might not be a midfield era from the side of SMG, but we'll have to see what he decides to put out for his team here. On the other side of TMCT, though, picking up both that Estelle and that Kai already, both very strong staple picks here on the side of Night Market.
Yeah, really, really strong picks. And of course, we get the Drakkar coming out for the side of Forge Fury. I think that's going to be Drakkar Shover. Could be Drakkar midfield, could be Drakkar goalie. Like,
it could be anything. And we got a Finny as well. So a little bit of a comp that I was not expecting here out of Forge Fury, but definitely an interesting one to say the least. They do have a lot of debuffs here on the side of Forge Fury. Might be looking to look for some kills here with that Drakkar potentially, but we'll have to see if the final pick here can deny them of all these kills. They do have that Kai and Estelle to shove right through that midfield, to shove into the goals as well. And oh, it's a Zentaro pick actually for the side of TMCT.
The one thing that worries me for the lineup of TMCT is, of course, the fragileness of the Kai and the Zentaro. It's going to be tough to survive against, you know, the Drakkar, the Finny, and then the Era just adding on top of it, like buffing teammates, making them stronger, or debuffing the enemy.
Exactly, just so much more damage, and like you said, that era is going to be such a monumental pick here for not only buffing up this Drakkar's damage, right, but like you said, debuffing the enemies. But speaking of debuffing, the fact that they're slower, they're smaller, just makes them so much easier targets to hit as well, because they just can no longer sidestep, forced to push out and elusive here just to avoid the damage that might be tossed onto them, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we can't ignore the Awakening start. I mean, Might of Colossus is really, really good with Era. Can buff the teammates, make them stronger, buff themselves, make them stronger. So yeah, really good
Exactly,
pick.
yeah, like this whole team gets to use Might of the Colossus essentially just because they have that Era pick. So not only do they get the extra power from that Era for just, you know, for that primary buff just in general, but they also at the same time get that extra power from Might of the Colossus as well, making them also much more lethal here on the field.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Going to be a lot of KOs, a lot of core control, and I mean, with Team Player, it's just going to be a hectic match in overtime.
It definitely is. A lot of power, a lot of damage potentially looking to come out here on the side of Night Market. We'll have to see what the teams decide to do here. And oh boy, like can I just say, like, I think this is about to be a bloodbath, Loco. We're gonna be seeing red all over the screen. I mean, you look at the characters and it's not what you would expect, right? Like, you don't expect, you know, these kind of characters to be outputting this much damage, but combined together, holy, like it's gonna be a painful one, man.
Yeah, especially if you're playing Finny into a team-orientated, you know, tournament or just league. You can use the debuffs really, really well, coordinate it with your team, and then that is so much damage.
Exactly, a lot of damage and a lot of pressure here coming out for these guys. And Arta is actually they're not playing the Era goalie, but it's actually SMG on that Era midfielder here. I do believe Era actually gains a lot more value here from being played in midfield as to compared to goalie, but we do know with that recent buff, Era is very capable of playing that goalie pick as well. And oh my god, SMG and Arta actually both choose to pick up team player here instead of Might. The only one that's picked up Might here is Tempo Melon.
Yeah, both midfielders and goalies picking up team player, and both shovers picking up Might of the Colossus. Cookies opting for not Van Brace, but Siphoning Wand.
Exactly, and Tempo Melon here on the front side with that pummelers to try and pick up more kills for herself as well against this team. Giovanni and Cookies though managed to keep up this pressure and almost gets a second barrier for their troubles as well. SMG tries to send a call forward here, and Arta stands strong just here on the backside for a little while longer. And oh my god, never mind, as I say that though, they unfortunately hit a little bit of an own goal, taking down their own barrier in a really unfortunate series of events, and Giovanni to send it in with a piercing shot.
Yeah, and the core control from TMCT was just too much. I mean, Forge Fury couldn't even choose a target to damage dump.
Exactly, like it's such a bad position for them to see themselves in as well. Tempo Melon is still level 1 here on the board, does pick up that first barrier for themselves already, but also low already. They do choose to fight back here against Cookies and picks up the orb on the back end here to keep herself alive for oh so much longer. Cookies does still have that core flip on the front side, tries to look to play for it, but is being bullied here on the back end here. Arta is looking for that kill, never mind though, not enough damage to keep Cookies out of the fight just yet. And oh my god, a core flip from the side of Arta to kick away Cookies off the core flip. But Giovanni with a rose wall picks up the second barrier. Core flip to try and find the goal, but not yet. SMG does send it forward here with that Era Tornado. Core flips on the front side here, picks up that second barrier as well. And TMCT are looking in such a tough position. A core flip, a second one, a kill as well. Tempo Melon finds 2 kills, and oh my god!
No.
Oh no! What was that? No, you can't let that happen, man.
No.
Oh my god. SMG finds the only wrong angle to hit the core in and own goals on his team.
Oh no.
That was so unfortunate, dude. Holy shit, man. Not after a double kill like that as well. Oh my god. And Cookies finds that revenge and picks up a kill, avenging both of his teammates here for that previous round as well. SMG on the front side here, trying to play solo. Arta does not pick up that call, that midfield speed just in time yet. The Cookie still has this core flip here on the front side, does not choose to pop it yet though. Pops it but misses the core as well. That's what you want to see here on the side of Forge Fury, as SMG constantly tries to send it through the middle here, but does not really seem to be able to just yet.
Yeah, and we have a lot of damage being brought out on Giovanni. I mean, they're getting really low. Same with Cookies. They need to find a way to survive.
Exactly. Just so much damage being thrown out here for the side of Forge Furies. But again, like we said, it does not matter if you can't convert. Arta, though, picks up a barrier for herself, just with a core flip as well, not even needing her forwards to pick that one up for her. And oh no, Sloth as well, answering back with a Giga Blast that picks up a goal barrier as well. Cookie sends it right down past Arta.
It's so difficult for them, for Forge Fury to send it past TMCT through that midfield. It's so difficult for them to clear it out.
Exactly, and I think a lot of it goes on to the fact that Cookies, like, you know, that comes with a big difference in the way that they're playing this as well, right? Like, if you have realized, Cookies is not only sitting at the front, Cookies is also returning to that midfield to assist slightly as well with, you know, guiding that core through. Meanwhile, on the side of Forge Fury, just relying totally on SMG to be able to win out that 1v2, and it's going to be oh so tough for him to do that by himself.
Yeah, and we get more damage in this Awakening draft on the whole entire side of TMCT. We get more Awakening, or more cooldowns on Tempo Melon, more speed on SMG, and Orb Replicator on Arta.
Exactly, and look at that, Tempo Melon also low already, looking for the right to live, but no, gets damaged constantly here by the side of TMCT. Look at all that damage just flying through, and Tempo also low already, wants to pick up that orb, but denied by Cookies, just zooming down the lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, oh no! Cookies
picks
with
up the kills as well. Cookies, beautiful play, but oh my god, SMG! 1v2's Giovanni and Sloth, and picks up the goal as well.
Yeah, I mean,
he should not have been allowed to get away with that, but somehow finds it.
Really well played from SMG, answering back for that blunder, but
oh, but never mind. Giovanni already responding oh so fast, picking up both barriers already. Such a bad place to find yourself here on the side of TMCT. Cookies dashes up with the II dash, does have that core flip now on the front side, piercing shot here, and here comes the core flip, sends it through.
Wow, and that was a very, very fast response. The opening double barrier from Giovanni and then the goal from Cookies. Really well played.
I mean, SMG didn't even get a chance to stack any of his stacks on stacks. We're already on the second goal being sent out here. Giovanni does choose to pop that conflict to pick up that first barrier. Might be a bit of a blunder here, but we will have to see. SMG does have that call flip as well here in the midfield. Tries to send it away, but no. Losing out the second barrier here already is Arta on the top end. Sloth loses out his own barrier as well, but they are in a barrier advantage. Tries to pick up the kill here is Sloth with that extra damage from that missile propulsion, but does not find it. Sloth down to Giovanni. Giovanni tries to send it forward, but being captured by the backside here from Arta. Up to Cookies, but SMG also fast here on the field to constantly send it forward.
And this is such a fast-paced match, and as soon as it reaches overtime, those red cores are going to be happening left, right, and center from the midfield and the goalies.
Exactly, and oh my god, Cookies and Giovanni going a bit too far, and somehow, oh my god, Arta almost missing the angle there. Actually, no, missing the angle there, but somehow still being able to pick up that core. Giovanni also low already, almost losing his life, but no, being kept alive for just a little while longer. Then Ultimate from the Fini keeps him alive away from the side of Cookies' core flip as well. SMG tries to find the kill here, but they cannot just yet though. Sloth tries to find the kill onto Tempo Melon. Both of these players here just looking for the right to live, but not finding it just yet. Two core flips here, and oh my god, Sloth pops his teleports all the way to the back end as well. SMG missing out that core flip, does not find it through. SMG tries to dribble here on the front side, but no, Giovanni picks it up. Here's the piercing shot and sends it through.
And Arta read the piercing beam perfectly, but the OT red core was just too fast before they came back from the elusive.
Exactly, like you said, like that elusive was so well played from Arta as well, but she just could not react to that red core that she did not expect.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate, and Giovanni is looking really, really strong right now.
Giovanni really, yeah, like you said, Giovanni really is looking very strong right now here on the board, being able to just constantly pressure out this team, even though being bullied so much by the side of Tempo Melon, right? As I say that though, Forge Fury are on their offense here as they constantly try to look for the second barrier after picking up the first one here, though it's Cookies to respond here in that midfield, popping out every single ability here. Not something you really want to see, but Tempo Melon does manage to find herself that core flip as well. Might look to kill Giovanni with that core flip, and oh, tries to, but does not find it. Giovanni gets away with his life somehow.
Yeah, they just... Oh, never mind.
As we say that, though, Giovanni loses his life here in that midfield. An extra buff here from the side of Tempo Melon and SMG just constantly pressure after pressure after pressure. So much damage here for the side of Forge Fury as they try to look to kill off Tempo Melon as a response. It's Giovanni, though. Picks up the second barrier already. Tries to send it forward here. Arta still does have that core flip, and SMG is on the back end with that defense still.
I mean, every time Giovanni respawns back in after being dead, they get a barrier. Like, I don't understand.
They do indeed, and Cookies finding a kill here for themselves as well. And oh my god, Arta almost finding the angle, the demon angle here to try and pick up that goal away from Sloth, but does not find it just yet. A Giga Blast here, and Sloth forced to pop that core flip, sends it down, and Cookies does not find the goal just yet, though. Tempo Melon is back on the board. Oh my god, well played, Tempo Melon. Denies away that core flip, and they are back in a little bit of a situation where they both teams here are just constantly trying to find the goal.
Yeah, and so many red cores coming out. Oh, what is that? What is that?
As we say that, though, such an unfortunate angle. The core bounces straight into the hands of Cookies, and Cookies sends it right in.
That is what we call a red carpet. Straight given to Cookies 6-6, and a great
Exactly,
goal.
man. Like, you know, silver platter handed to him.
Yeah, roll out the red carpet, the cores come.
Roll up the red carpet for Cookies as he struts on by and sends that core straight through.
Yeah, and I mean, now onto the Awakening draft, we get the Deadeye on Kai. That's gonna be so much damage with the Emprop as well.
I mean, yeah, so like, there's just so much, like you said, just so much damage here coming out from the Kai of Sloth. Sloth not playing that, what's that word? My brain just died. Like, Sloth not playing that, what's that word? Yep. Xylophone, English is your first spoken language. Not playing that, I'll find it one day as they take out both of the goal barriers here already. You go local, like all you, man. Like until I find this word, I refuse to speak. And oh my god, a kill actually from the backside onto the side of Cookies here. But yeah, even though Sloth does have all of this damage, all of this range, not having that extra. Oh my god!
Nah, Giovanni
just solos the whole of Forge Fury.
Giovanni
What was
is
that?
on fire today. What?
Oh my god, man! Giovanni, the star player here for the side of TMCT, clearly, as he just constantly fights every barrier and goal by himself somehow.
Yeah, I mean,
And
the Corker. Oh no, Sloth!
Sloth! Unfortunately, losing out a second barrier here to their own unfortunate bounce here in that midfield.
Happens to the best of us. Really unfortunate, but they still answer back with one barrier.
Oh, never mind though. Not gonna be looking to answer anytime soon. Never mind. Giovanni finds the second one, but Sloth in such a bad situation here does not pick up that core. Oh no! I believe that strike was on cooldown. Tempo Melon finds a goal that they also need to keep themselves in this series.
That's an uphill battle, but they still want to win this battle and get a victory over TMCT.
They do indeed, and we know TMCT is a really strong team here for them to find as well, so it's going to be a really good win here for the side of Forge Fury if they do pick up this win.
Yep, and they're trying to break through Arta, but Arta doing great on the defense right now.
Arta managed, like, that was beautiful, man. Like, what can I say? Just amazing plays here from the side of Arta to send the core away, and Tempo Melon just, you know, being a little bit cheeky, stealing away these orbs from the side of Sloth here.
We got 2 core flips on the field right now. One from SMG and potentially one from Sloth.
Second one as well, and Tempo Melon also low already. Damage might be being tossed over to Tempo Melon anytime soon here. Cookies is looking for the kill. Oh my god! Tempo Melon just enough speed to pick up that second barrier and, you know, just trying to stay alive as well. What was that? Giovanni with a core flip finds a kill and Cookies as well. Now in a 3v1 situation, can Arta hold on? Tries to dribble the call just a little bit while longer. Sends it away 1 second and he is back on the board. SMG is back. Arta plays also well here, managing to keep both of the barriers alive. At least one alive, that's for sure. Tempo Melon tries to find a goal here. Does not have that right click just yet though. Tempo Melon on the front side here tries to look for it. Cookies does have that core flip though. Sloth sends it forward here. Cookies is looking for that core flip. Sends it to the top side here. Here comes that core flip, finds that second barrier. Giovanni with the assist as well. Cookie's also low already. Giovanni looking for that goal, looking to be the star player here for this team to potentially look to find themselves closer and closer to match point. Almost gets it with that piercing shot, but not just yet. Arta stands strong on the back end here. A debuff here from the side of SMG to take away that core control from Giovanni. Cookies does not find it just yet. It's a piercing shot to send it right through.
And I mean, Arta was on fire at that point, but got broken down in the end from the consistency of Giovanni and Cookies.
Man, like, yeah, she really was, like you said, Arta really honestly played that super well, but core just kept coming back and Giovanni just kept getting option after option to just constantly score here on the side of TMCT.
Yeah, really good hold, but it wasn't strong enough as Cookies and Giovanni just relentless pressure right now.
Exactly. It's a call flip here from Giovanni to find the second barrier. It's match point as well as they look for their second map already. This is Forge Fury's map. Not something that they really want to lose. Giovanni going for a play here on the front side, but killed out on the top side by Tempo Melon already. Tempo Melon finds an answer here and is looking for that second barrier as well. Cookie's back on the board here to help his teammate here. It's Sloth standing also strong on the back end here. Here comes a debuff from the side of SMG, but it's also not enough. SMG does get that speed from that mid lane here, though it's a debuff coming out here from the side of Cookies, but Cookies stays alive for just a little while longer. SMG also low, and oh my god, elusives out that Giga Blast from the side of Sloth as well. SMG also low already. Sloth sends the call through with that barrage. Call flip here coming out from the side of Arta. It's SMG to win on the 1v1 against Cookies here on the bottom side. SMG, and oh my god, no! Giovanni pierces through.
Yeah, and Arta had no evade for that one, and that was such a brutal situation to be left in.
Oh no, man. Like, Arta is doing such a good job here, but the fact that Core constantly just keeps coming back just puts her in such a tough position.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very tough battle for Forge Fury. And I mean, like, Sloth being that iron wall, Cookies always being in that aggressive scoring position, and then, I mean, the core control from Giovanni is in a league of its own. Like, needs to be studied.
Exactly. Yeah, like just holy man, like I don't wanna be a little bit too biased here because we do have the series MVP voting here on the board, and it looks like everybody's just instant voted Giovanni already. I mean, he's earned it, man. Like, oh my god, Giovanni did phenomenally well on this map, and like even in the previous game as well.
Yeah, Monster on the Luna pick, Monster on the Estelle pick. Even every single time they came back in from the team surviving the 3v2, they would instantly do something with the core, like instantly get a barrier, instantly get a goal, and it's crazy, man.
Exactly, like just that ability, right, to immediately find a response even though they were on the back end, even though they, like you said, just lost a body as well, was also strong here for the side of TMCT. And I believe this is also what makes them one of the best teams currently in the league as well, just being able to find these, I would say, impossible goals.
Yeah, I mean, the setups on Estelle were like pixel perfect, and so many tough situations for Arta. Even though Arta did do a really, really great 1v3 save or 1v3 win, it just wasn't enough for Forge Fury to beat TMCT.
Exactly, like she played really, really well there, but like you said, just not enough when coming into the face of Giovanni's consistency there.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a fun match. A couple matches to watch. I love the core control and I love the KOs.
Oh no, Loco. The dino is getting away.
Oh no!
It's running away, Loco. I'm stop motion in picture. No! No! The dino nuggy disappears from the map. From the screen, from the stream. How unfortunate for me, I guess. Like, I'm going back on strike here, so like you guys might have to find a new caster after that one.
No! Missing pet, call this number.
No, like there goes the Dino Nuggies. Like, I'm sorry guys, like it is what it is. I stated my demands. My demands were not met. Like next series in there will be a different caster. I apologize, people. Like I apologize to the audience. I do not apologize to the staff team though. But yeah, honest. Yeah, but like back to the games though, Loco. Really, really well played here for the side of TMCT. Giovanni especially being that star player, even though, on that midfield pick, just exerting so much pressure, so much consistency, I would say, at the very least, in both of these games.
Yeah, I mean, just being the cherry on top with helping Sloth out in the defense, being that passing option to, open up the field, open up the pressure, and then, of course, consistently feeding Cookies, but not also feeding Cookies, rotating with Cookies really, really well as well.
And yeah, exactly. And not just the rotations, but also being able to pick up the goals for himself without, needing Cookies there. So, like, without needing that 2v1 situation, right, that we see also much from a lot of teams. Just being able to brute force the goals by himself. It's also strong here for the side of TMCT.
Yeah, completely agree, but I mean, such a powerful team, and I'm excited to see them play future matches, and yeah, great
exactly,
match.
Man. And like not only, and stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because very, very soon we will have, Turkine's Cats against Happy PP Girls. I think they might have a little bit of a rebranding. Like, I don't know if you guys saw the opening to the stream, Happy PP Girls, triple P's on that, because they're extra happy this time,
Sloth won 2 maps, but they didn't put 2 P's.
Exactly, that is true. Sloth won 2 maps, but he did not put 2 P's. Like maybe Sloth thought maybe Sloth decided to change a little bit of the rules here coming into this tournament and thinking that he could win like 3 maps as well. But hey, we'll have to see.
Yeah,
Anyways, coming back soon, we do have Turkine's Cats against Happy PP Girls, and we'll be back with you guys after a short break.
See ya.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, Season 3, Week 5, as you know it, here in EUSL all over again. And this time, we got Happy PP Girls against Turkine's Cats.
Crikey, mate, that is quite the matchup. Why are you laughing at Mom?
Nothing, man. Nothing. Like, I was laughing, man. Like, you know.
Okay. You know, like,
appreciating what I was hearing. You know, my ears were blessed, Mr. Loco.
Let's get on with the bloody draft, mate.
Let's get on indeed. Anyways, just a little bit of a difference maker here for you guys that might not be so sure. Happy Girls actually has a bit of a change in their core team here. We got Atsuro and Fang on that midfield and goalie combined together. Wait, never mind. Alves on goalie. You know what? Like I'm just absolutely confused at what's going on here. I'm just gonna pretend I know nothing. And let's get on with the draft yet again. We, like you said, so yeah, we got a ban here of a Juliet and a Vice already. Two things that you would definitely expect to see banned here, looking at the Awakenings as well. But yeah, it's gonna be a real bloodbath here, Loco. Oh my god, man.
Yeah, I mean, Finny, Luna, and Zentaro, that is very, very gross. And then we have Aimee, Estelle, and Kazan, also very gross. Like,
and then we just look at the Awakenings real quick here on Taiko Tempo as well. Like, oh my god, it's gonna be a rough one, man.
Yeah, the players are gonna turn into an endangered species, you know? It's it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, they are indeed. I mean, like, it really is no surprise as to what the Awakening pickups here are gonna be for these teams already. You know, that Aimee, that Luna, that Estelle, that Finny, all on that Deadeye, while both of the brawlers here are gonna pick up that Might of the Colossus, fighting over that extra size, fighting over that extra power that they're gonna get here in this map. And we know Taiko as a map where, like, you know, there really is no safe spot to stand, you know, because even though the drum does not kill you outright, it's like a solid, I would say, like 90% chance of killing you if you get staggered and get knocked into it, I would say.
Yeah, and of course the Taiko's being very brutal with where it sends the core, where you could hit to a drum and it'll hit right back to you sometimes. You know, it's like amazing, man. It's amazing.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a rough one out here for just, you know, staying alive in general, as well as just being able to read where this core is going. Like, add on to the fact that there's going to be so much more power here on the board from that Deadeye, from that Might of the Colossus, just means that, you know, there's just, this core is going to fly even faster, even more harder, and it's gonna be an absolute, you know, with lack of better words, an absolute fuckfest here in the field, man.
Yeah, bloody oath, mate. Bloody oath. Yeah. Speaking the truth.
Yep. Well. Yeah, yep. Sure thing, indeed. Like, you know, like, you can pull out the Australian accent and it's gonna sound funny, dude. If I pull out the Singaporean accent, like, everybody like just starts questioning what I'm saying, dude.
Well, you know.
I'm not starting that. I am not starting that, man. But yeah, definitely gonna be a very KO heavy oriented match here starting out. And, you know, not only that, but we do have goalies here that are extremely aggressive as well. So it's gonna be a fun one to watch, Loco, that's for sure.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, you know, once again, do not forget to predict, because 90% of gamblers quit before they win big. So go!
Exactly, you know, like, you're always off that next gamble before you win big, you know?
You know, that's something that a fellow DM does every day.
Definitely. But yeah, like we expected and like we've seen on the board, just so much damage being picked up here. Both of the brawlers picking up Might of the Colossus, with the rest of the team all picking up Deadeye here. And we got damage flying out already at the start of the round.
Yeah, we do have Scream on the Vambrace and Return to Brazil not on the Vambrace, so we'll see how that impacts the flow of the game.
Exactly, but it looks like it's working out real well here for the side of Cats as Return to Brazil with that extra damage coming out here from that siphoning one. Scream already also low and losing his life already. Oh, so fast.
Yeah, and I mean, let's see if they can convert. What was that awkward situation?
Oh my god, such a bad situation for Fang as Fang finds himself in a 1v3 situation. So tough to defend here. It's Scream to try and defend as Fang looks for the right to live on the top side here and is looking to get dumped here by the side of Cats already.
Yeah, Fang doing great to survive. Never mind.
Never mind though. Caster is cursed as Fang loses his life onto the back end here. Atsuro tries to find a kill for herself here onto the side of Return to Brazil, but does not pick it up just yet. Scream trying to 1v2 here on the front end, but does not find anything. And the course slides right in. Well played from Return to Brazil.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but so much damage for the side of Turkine's Cats.
So much
Insane.
damage, so much pressure here from the side of Turkine's Cats. Like, they're doing a really good job with that Fini debuff to just, you know, be a constant pressure maker. And oh my god, a core flip here coming out from the Fini, picks up both of the barriers here as Return to Brazil dashes up with the II dash, picks up the goal as well.
Wow, that was a very, very fast point. 13-second goal. Yeah, it's looking tough for Happy P girls, you know?
Yeah, it definitely is indeed. And I might want to say, like, you know, I was expecting Happy Girls to be on a lot more of a winning side. And oh my god, Scream! A double KO! Finding a double KO together with both of the barriers. And they find the goal as well. Return to Brazil cannot play against that dribble as they play with their food. Anyways, like I love how every time I try to make a point, like just the opposite thing happens, right? I was gonna say I had a feeling that Happy Girls were the stronger team here, but they might be struggling a little due to the fact that this is a team that doesn't really play together as much. But yet another kill here for the side of Scream as Fang and Atsuro look to support Scream here on the front end. Atsuro doing a phenomenal job here in the midfield to constantly dribble out against this Finny here. Scream cannot pick up that second barrier though. Kitty Bagel doing a good job. Never mind though, as I say that Kitty Bagel does lose out and the second one, and Scream finds the second kill already. Finds the fourth one. That's 4 kills on the board for Scream already. Atsuro picks up the goal on the top end as well.
And I mean, the core control and damage from Happy Girls has just exploded through the roof.
Yeah, like, oh my god, like, what an absolute flip, right? First, you know, like, all the kills were coming out from the side of Turkine's Cats, but suddenly they have just absolutely lost their ability to pick up these kills, and at the same time, just constantly dying off here to the side of Happy Girls.
Yeah, but right now it is a 1-1 split with no KOs on the board yet, so we'll see who gets the first one and potentially gets the first goal.
No KOs already, but Fang is looking also low on the bottom side here, losing out the second barrier as well as Return to Brazil and his Finny look for that goal. Scream out in a 1v1 here against Kitty Bagel, loses it out. Fang tries to go for the piercing shot to send the call forward also much, but Kitty Bagel flies forward here, and Fang still looking for that right to lift as Return to Brazil just dumps cooldown after cooldown after cooldown onto Fang here.
Now Return to Brazil trying to return Fang to the spectator.
Oh my god! The Finny card sends it back towards his own team as well. Screamhouse here on the front side almost picks up their goal. Atsuro still does have that core flip here on the front end. Screamhouse wins out the 1v1. Never mind, loses it out. It's Return to Brazil to send the core through.
Wow, what a great goal coming out from Return to Brazil. And didn't even have to use flip for that one. Really well played. And, you know, well-deserved MVP for the first set.
Exactly, really well played here. Like you said, from the side of Return to Brazil, does get their first pick, and it seems like a relatively more, I would say, calmer first pick here. Not too many KO awakenings. We still don't have that Spark of Power out yet. We still don't have that Prize Fighter out yet. But just, you know, a little bit something nicer to buff ourselves up for that upcoming round.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally nothing that is adding more power, more damage, except the Spark of Leadership, which is very, very, very small. But we do have more cooldowns, the Prime Time, the Twin Drive, which is overall more damage.
That is true indeed. Fang already starting out here, and the nuke flies down, taking out 2 of the elusives already here for the side of Happy Girl. Scream Mouse tries to go for the score here and does not find it yet, though does not find that first barrier yet. And Atsuro also low already. Atsuro, she is so low on the bottom side here, and Fang and Scream just constantly barrage the core onto the top side here. Never mind though, sending it down. Fang gives it over to Atsuro, and Atsuro finds that first barrier. They look for the second one, but Atsuro is so low already, as well as Spring Maestro here on the back end. They do manage to find that second one. Scream Mouse picks up the kill as well as the second barrier. It's Fang here on the offense on the front side with that Estelle. Atsuro to Fang, Fang up to Atsuro. It just keeps going back and forth, but never mind. It's returned to Brazil to send it back forward, but Fang manages to pick it up and sends it right to Scream, which outplays Kitty Bagel here in that 1v1.
Yep, Fang does not fall to the pressure after getting intercepted, staying calm, getting the call back, sending it straight forward, and getting the team the goal.
Exactly, and Return to Brazil was so close to being able to get that first barrier as well, but could not find that conversion. Fang just so much more stronger here as a goalie pick on that Estelle, just, you know, being able to put out so much more pressure with the Estelle as compared to something like a Luna that has to dash all the way to the front, right?
Yeah, I completely agree, and that range is just gonna cover quite literally everything.
No, oh god! Spring Maestro picks up a kill on the top end here against Scream Owls. That's your brawler down, but Atsuro stays strong on the front side here with that core, not letting it return, and Scream Owls is back on the board already. Fang manages to pick up the second barrier, and the turret picks up the goal as well. Turkine's Cat needs to find an answer, and they needs to find an answer fast, man.
And I mean, that was a nice ultimate from Fang to get the barrier, and then an ultimate from Atsuro to get the goal.
Exactly. Against a goalie like Kitty Bagel on that Luna as well is just also tough, as well as the fact that Kitty Bagel just lost out that core flip as well. That's not what you want to see. On the side here of Spring Maestro, also low, already bounces on the taiko drum and loses his life for it as well. The Finny Big Finish manages to keep core in play for just a little while longer before Scream Owls comes back and picks it up. And absolute checkmate sends the core in.
Yeah, and after such a 50-50 first set, it looks like a 100-0 second set. Very dominating performance from Happy Girls.
Exactly. I mean, this was honestly kind of what we expected coming into here, but definitely not at this level. Just so much damage here going to be coming out, and actually they might be able to fight back here. Kitty Bagel does pick up the specialized training, but if they do have elusives on the board, they will be able to keep themselves alive away from that. Picking up the recovery drone is Scream Alps to make use of that Might of the Colossus a little while longer.
Yeah, and I mean, last draft was chill, but this draft is definitely not chill. So much damage, super surge, specialized training, and then so much core control with the double sizes, the speed, and the hotshot.
Definitely. You look at all these elusives disappearing on the board already. Spring Maestro also here already as well. That Finny looking for his life and health, and oh no, just gets CD dumped here by the side of Happy Girl. Scream Owls looking for this kill. Spring Maestro not being able to save out that goal, and oh my god, there goes the barrier, there goes the goal as well. Scream Owls just tearing this team apart.
Yeah, the kick-off damage is so strong on both teams. Whichever team uses that better is most likely going to win the point. Oh no!
Spring Maestro looking for a bit of revenge as he finds a kill here on the top side of that midfielder of Atsuro. They do drop down that ultimate as well from the side of this Luna, and they are looking to find that, but they cannot convert. Not only can they not convert, but they also lost a barrier as well. Oh my god, Atsuro! A double kill for Atsuro! Oh my god! That was disgusting, man! Holy!
Nah, the Deadeye, the Super Surge just wishes them like bugs.
Blinking up and picking up 2 kills already. What was that?
Wow.
Holy shit, dude. That was beautiful performance here for the side of Atsuro, but Return to Brazil here, finding both barriers already as they answer back. So much damage flies here onto the side of Fang, and Return to Brazil looking to kill off Fang. Kills off Fang as well. Atsuro and Scream look to hold on for just a little while longer to keep it in play. Dashes forward is Atsuro and manages to find the first barrier for it as well. Scream already also low, tries to stay alive, but no, the IME turret is not enough.
Yeah, Return to Brazil just absolutely annihilating the IME turret and slotting it in. Did really well to deny Fang with the core flip by killing them. you know? Or
Exactly,
KOing them.
and if you're on the side of Turkine's Cat here, that's what you want to see. Return to Brazil barely getting out alive there. So risky to not hit that elusive, but it might just be what he needs to constantly try and get this core flip up. Never mind, he needs that elusive now to stay alive, and bounces up and down and all over the map.
No.
There he goes.
And another KO, and they're in a strong advantage right now. And
exactly.
right now,
Kitty Bagel also low already, forced to pop that core flip, but just gonna get bullied for it as well. Kitty Bagel on the edge of death, flies away to pick up that orb, tries to stay alive and manages to get out of the staggered state.
Oh
but
no!
But it does not matter. It does not matter.
Spring Maestro.
Spring Maestro being sent off the board already. They do win out these strike wars, but it's also not enough as the damage just keeps flying in. Return to Brazil also low already, but Scream Owls is there to keep him alive by picking up the goal.
Yeah, and I mean Spring Maestro just their stagger meter just got vaporized. Like I don't know.
That's game, man. Like 1-2 punch on the board, heavy impact on the board, build different, explosive entrance, bulk up. Like, what do you do in this situation?
Pick the naked lizard. Come on.
I don't know if that naked lizard's gonna do much for them, local. Just a little bit of health might not be enough. The extra special gets denied away by the Luna of Kitty Bagel, no longer being able to drop those nukes at a constant pace. And, you know, it's gonna be so tough for them to fight back here.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally everyone got more damage except for Fang. Extra special is just overall more damage, you know? But
it realistically is as well, and they lose out both barriers already. The side of Turkine's Cat here has to look for an answer and look for an answer fast. It's returned to Brazil on the front side here to try and look for one. Finds that first barrier, but unfortunately not enough abilities to pick up the second one. That Finny of Spring Maestro manages to send the card backward here to pick up the second barrier already. Never mind though, it's return to Brazil in a 1v1 here and does not win it out against Fang. Just such a tough position to find themselves in. Kitty Bagel in almost a checkmate position, but finds the clear out with Spring Maestro. Spring Maestro also low here, loses his life already. It's a call flip here from Atsuro to try and send it forward. And oh my god, man. Stun after stun after stun. And Turkine's Cats cannot find a way out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting devoured by damage. Like,
exactly.
It's a war zone.
Like it is. I told you, man. This game was gonna be an absolute bloodbath, and it's clearly showing out to be one. Though they look to be fighting back as they pick up 2 kills already, as well as both barriers, losing out the second barrier here as well to Fang with that crystal volley. Fang manages to keep the core in play for just so little while longer. His teammates are back. Atsuro back on the board here, and it might be looking a little bit better for Happy Girls as they find a fighting chance back on the board here. Atsuro does have that core on the front side. That big finish does not manage to send it through Atsuro. Atsuro tries to go for a play here onto Kitty Bagel. Return to Brazil, hugging Fang, but Fang still does have that core flip here. That defensive tool that he needs so much. And oh my god, Scream Elves sends it in. That Finny triple tick not being able to send it out.
Can we just talk about how perfectly Fang just played the 1v3? They got a barrier.
They got a barrier and managed to keep alive just long enough, as well as getting core flip as well before the teammates were back.
I mean, freak right now.
You are right indeed, and oh my god, that's just not what you want to see though for the side of Turkine's Cats, as they just get constantly dumped here. It's a core flip here from both teams as Fang forced to pop that core flip on the back end. Oh no, Kitty Bagel missing out on the strike already. Sends forward here, and Kitty Bagel managed to pick up that second barrier though, making up for his mistakes. Fang teleports up, but Atsuro and Fang cannot catch that one as Spring Maestro threads the needle in between both of them.
Yeah, really nice goal coming out for Turkine's Cats. This might be the turnaround we've been hoping for. But
I mean, it's such a tough hill to climb though. That's the thing, right? It is such a tough hill to climb, and they might look to climb this hill first by eliminating Atsuro. Atsuro also low already. No more stagger, bounces all around the map, but somehow by a stroke of luck stays alive for just a little while longer. 2 front stunts on the front side, manages to pick up the first barrier already for the side of Happy Girls. As Scream Owls here is out of elusive, but so is Spring Maestro. And oh my god, no! Spring Owls losing his life already as Return to Brazil picks up the second goal barrier here with a core flip, sends it up to Spring Maestro, and he sends it right through.
They're climbing the mountains, Alpha. They're doing it.
They are climbing the mountain step by step indeed, Loco. But this next step is gonna be the most important one of all, as if they do not get this one in, there goes the map. So much damage being thrown out here from Return to Brazil already onto the side of Atsuro and Fang. Just damage after damage after damage. Like, what is this game? It's literally just a KO game at this point. The core is just a sub-objective here. Never mind though, Return to Brazil picks up both of the goal barriers already. Kitty Bagel still does have the core. They pops that core, sends it out to Return to Brazil. Oh my god! They make it happen! We get a set 5!
They're doing it! The first team to climb Mount Everest! Record it!
They are indeed. We somehow get a set 5 in a game like this, Loco. And we got a Stinger, Sparkle, Strength, Prize Fighter, everything on the board here already. It's A-Rush being picked up here, though, by the side of Return to Brazil. So much more cooldown, so much more speed every single time that Luna most likely picking up that missile prop. Never mind, it's the Spark of Strength. Actually, Kitty Bagel with that Spark of Leadership to share a bit of that damage with his team.
Yeah, and I mean, like, what are these awakenings? What are these awakenings?
I mean, I guess we got ours on the orb replicator, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Team alive, man. Like, I doubt that's gonna do much, as all the damage is flying out here already. Atsuro already losing half of her life, as the core gets picked up as well as the first barrier already. Atsuro also low already. Oh my god, no! There was a misplay by Spring Maestro not being able to pick up the second barrier, but it might be fine as Atsuro is also low. No elusive as well. They try and set the call out here. It's Return to Brazil on the top side. Does not win out the 1v1. Atsuro also low, loses her life as well. But does manage to pick up that second one. The A-Rush gets procced here, like you said, from the side of Return to Brazil. Here comes the nuke. Here comes the big finish. Here comes the ultimate as well from that Zentaro, that Oni's blade. And it's just oh so much damage, oh so much. But Fang somehow perfectly plays that to keep it up alive. Caster's Curse though, not enough.
I mean, that A-Rush is freak. I can't shut it down, and the damage is like, I'm seeing too much damage. I'm seeing too much damage.
Exactly. Like, I think what they need to play for here is for the side of Fang to potentially try and pick up that first kill and stack that prize fighter and stack it fast, as Scream Owls gets dumped on the top side here, but so does Kitty Bagel, avoiding a little bit of damage, but just not enough, as Scream Owls still has more cooldowns here. The nuke comes in to try and keep themselves alive. It's Atsuro from the midfield to pick up a kill here onto the side of Kitty Bagel. Kitty Bagel goes out, and so does Spring Maestro. Return to Brazil alone on the board and cannot find a way out of that one.
Yeah, I think that's the second situation where Return to Brazil has just, you know, been left all alone.
Exactly, like Return to Brazil finds himself alone, and you know, unfortunately popping that core flip here as well. Just all the damage here being thrown out onto Return to Brazil and Spring Maestro as well, but it's Scream Owls, first one to get staggered off this round, and you know, almost losing his life as well. And there we go, losing the life and pops that resurrection, and never mind, gone again.
Spawn kill.
It really is a spawn kill. Two core flips here get popped out from the side of Happy Girls as they pick up one, looking for the second barrier, but no. Spring Maestro back with that defense. Is Scream Owls back as well, though. Scream Owls does choose to send the core on the top side here. Atsuro also low already, out of elusive and out of life as well, as Fang defends this barrier, sending Spring Maestro also a little bit lower, but never mind. Return to Brazil wins out the 1v1, keeps themselves in play, looks for the kill as well as Fang onto the bottom side, but does not find it yet, though. Kitty Bagel does have that core flip here on the bottom side as well, looking for the kill here as well is Atsuro, but they just can't fight it just yet. They do pop a lot of CDs and a lot of damage is being thrown out here. Oh no, Fang clearing the wrong way, sending it straight to Return to Brazil with a core flip as well.
I mean, this was a complete turnaround. Turkine's Cats is completely answering back.
Exactly, they are indeed, and that momentum shift from that last set is going to be also painful to fight against here. That card from that Finny avoided by Scream Owls, and oh my god, Scream Owls forced to take the brunt of the damage from that nuke as he gets constantly dumped by the whole side of Turkine's Cats here.
Rush!
Oh, the A rush gets procced here again. Like you said, Return to Brazil gets that A rush, looks for the first barrier, finds it, but Spring Maestro also low already. Dribbles the core here. Is Fang on the back end here. Atsuro so low already as well. Still has that elusive to stay alive, but might not be enough as they pick up a kill. It's Scream Elves here to pick up the next kill, and Atsuro is next on the chopping board. Fang still does have that core flip here on the back, almost losing out the goal as well to Return to Brazil, but Return to Brazil does not find it. Oh, beautiful stun here coming out from Atsuro. What a play as damage gets shoved into the backline here of Turkind's Cat. Happy Girls are looking for a way out and looking to score this goal fast, because if they don't, then they're gonna lose. But no, it's Scream Elves to send it in.
Oh, they're making it a set 5.5.
Oh my god, man. There's no way we gotta... Set 5.5 in this kind of game is crazy. A double prize fighter as well for the side of Fang here. There's so much damage. And they find both barriers here already for the side of Happy Girls. Scream Mouse almost picks it up as well. Almost gets that goal as well. Almost gets the kill. Gets the kill. There goes the goalie. It's gone. And Fang still has this core flip as well. Atsuro sending the call back forward with that bubble as well. Fang with the core flip on the back end here. Tries to go for a piercing shot. Does not find it through. Return to Brazil. Pops that core flip, but it's not enough as the Aimi turret. Shot after shot after shot, and it gets sent in.
Wow, that was a insane match. Quite literally down to the final point, final set, and really great match.
Oh man, dude, like, what can you say, man? Like, such a heavy, like we said it, man. This map was gonna be a bloodbath, and what did it turn out to be, Loco? A bloodbath.
It was...
Oh my god, do you see the numbers? Can we look at the stats real quick? 14 kills for Alves. 14 kills.
And that's a 21-minute game as well. Like, yikes. And they got 5 orb rep orbs though, you know, that's value.
It's value, you're right. That's 20 kills here on the side of Happy Girls, and on the other side, that's 15 kills for Turkind's Cats. Like,
yeah, that is
what
brutal
game. That is a brutal game, man. Like, what can I say, dude? Like, Turkind's Cats did manage to find their footing, did manage to fight back, definitely, but, you know, in a game like this, you can only fight back for so long before you lose your life as well. Happy Girls playing just a little bit better, managing to slot in those last few goals that they needed so much.
That was just so many abilities being thrown around. Like, that was stunning my brain, honestly.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like, at that point, with that much damage on the board, like, do you really need to think too much about your abilities? You know, just make sure they hit someone, right? Like, as long as they hit someone, like, it was just an absolute KO fest. I mean, I would like to say that was an absolutely crazy kill here from the side of Atsuro. That double kill with that Aimi Cyber Blink, like, oh my word, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many crazy moments in that game. It's, you know, my favorite moment was where Return to Brazil was left alone and couldn't do, you know,
which one? The first or the second time?
Watching in despair, like, oh no.
Definitely. I mean, you know, that Zentaro with the what's it called? With that siphoning wand, the only one capable of somewhat staying alive for just a little while, and you know, but definitely nonetheless was just a tough game all around.
You know, I see the DINO.
Hmm. Oh, yeah, you see the DINO? Well, I unfortunately do not see it, Loco. Wow.
Let's just say I'm scratching my hair.
Oh, wait, no, I see it. I see it. Oh my god, dude. That is actually 10 out of 10 there. Oh, that is actually 10 out of 10 there. I thought we lost the dino, but never mind, you know, that's just a little bit for something for other people to check for. Anyways, we are loading in here to Clarion Test Chamber, another map that is relatively KO-centric, and oh my god. Oh my god, we got another KO game, Loco. We got like another KO game.
Spec training, Clarion Corp, thanks.
Yep, spec training, like, oh my word, man. Holy. Yeah, this is just wow. Like, I don't know what to say, man. Like yet again, gonna be another bloodbath here. That Vice and that Juliet just getting banned out immediately. Again, being taking returns to Brazil's Juliet away from him. But does it really matter? As you know, they do pick up other very, very scary picks here, like that Kazan. Really switching up a little bit of the picks here. Actually, it's the side of girls here that picks up that Zentaro instead for once. And we got an X on the board as well. What do you expect with the spec training?
It's an interesting comp. A Kazan plus an X. Is that Kazan goalie?
It might be a Kazan goalie, honestly.
Yeah, it's a very interesting comp.
Yeah, not one I see actually played here on the side of Turkine's Cats before, I'm not gonna lie, but you know. Definitely an interesting pick. We got an Estelle as well to balance it out a little bit, taking away a little bit of impacts from the side of Happy Girls, but also, you know, giving them that strong pick of Estelle here. And we do finish it off here with a Kai from Happy Girls.
That is a very high damage output comp from Happy Girls.
Like it is, and you know, just so much extra damage, you know, being added on with that specialized training just means that, oh boy, like this is gonna be yet another bloodbath local. Like,
yeah, I mean, nobody's safe. Lock your doors. Stay inside.
Surely indeed, right? But yeah, I believe that probably is a Kazan goalie here. Apparently, Kitty Bagel does lock in that Kazan goalie. We'll have to see what he can do with that Kazan, you know, like potentially. Maybe, you know, killing people as well with that specialized training. Who knows? But yeah, a lot of damage on the board local. Like, what can I say, man? Like, there really is nothing else to say about this game other than the fact that, you know, people will be dying. That's for sure.
And we have that added on to the fact that every single map has a different gimmick. So yeah.
Exactly. And like every single gimmick, other than the hidey ones, you know, the side lanes, I would say definitely contributes to the damage that we're gonna be seeing very soon, local.
Yeah, that's true. You know, the bouncy castle, it's a unsurvivable like Taiko Temple.
Yep. I mean, you know, you might just get like sudden. I believe it is a. I don't know if this is replicable enough, local, but there is a bug where, like, if you stand too close to one of the walls and you get hit by any stun at all, it just sends you flying. Like, even at full stagger, sends you flying. It's just doesn't make any sense at all, you know. Like, but it just happens sometimes, right?
Yeah, I've experienced that in one of my league matches. Like, you know, very important match, and then get turned into dust instantly. Thanks.
Yep, exactly. You know, just disappeared from the board. Bye bye, local. But yeah, Kitty Vago does pick up that Kazan. We are looking at a Kazan goalie, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and we get actually like 2 sparks of agility on the side of Happy Girl.
Oh my god, dude! Turkine's Cats already somehow picking up Happy Girls already somehow picking up both barriers, but a quick response from Turkine's Cats as they picked up not only the barriers but the goal as well.
Yeah, that was a really back-to-back fast double barrier into goal, and yeah, interesting.
It was indeed. Atsuro being bullied here on the top side already by that X of Return to Brazil. And Return to Brazil just looking to dump the absolute hell out of Atsuro here. As Atsuro returns back here to pick up that goal, that goalie orb, and Spring Maestro low already as well, stepping into the Obscura holes in the side here.
Yeah, and I mean, I do really like the Return to Brazil X pick into a Momentum Boots Kai. Can body block and deny the Momentum Boots.
Yeah, it's a really good pick here. And oh my god, Kitty Bagel unfortunately losing out both the goal barriers already. One to Fang, one to Atsuro. It's a call flip here for the side of Return to Brazil. Loses their midfielder here. Tries to fight back. Kitty Bagel sends the call forward, but Return to Brazil also low already. They might be looking for that kill. Finds that kill as well. Kitty Bagel still does have that core flip, but will it be enough? It might just be that core flip sends out. And no, it does not find the angle though. The Estelle here from the side of Spring Maestro cannot find the goal as well, as more damage gets tossed onto that team, and Turkine's Cats look in such a bad position here.
Yeah, but they still have not given up a goal. Never mind.
Sends it right down, dude. Like, what do you do in that situation, man?
You react with your superhuman reactions.
Exactly. You hit the core, you know? Like,
exactly.
As long as you left click, you win, right?
Yeah, you know, master strike, master all.
That might be true, but yeah, the one that's clearly hasn't mastered the way of living so far is the side of Spring Maestro, as he's so low and loses his life onto the back end from Fang. A beautiful Giga Blast to send Spring Maestro off the map here. More damage being sent forward. It's II dash forward, and there goes the goalie as well. They dribble the core up and return to Brazil. Finds himself in an also familiar situation.
Yep, and you know, Spring Maestro was caught in a barrage storm, just pellets flying everywhere down from the clouds. And they're really unfortunate.
And then the Giga Blast, you know, like just to add a little bit of a cherry on top. And you know, speaking of damage though, we have the other team here of Turkine's Cats looking for a response as their own, as Atsuro is also low already. It's Kitty Bagel that loses out to the drums on the top side though. Scream Elves dashes forward here and picks up a barrier as well as the goal.
Wow, that was very fast point. Bouncy castle map, you know.
Definitely, and Happy Ghost looking in such a good position here, as well as a good position to pick up all of these KO awakenings that have just shown themselves.
Oh, Dead Eye!
Oh,
that's...
no might denial? And a prize fighter actually goes onto the center. Oh no, they're saving the might for their ex. And they don't deny that as well?
Wow.
Wait, he takes cars to last? What?
I mean, the team player is, you know, this on Kazan goalie, so like...
I mean, I get that part, but like, what about the rest? What?
I don't know, game is game,
I'm just gonna pretend I did not see that happen as they lose 2 lives already. It's Scream House here picking up the buff in the middle as well as the second barrier as well. Fang unfortunately loses on the 1v1 and gives a little bit of time for them to, oh my god, Kitty Bagel picks up a kill as well. Scream House here on the back end, managing not to win out that 1v1, tries to keep the core in play here for just a little while longer though. Fang managed to clear that core out. A Giga Blast puts Kitty Bagel also low, puts Spring Maestro also low here on the backside. Atsuro picks up kill with a combo. A core flip here for the side of Scream House as he picks up that middle buff yet again.
Can I just point out that Scream got max prize fighter stacks in like the first 20 seconds? Like, nice.
He did. Oh my god, dude. I'm still in shock, honestly, at the awakening pick here. We have Spring Maestro picking up that Among Titans, right? To give them that extra size. But no might of the Colossus from Return to Brazil. And Scream House picks up yet another goal.
I mean,
they're getting punished for that, I would say. Like, oh my word, man.
Yeah, they're a little bit sussy. You know, game is game.
That is true indeed, as Return to Brazil gets bullied here already. You know, a little bit of a mirage as well. The pellets fly through as Fang and Estelle here look for a 1v1. Fang wins out that 1v1. Tries to send the call up is Kitty Bagel, but Return to Brazil not in the right position to receive it though, as they get dumped constantly, and Turkine's Cats are in such a tough position here.
Wow.
The Estelle falls off the map. That is Spring Maestro off the map already. Scream Elves looks for the second kill as well. Atsuro finds the first barrier, looking to dribble it down to his teammate here. Her teammate here is Atsuro, as the call bounces in such an unfortunate angle. They try to dump the side of Kitty Bagel here, but but Kitty Bagel fights back, and Atsuro is also low. Never mind though. Fang picks up yet another kill.
And I mean, Kitty Bagel is doing phenomenal on the defense right now, but the The forwards are just getting spawn killed. Like I don't know.
Like look at that. Like the Estelle here, Offspring Maestro, forced into the goo bubbles here, just taking so much damage. Like you said, Kitty Bagel performing extremely well, but does it matter when they can't score?
Yeah, I feel like I'm just waiting for the A-Rush.
Another kill. Yep. Another kill on the board already. Fang here tries to hold on, sends the call forward here on the Scream Mouse. Scream Mouse does not find the second barrier. They are having a little bit of a tough time finding the second barrier, but they do get a lot of kills. As I say that though, finds the second barrier. Atsuro tries to dash forward here to pick up that goal as well, but doesn't find it just yet. Is the II dash core flip here coming out from the side of Kitty Bagel to try and send it away, but it's not enough as it doesn't find a goal just yet. It sends it away though, as the Estelle here of Spring Maestro is also low. Scream Mouse does have that core flip, sends it down, almost hits the demon angle from Return to Brazil, finds a kill as well, dribbles this core here in that midfield, goes for a little bit of a play, and oh my word, what a good reaction, Kitty Bagel, as Kitty Bagel keeps the core alive and keeps us in play for just a little while longer.
Yeah, I mean, the defense from Kitty Bagel is just being unbreakable right now, like impossible to score.
That is true, but at the same time, if they cannot score, okay, or just enlist Atsuro to score for them. That works out well. What are we watching, Loco?
Iron Wolf Kitty. Let's go.
I just watched 5 minutes straight of Turkine's cats getting spawn killed. And then Atsuro own goaling.
I mean,
and Kitty Bagel loses both barriers in like 20 seconds.
I think there's like
Scream Mouse here, picks up a kill on the bottom side. They might have to. What are we watching?
It's like that glitch pop was meant for an enemy, not the core. I didn't know it was there.
They might be playing a different game than what we are currently spectating, as yet again we got more damage on the ball and the A-Rush. Zentaro gets the Zen mask, dude.
It's over. I'm closing my eyes like this is an R-rated show I can't watch.
Oh my word, bro. Like, I mean, the only way that I can see Turkine's cats coming back here is to potentially shut down Scream Out and ensure that the prize fighter does not stack up, because once it does, it ain't stopping. The pain train ain't stopping, man.
You know, I am gasped that you even see a way, but like, oh my god, what? What? Oh, nah. There's the way.
Excuse me?
Never mind. Castle's curse.
Like, I don't even know how to react to that, Loco. They find a response with a kill and the second barrier as well as they look for the goal here, but it might not be enough. Kitty Bagel here, never mind. It's Fang on the bottom side. Sends it in with a barrage. A hero play from Return to Brazil. Unfortunately, like you said, short-lived.
Yeah, you know, just do it again, Return.
All we need is another triple kill here, Return. Like, it's all you need to win. Atsuro does go for that dash that cancels out that elusive here for the side of Spring Maestro, but it might not be enough. Does not manage to pick up the kill here, but Spring Maestro, oh my god, the Zentaro with that damage and that size as well. Do you see the size of the ultimate, Loco? So much damage here being thrown out as well from Atsuro onto the side of Return to Brazil. Return to Brazil is forcing Scream Out to pop that core flip already, as Scream looking for the right to live on the back end here. More damage gets thrown out here from every single teammate, every single player on the field.
Yeah, I mean, surprised to not see any KOs right now, you know? We saw a lot, but then,
we saw one. There it is. The first kill already to show itself on the board as Scream Out picks up the first goal barrier, looking for a second one. Kitty Bagel also low already. Here comes the Giga Blast as well to add on to all that extra damage sending forward. The Estelle is back on the board, but it might not be enough. Return to Brazil off the board as well. Like you said, the forwards are just getting spawn killed right now. Atsuro unfortunately loses out the 1v1 against Spring Maestro here. Scream Mouse on the back end here to pick up their core, though sends it forward. Here comes the blink as well, but the core is held on the back end. Never mind, though they pick up the gold barrier as well as Kitty Bagel managed to save it out just a little while longer. Here comes the core flip from Frank. A barrage to send it through. Scream Mouse tries to go for the stun, but does not find it. However, it's Atsuro finds the goal all by herself.
And that is brutal. I mean, the A rush just equals more damage after KO, more damage after KO. Like, nice.
It is, and Scream Mouse already finding the first barrier here. A very quick response, but responds back towards its return to Brazil to try to pick up a kill, but no, loses out their midfielder instead. Kitty Bagel here doing such a good job here on the back end to keep it away from Scream Mouse. As I say that, the casters curse. Kitty Bagel loses the 1v1 twice. And losing out the goal as well.
Well, that was eventful. I
don't know how to feel about this game, Loco.
That's not even Omega Strikers. That's just League Legends. Like,
you just watched 2 games of League, man.
Nice, man. Nice. Like,
I mean, hey, at the very least,
one
like
KO a minute.
It is. Like, I genuinely cannot keep up with how many kills are on the board right now.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, so how many KOs?
We got
18, we got 21, 22. Almost 2 KOs a minute. Almost 2 KOs a minute. What?
What was that, man? I mean, you know, at the very least, like, Return to Brazil got a clip, right? Like, that one's definitely going in the montage, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, that is messed up.
That triple kill was crazy, dude, but holy shit,
yeah.
like...
Can we add Return to Brazil to the MVP votes, please?
We might just need him up there. But holy, just so much damage here, like, on the board for both of the games. Like you said, were we even realistically watching Omega Strikers at that point?
No, I lost sight of the core. All I saw was red.
Everybody saw was red, man. I swear, like, the core was genuinely a secondary
it was a side quest.
It was a side quest, yeah, it was a side quest, right? Blood first, core later, you know?
Yeah,
oh my god.
That's fine. I don't know, and
like, what?
It's something, but you know, we need to, like, figure out who the MVP is, because genuinely I have zero clue. Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know what I was watching, man. Like I just saw damage everywhere.
It's like, I don't know who to make MVP. Everyone's just shooting abilities at people. Like, I don't know.
It's like, who was the best one to land abilities? I guess. Like, what? There's just so much damage from every single player there. Even on the back end as well, from both the goalies, they did so much damage.
Yeah, that was...
wow, dude.
That was I'm gonna need to go to rehab after casting that.
We might indeed. Holy, like, what a crazy KO game. 2 crazy KO games, actually. Back to back as well. Like, holy, man. Like, holy, that's all I have to say, man.
Yeah. You know what I say? Game is game. Crikey, that was a intense match.
Yeah. Crikey, indeed, dude. Oh my word! I mean, like, I would like to, like, you know, yap a little while longer, give our final thoughts here, but, like, frankly, after that, I don't know how much I really am thinking to begin with, because what did we watch, man? What?
There's a dino nugget on my head.
There is a dino nugget on his head. But holy, like, 2 crazy back-to-back KO games here coming out from the side of Turkine's Cats and Happy Girls, and, you know, a 2-0 stomp, unfortunately, for Turkine's Cats.
So yeah, really, really unfortunate event, and
Yep.
another unfortunate event. The dinosaur has disappeared.
The dinosaur is gone. And I mean, like, you know, they don't need me around anymore, I guess. Like, I can happily go on strike now. But yeah, well, what a game! Like, what games, bro? Like, I really don't know what to say, man. Like, there is no final closing statements for this one. There is no closing statements for this game, ladies and gentlemen.
Now we went
It was
from,
just KO after KO after KO.
It's like we got the top of both worlds. We got Giovanni S tier like core control, and then we just had not even S tier KO. Like I don't know what's above S tier. Like you know, it's like
That's
the only
sure,
tier.
I mean, yeah, like just so many kills, so much damage being thrown out here by every single player, but just nothing to really say about that one, that's for sure. But still, congratulations to both Happy Girls and TMCT. I believe TMCT are still undefeated in their own bracket, and you know, let's see if any team can take them down for once, but we'll have to see in next week potentially of EUSL. Until then, I've been Xylo.
And I've been Loco. I was looking for the
Yeah,
dino.
you were looking for the dino. No dino, man. Anyways, it's been Xylo and Loco. Stay tuned, because we have more games for you later. But for us, we are out.
Yeah, see ya.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are live once again now for this game 3 of the day, Series 3 Obscure Raw versus the Zoo. Joining me today is the one, the only, the wonderful Sloth. Tell me about these games, Sloth, coming up. There's some implications going on with this very series, right? Some important things to note.
Yes, most definitely. This series has some importance to it because it is between Zoo and Raw. Now, obviously, Raw is trying to make the run into playoffs still, being 1-3 currently. They are going up against Zoo, and it's an important game for them for various reasons. First of all, the projected opponent that are gonna like fight for that 4-5 space, right? Barring any upsets, is likely going to be between Raw and Girls, right? Because both of these teams have really strong showings. They had a really rough start of the season schedule, which means their current scores were a bit fake. So they have an easier finish to the season compared to all the other 3 teams that are currently not in that playoff section. So them winning against Zoo would have really great odds for themselves because Happy Girls was not able to get that win. That would put them 1 game above Happy Girls already, which would force Happy Girls into a situation where they need to win against them in that Week 7 matchup that they have. Also, a team that very much cares about this outcome is Turkey's Cats. Turkey's Cats is currently now standing on 1-4, right? Not incredibly good, but they need things to go specifically their way. Really quick, I took the liberty of running the funny little prediction numbers. If Zoo ends up winning this scenario here, Turkey's Cats are already at a low percentages. They're looking at like 16 out of 512 remaining situations where they can make it directly into playoffs, and they get 36 situations where they make it into at least tiebreakers, which is not a lot, right? It's looking bad. It's gonna look even worse if Raw wins, though, because if Raw ends up winning the series, Turkey's Cats goes down to only 4 remaining situations where they make it in, and 14 where they go into tiebreakers, which means their chances at making playoffs out of all remaining scenarios directly are going below 0%. So Cats here are really rooting for Raw to not get this victory against Zoo. Other playoff implications as well. If Zoo takes the series, they're not like 100% locked, but they're like incredibly close to it. They're 100% in tiebreakers, and they're like 98% indirectly. So for them, also a very important game for certain.
Absolutely. All right. Well, you heard it here. If you are a Cats fan, you know who to be rooting for. Put those meows in the chat for Obscure Raw. Get your predictions in because we are about to get into game here. To note, this is an Oni Village game, not an AtLab game, and for you, the Zoo fans, a little bit of a it might be a wrench in the plans there for those those predictions because they are running 2 subs today. They're going to have Ivy Snivian and Nefarious Deeds. So we'll see. It'll be a different match for sure than what we might be familiar with, but we will be getting into the game soon here on Oni Village very soon. You know, this Among Titans ad rush start. What are you thinking about these awakenings for this map?
I mean, if we're considering Oni Village, right, with ad rush, it's gonna be a bit difficult to get incredible value out of it. Looking at the comps that have been drafted, Obscura has the chance of doing something, right? You have a Vice and Net, that Vice is gonna damage dump a lot, but I feel like across the board, there's mainly just going to be an Among Titans pickup. That speed is gonna be instrumental to a map like Oni Village, where you are playing in such big open areas, where you need to have core control. So I think it's just gonna be a pure game of speed. And looking at the characters that have been locked, I'm currently eyeing the Kai, which is very likely going to end up going onto Venom Yami here. Obviously, a pick he very much enjoys playing, and a pick that works really well on a map like this as well. So even though, personally, I would like to have the Kai in a goalie position on a map like Oni Village, I feel like it kind of works together with Venom's proficiency on the pick, together with just a pure speed that he does get by Among Titans starter. There's also potential they're going a bit of a funny comp here, because he could do double Among Titans and a Dren Rush on Umi, which would make Rasmus a bit big. So I think that's what we can kind of be looking out for. Also, hey, Zoo's not playing main roster. That means we're not seeing Atlas Estelle Rasmus. It is a day to rejoice.
Ooh, true, absolutely. Yeah, different game. Yeah, you're right. The comp has been dismantled from its core. It's fundamental. The players are not there to pilot it, but you're absolutely right about this Erasmus play, right? That's what I would do if I was in. Okay, that's not what they did though. They don't care about that. It is Among Titans across the board, like you were saying. Now this is an absolute, like, we are among the Titans.
Wait, I'm seeing something here. It was a mistake once. At this point, I'm not sure if it is a mistake. Yuki again is on the momentum boots. I repeat, Yuki again is playing momentum boots. It might be... This one, it feels more on purpose. Because you're an Oni Village, right? You do not necessarily have the ability to get yourself involved with the jack button plays. So having momentum boots is going to help you cover your barrier a bit more efficiently. And we've seen how she played it last week when she played it on Amy's app. You can play it the exact same way here to actually get the value out of it. So I'm curious to see how well that's going to translate.
Yeah, I 100% believe that this is on purpose. The secondary does come out, Yuki teleporting to it, getting the core up to Venom Yami, who is going to secure that barrier down to Umi, who is going to lose core control from Ivy on the Estelle. Primary comes out, not going to find anything with it just yet. Vice channeling the ult, Yuki teleports back, and this core is just floating around on neutral. No barriers down yet for the side of Obscure Raw. This is a great Oni defense coming out from this Vice as the first barrier falls for Raw.
They do get the first barrier, but it's Oni Village, right? That second barrier is what you're going to be worried about, and that's exactly what Venom's going to be confirming as well with that flip together there. Gets it off of Scythe, obviously Drakkar, not a weak pick on a map like this, but against a flip, you're going to be having difficulties dealing with it. Talking about difficulties, though, flip comes out, gets answered by Umi properly. Reverse flip gets caught, though, by Umi yet again. So, important point there, especially because Venom Yami was eating a lot of damage at that point.
Yeah, Venom was really in the play, and that was so important for Umi to really secure that goal off of Scython's flip. Great parry of that flip. Yuki, though, is going to use that ultimate to get some pressure off, especially as Umi has been taken low now. The damage is being stacked onto both Umi and Venom. The Molten Bolt comes out, burning all 3 members of Raw. But a barrier does go down, and now it is 1 barrier apiece. Zoo, Obscure Raw, both fighting for this most pivotal, important barrier in Oni Village.
Yeah, and Umi's almost about to get it, but good patience from Scythe there will actually hold on to it. Never mind, the strike goes past the shotgun. That's what you don't want to be seeing if you're playing something like Drakkar. That misaligned angle is gonna be a difficulty to be dealing with, and Obscura really swiftly took advantage of it. Taking this first set now, and we're going into a first draft, Kai first pick is gonna enable a lot of speed awakenings for a pickup, which is gonna make this even bigger of a threat to be dealing with. Looking at stuff like the aerials, and maybe even the Castellas Glass Cannon, also not a terrible pickup. But yeah, makes sense. Aerial's going on to Kai for the first pick, expecting a Glass Cannon here for the Drakkar.
Glass cannon, yeah, on the goalie. That makes sense. I wonder if maybe this Rasmus that is already so much of a nuisance, letting him get more size, become even bigger with this among Titans, is a risk that you want to take. I'm not sure about the risk reward there. I am not in the box. Scython is. That is Stinger going down. This is Oni Village. You know, the damage isn't that important, but we are getting into this second set now. The barrier is already down for the Zoo. Still has one left. Loses that last barrier. Now it is an open barrier for the side of the Zoo, while Obscura has yet to lose one. Okay, there we go. We lost one.
Yeah, right now it very much looks like Zoo is just having difficulties dealing with that Kai pick, right? Venom is just completely controlling this midfield area, completely taking over the core control, and it's just a bit difficult for the side of Zoo to really position themselves on a map like this to completely shut down a pick like that.
Oh.
Not even to mention, I wanted to say how much Yuki involves herself on the offense helps a lot as well. Does die for it, but again, the Rasmus pick from Umi is gonna do the magic up front, and the goal lead is gonna go in favor of Obscura.
I just so offensive, right? But yeah, getting taken advantage of. Good find from the side of the Zoo, but alas, it was for naught. That Umi, like you're saying, is just so effective once he is able to get up there, get in their face, and score. As now 2 barriers do go down for the side of Obscura, and this could be the first point of this set for the Zoo, and that is going to be secured by Ivy Snivy on the Estelle.
And important as well that Ivy does get goal credits and gets KO credits if Zoo does end up winning a set like this, because we do have that spark of leadership on this Estelle, right? You do want to start stacking that and get that just pure stat advantage going for yourself. So really good that Ivy was able to get that goal secure there, as we're now back into an attacking state for Obscura. We've been here often before. The flip doesn't find its way onto the barrier, but the pendulum swing will confirm it. 3 flips though on the side of Zoo. One comes out now. Second one comes out from Neff now as well, which puts Venom Yami down to stagger, but not out of the game just yet, as the damage is surprisingly strong on both sides here.
And damage is coming out. Of course, you kind of expect that with this Vice. Now power play, though. Venom Yami taking out its Snivy. Ivy Snivy, I apologize, is trying to get the core to Nefarious Deeds. Get it through. Yuki not going to find it just yet. Venom back on the field. Molten Molt comes out. Just a good enough distraction for Nefarious Deeds to get down onto the core to sink it into the net. And now this is the Zoo up 2.
Zoo up 2, and they want to keep that momentum. Scython has a flip as well, so can freely give a barrier, right? It's only Village, we don't really care about one of them, but that second barrier is going to be a difficult one to be taking from him, as one barrier gets found now. Umi trying to set up with probably a potential pendulum swing here. No, doesn't have the cooldown. Yuki also trying to get involved. Meanwhile, Venom just being taken out the game by the Stingers and Taro. That damage just adding up over time. Difficult to deal with it, as the attack does not slow down now, because Zoo, they get the core out every once in a while, but it almost immediately gets returned, especially because Yuki is playing such an aggressive line on this Vice.
Aggressive indeed, and maybe a little bit too much so, as the first barrier does go down, but of course it is only the first barrier. Oni Village, we gotta crack open both of them now. Umi with the core, we've been in this situation before. Venom with the Giga Blast is going to keep core control for just a little bit longer. Scython with the secondary after car red cores uses the flip to get it out. Yuki now up and around to Umi, who has a flip in front of the net, has the pendulum sling, uses it, finds the secured goal, and now that is an open goal on overtime. Oni Village. Obscura now needs to sink this in. Yuki has the flip for if things go wrong on the defensive side.
They would really love not to have to use that flip though, but Yuki does end up going for it, and the barrier falls either way. Again, Venom just being so low, not able to participate in the game at all. Even if he got a little bit too close to Neff there, he probably would have just ended up dying, and Zoo does get the translation there into the goal. First pick for the Zentaro. You would have loved for Ivy to be the first pick, especially if we do have a Spark of Strength here. But honestly, if you're damage dumping and you're Zentaro, you have damage options here, or you just take away more speed, which is also incredibly valid.
So very valid, and of course the Spark of Strength has to be denied. You know, I did say, it's Stinger, it's not going to matter, it's Oni Village, you know, but it has been mattering. This damage has been so effective at keeping Venom Yami out of the play. I do see this big fish being picked up by the Rasmus. That's even more size for Scython to have to deal with. But on the flip side, that is a missile prop coming out from Scython. So, you know, there's counterplay all across the board here, Sloth.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like the saving grace now for that whole KO game plan, take out Venom, make sure this Kai does not get himself involved in any way, shape, or form, is the fact that Kai on a base level has almost no stagger, almost no survivability, and wasn't able to pick up anything like that in the draft so far either, right? The Reptile Resilience, no, Reptile Remedy, my bad, hasn't come around yet. You don't have a bulk up that gives you HP. The Big Fish was a pickup for Rasmus, which makes sense. Rasmus with double sides is something to be dealing with. But I feel like if the side of Obscura cannot find a way to start getting Venom into somewhat more of a safe space without just continuously being taken out, it's going to be difficult for them if they cannot find that.
But Obscura has been here before, especially even on this map. Venom just needs a little bit of time to warm up, but now the target has shifted to Umi, who is now taken so low. The stagger bar is gone, has that recovery drone for if things go excessively south, and yes, forced to use it there as it is popped. Now both Venom and Umi looking very low, but both gold barriers are down for the side of the Zoo. Venom in front of the net. 2 flips though, 1 burned. Ivy Snivy having to use theirs to get it out, and now Nefarious Deeds with the core up to Yuki, who has flip. Could use it to get it to their forwards to accelerate the play. The secondary coming out from the Vice behind. Uses it to get it to Venom. Both forwards now on Obscura trying to fight for their lives, trying to find a way to get this core in, and know that it's a power play now for the Zoo. Yuki with the flip.
With the flip, doesn't find the barrier. Scython, the goal. On the other hand, the Scython will find it, but a great power chord coming out from Yuki there, catching that clear. Scython not reading that properly, and puts Obscura even in this set now, even though it looked pretty grim for them. And overall, I feel like it's still a bit scary. Obscura doesn't have a lot of evades to be working with here. Only one on either of their forwards as Venom is working up on his way to a second. No barrier has dropped yet. The piercing shot will find one. The strike will find the second. And the attack from Nefarious D does not slow down. Yuki will have to use that Vice Ultimate to stay alive here, and will do that as Obscura tries to get themselves into another attacking position and just can't really get it done. The piercing shot will find the KO and Vice here, and now the flip in front of the net. Surely this has to be it. No, a great barrage from Venom Yami will slow it down, and slow it down to play it will, because no one can reach that core fast enough. Yuki is almost back on the field, but the strike ward win by Nefarious Deeds will set it right in.
Yeah, this is just a tough situation to be in if you're Obscura. It's really feeling like Ivy Snivy is taking all of the right positions to just take the most advantage of Yuki, right? A lot of these ability usages coming out from Ivy have Yuki in the crosshairs, really just cutting off that momentum boost's viability, right? We still have the secondaries coming out, but so much of this game plan feels like it relies on using that additional mom boot speed. But fortunately, you do have Venom back there who can play a little bit of a second goalie, you know, not unfamiliar with the role. But he is looking really low now, and this could be a very dangerous place to be for Obscura.
Yeah, Zeus very much employing the idea of, hey, we're gonna be on top of core all the time. If you're trying to share space with us there, you're gonna be taking damage, because a lot of our abilities will do damage passively to you. We have piercing shots, we have crystal thorns, we have Zentaro's entire kit, and the Drakkar shotgun is also not to be underestimated. And that makes it so difficult for the side of Obscura to properly contest the core and get into the areas where they want to be. They need to find passing plays around the entirety of Zoo, but that's just so difficult with all the range that they have to themselves as well. And another KO. Ivy Snivy, just a perfect sniper today with these piercing shots. Already 2, if not 3 KOs found just on Yuki being a little bit too close on the goal line. They cannot find the goal yet. Yuki is gonna be back on the field, but Zoo is still looking incredibly strong here together with their flip on Scython even. Maybe don't even have to use it. Neff trying to translate this goal here, but cannot find it. Has a flip on Zentaro. This is the last point of their set potentially here, so they don't want to be holding on to these flips for too long. One coming out from Scython now. But still, no attack has found the second barrier off of Zoo.
There's a lot to be fought for here as the flip does come out from Nefarious Deeds. Waited for the perfect time to use it. Thinks it into the bottom corner. Yuki just does not have the tools to deal with such a fast core in overtime, and being unable to break down that last barrier from the side of Zoo. Great defense coming out from Scython. Had a very well-placed core flip to stop Venom Yami's Barrage, but now we are into this draft. Stacks on Stacks is going to go on to Ivy Snivy, and that's going to be some more speed to contest with.
And more importantly, takes the speed away from Venom Yami, right? Because that is the difficulty of Akai when he turns into that speed demon. What's also going to be difficult, though, is because we do have a 1-2 punch on Nefarious Deeds now. So I feel like if he really felt like it, he can just kind of start the game plan of sit on top of enemy goalie or midfield and just make their life absolutely miserable. And then it becomes very difficult to play against. As you can see, again, Venom down to like almost, I don't know how much HP, but very little HP. No evades either now.
Not enough HP to really stay in the play. That's all. That's the only number that matters, right? But is going to regen. Might have gotten an orb there, but that at the cost of a barrier. Bolt is going to come out. It is going to just very clip the edge of the opening barriers there. And now Umi with the core, great strike shot, but another strike out of Umi is going to secure that barrier. And now it is once again 1 barrier to none. We've been in this situation before. We have a lot of tools that we can use to crack this open, but Obscura is really going to have to lock in here against this core flip.
They do sufficiently defend it, though, but again, 2 core flips still on the side of the Zoo. Ivy Snivy has one on this Estelle, might want to use it here as well. If they can't even get the goal in like that already, because again, they're keeping up the pressure, and it's just increasingly difficult for someone like Umi to set himself up and take these barriers. A good fake out from the primary there, actually, will mix up the timing from Scythen and get the barrier. Now Obscura finally have that open goal, or looking to translate this into a goal as well, but the strike wars are just being found by the side of Zoo. The flip gets denied by Nefarious Deeds there, so it doesn't even get a clear out of it, as it's so difficult because as soon as Obscura gets a core into the enemy half, it almost immediately comes out again with all this pressure, all this power that the Zoo has defensively. But if you can get a setup like this, where you can get Venom Yami to carry the core up front and then just use that huge Rasmus primary to confirm the goal, that's what you want to be looking for, but it's so difficult for them to consistently set that up.
Very difficult to set up indeed. 1 barrier does go down, though. Venom Yami and Umi seem to have found a little bit of their flow together to really nail that consistency down now in the hands of Venom Yami. Down to Umi, going to send it to Scython, who's going to send it up. Yuki now channeling the ultimate out of Vice, not going to find anything except for more of core control on the side of the Zoo from it. Venom, though, is looking very worse for wear. Been in this situation before so far. Going to try to navigate back to get this orb. Does manage to pop the Kai secondary and get it. Venom Yami will be surviving for a little bit longer as Yuki is taking a little bit of his position. Umi, though, does manage to find the barrier. Now that is 2 barriers to 1. We've been here before, though. Obscura just needs to hold on to the defense, and beautiful positioning from Umi is going to just put off so much intimidating aura that Scython is just unable to respond to.
Yeah, at that point, Venom did a really good job staying alive. That forced Zoo to use so many abilities, and they didn't even get the KO out of it, which meant they had less abilities to work with defensively and offensively. So, very good point for them in the end there. As a flip comes out from Scythe, and Umi has a flip, doesn't hit the core. Umi still has the recovery drone, so even if he does get KO'd here, he's not going to be out of the point just yet. And Obscura, obviously, just 1 goal away from setting us into a set 5 here as well. So, very much hoping to close it out as early as they can and just keep riding this momentum that they seem to be having found so far. The barrage will be enough to get a passenger car. Now Umi trying to set up with his big Rasmus hitbox, but cannot find any kind of clean setup. They're just passing around, which is very smart. Venom is about 2 strikes away now from getting the flip here. Has it now. Barrage's flips, doesn't hit the core. Venom no evades, will die here, but never mind. Miscommunication on the defense there. Neither Ivy Snivy or Scythen were able to get to the core, and we're going to a set 5.
Everyone understood the mission of kill Venom Yami, kill Umi, just a little bit too much. Everyone wanted to be a part of that, and yes, the miscommunication will lead to this set 5, maybe even a 0.5, we will see. That is built driven over the might of the Colossus here for the Rasmus. We're going for that full size Exodia without the might. We will see how that works out. It should work out. It's size on Rasmus, and of course, this is going to be prime time on Kai. This could be the draft that Obscura really needs to secure this game.
It's a scary draft all around, though, because you get prime time for Kai, gonna help a lot with that midfield control. You get more size on Rasmus, 3 size awakenings now, gonna be incredibly huge, all of those hitboxes. And I feel what I'm more a bit worried about is the fact that you get hotshot on Drakkar. That's gonna make the clears a lot more strong, a lot more efficient, and also give you some of those cooldowns back. You get the adrenaline rush on Nefarious Deeds, which does help if you do find the KOs, which, to be fair, Zoo hasn't been finding that consistently anymore, but it's a thing of if you get the snowball going, it's going to be even worse. And also, you have Spark of Leadership, Spark of Focus now on Ivy Snivy, which means all of this ability dumping that he had to deal with before, it's just going to happen even more now. So Obscura will have to adjust, but both sides playing it up pretty evenly right now.
Navigating a very dangerous defensive situation is not going to be enough, as Yuki is taken out by the Slice and Dice. That's not the Slice and Dice, that's the Oni's blade, something like that. Power of the Oni coming out from Nefarious Deeds is going to secure the goal now for Zoo, taking the first point. Venom being taken immediately to 0 with no evade. This is a very dangerous situation, but fortunately 2 orbs are on the field. Well, he only got 1, and then he got taken out. That is 2 flips, almost 3 to none. This is a very dangerous situation, and the flip from Nefarious Deeds is going to sink it for the team, and now the Zoo is up by 2.
They got the ability dump on Venom Yami, they got him low, and that's gonna make it so difficult because now you don't have a connecting piece between your teammates anymore, which now puts Zoo 1 goal away from taking this game 1, and they're not giving up the pressure at all. Almost takes a barrier there, well defended by Venom Yami as the attack will go out again. But Scythen, again, keep in mind, he is off-rolling here, usually is the forward for Zoo, doing a really good job on this Drakkar goalie to just get the core out, not give them the space to be working with, using stuff like a Molten Bolt there as well, to just disable Umi as like a whole, because he's just going to turn into a slug once he is slowed down like that. So we'll see who's going to be able to find the second barrier here next. You would love for the side of Obscura to get this barrier without having to use the flip on Venom Yami, but looking at the HP bars, it's going to have to go soon, and he's out.
One final fateful flip from Venom Yami is going to keep the barrier alive for just a little bit longer, but this is a power play 2v3. The barrier goes down now in front of the net. Nefarious Deeds with a strike right through Yuki, going to win the strike war, and that is going to be the Zoo taking this first game of the series now up by 1 game.
Up by 1 game in this series, and it's an important game for them as well, right? Again, to reiterate, Zoo is like basically locked for playoffs if they win this. They're not guaranteed, but it's like basically, it's like 2% or something left where they don't make it, which means they want to close this out as soon as they can, and they don't want to be giving opportunities to Obscura to come back here. And even though this was an incredibly close series, Zoo was able to take it in the end, and I feel like you can kind of see that in the stats as well, because Zoo across the board had a little bit more core involvement, which made it a lot more difficult. Obscura, it was very heavily on Venom Yami to do the work, which is why the strategy of just take out Venom worked so well for Zoo.
It did indeed, and it was just showing incredible results here. I mean, look at these damage numbers, like you're saying, 10 KOs. That was everything that the Zoo needed, really showing that, yeah, you can KO on Oni Village, and yeah, it can be very effective, especially like that Kai, right? The big threat on Oni Village has the speed, has a way to keep the core in his possession, but can't keep the possession if you're dead. I mean, that is to say, Umi played incredibly well despite that, right? So did Yuki, so did Venom. They were able to fight back up into a set 5, right? The size on the Rasmus was so dangerous, and the Yuki mom boots, it worked out when it was able to be, you know, functional, when you weren't in that power play, right? So, you know, it while it was on purpose this time, I think we got our value out of it. Absolutely.
Yeah, it ended up just being a bit too difficult to defend with, because you have so much pressure coming up from Zoo, and Vice on a map like Oni Village, already not like the best pick defensively. Difficult to get the value out of it, and even though the playstyle has adjusted itself to maybe work, in the end, that little bit of movement speed buff that you get on Vice for Yuki there, if a Kai with the aerials and among Titans is going to be too slow to get involved in the play because there's so much damage, I don't think a Vice is going to be able even have a slight chance at doing that. So I feel like it's fair that it's been tried out. I feel like the result now kind of come to show itself as well. It's not 100% win rate anymore, and funnily enough, you could now at this point say it's better to accidentally pick it than on purpose.
Wait, that's such a real, true fact. That's crazy. Hey, Yuki, just like run your mouse over all of the goalie gears with your eyes closed. Just click, 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 and whatever you end up on, you know what? I think that's your way in. That's your ticket, right? But
I don't know if I want to see Pauldron's Vice. I don't know. Like,
would you have? I mean, Sai would run it. Sai is the Pauldron's goalie maniac. But we are going to Atlas Lab, a map where we might actually, we might see that Vice coming out again, right? From what I understand, this is a better map for Vice than Oni for sure, especially since you have a lot of that black hole damage that you can take advantage of.
I would even go as far as say it's probably the best map for Vice in net, because it is so chaotic. There's so much damage that can be put out by the map just being the way it is, and you have easy ways of involving yourself with your secondary in an aggressive possession as well, because your secondary covers like the entire goalie barrier. So just imagine this: you're a goalie, you're trying to defend your barrier. Enemies running at you with 2 or 3 abilities, you're already gonna have to figure out how I can properly defend this barrier, and suddenly there's a Vice secondary coming down on you as well, and that's just being tossed from across the map. So you just have to deal with it now somehow. Like it's just so difficult to do that and defend against that. So the fact that AtLab allows Vice to involve herself in such a way so easily is very much highly valued. And also, quick side note, we do have a roster change going into this next game.
Oh.
Zoo is subbing in their actual goalie. Not really subbing in, I guess. They're bringing the main guy. Yeah, Nero's going to be in net for this game on AtLab here. So, who knows? Maybe we'll see a little bit of a defensive goalie playing again.
That could be something very interesting. Maybe, maybe the team of Obscura is going to be more familiar with, like, Darrow's goalieing patterns, and this is kind of what they're going to be expecting, right? They're expecting a goalie like Darrow, not the Scython to come out, so maybe this could be an answer? Who knows? But we'll see how well this team of Nero, Ivy Snivy, and Nefarious Deeds manages to play together, right? Could be a whole different story.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm mainly going to be curious to see how well Ivy Snivy does in that midfield position when she has someone like Nero in the back, because in that last point, obviously in Roni Village, the goalie can't involve himself all that much, but quite often, Scythons did still have that extra step towards the midfield line and have that extra pressure on that Drakkar pick and helped out with that midfield control. Nero is less likely to do that just due to his character pool naturally. He just can't really walk up the same way, which means that Ivy Snivy is going to have to do a little bit more heavy lifting now when it comes to the midfield area. So I'm curious to see how well she's going to adjust to that. But talking about like how it's going, I'm seeing a Super Surge start. I think Yuki is a bit happy with that one, because that means Vice and Amy, both fair game, both really good on this map, and both excellent Super Surge users.
Absolutely. I would be shocked if we don't see the Amy coming out first pick here. I don't know if anyone on Obscura right now... Wait, what am I talking about? I'm all mixed up. Obscura is definitely going to be first picking it. Absolutely. For first picking Zentaro. That is so fine. Now it is time for the Zoo to respond, right? They're probably going to be taking the Amy here, because I mean, I can't imagine them letting that get through. Right, and I can see why they probably are putting a lot of respect on what Nefarious Deeds is able to was capable of in that Oni Village game, especially with the Super Surge on the board. So the first pick Zentaro does make sense to me.
I mean, it's also a really good pickup for Super Surge. It's really good on this map as well, and Umi is incredibly comfortable on a pick like that. The one thing that I was also a little bit concerned about, that could have been a bit unlucky for Zoo, is the fact that they swapped Nero in now, and then they get the start. Because I'm personally not aware of Ivy Snavy's character pool fully. I'm not very certain Nero's able to play an Amy either. So they have to pick it away here, and they ended up actually picking it away as well. But if you had Scython still in, I know Scython could play an Amy. You know, so it's gonna be a bit of a skill check now as well to see where it's going. And together with the fact that an Estelle and an Amy has been picked, I know Nero has played an Estelle before. I'm not sure if he will play it on this map though. So maybe I don't want to jinx it, but could this be Nero's eject goalie debut?
I would be ecstatic to see that. I'm gonna press tab, but very first thing my eyes are going to is Nero to see what we're working with here, right? And we are working with a Kai and a Rune now coming out from Obscura to round out that comp. I mean, I imagine this is going to be the Kai goalie with Venom on Rune. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Venom loves himself a Rune pick, and especially if he has anything that can help him with cooldowns like that Prime Time, he's gonna do a good job with it. Also gonna allow them the Zentaro and Rune combination kind of allows both of the forwards to play their own game and play through their own win comp, which is why I like a Kai behind it as well, because Kai can facilitate both of them. Kai can facilitate a little bit of damage to enable his Zentaro to go for KOs, or he can facilitate a great control play by Rune by just continuously keeping core up. So I do like, and also it's just comfort characters for all around for Obscura. Yuki has played a decent amount of Kai, probably the least comfort out of everyone, but especially the Zentaro and the Rune for Venom and Umi, they're gonna do God's work for them.
And that's probably why Yuki feels like she can get away with doing something like that, right? We have two of these strong players on their strong picks. So we'll see how the zoo is going to respond to such a force of nature coming out. I am so excited to see what Nero is going to be pulling out here. Is it going to be the debut, or is this going to be a double midfield with Rasmus goalie? I have a feeling it's not going to be the double midfield with Rasmus goalie.
I think if someone's in net, it's gonna be the Estelle, because I'm personally not certain if Neff plays midfield characters. I'm confident that Neff is very much a brawler player, loves himself a little bit of Rasmus, loves himself a bit of Zentaro, so it'd be a little bit less expected to see that Rasmus not be in that brawler position. And I don't know, on paper, I really love an Amy goalie here. Like I said, I think Amy goalie in this map is really good. But I'm not sure if Nero looks it, which means we could still see that Estelle, which I know Nero plays and I know Nero has brought to the field beforehand. So we will see as we're now going to go in. And unfortunately, you don't get to see who it is. And it is Nero in net with the Estelle. So Ivy Snivy being that Amy midfield, as we're going to redo the match really quick just to make sure everyone gets to see the names.
Yes. Yeah, just a quick little remake. Spectator bug, you love to see it. I'm just gonna drop out of that lobby real quick, rejoin it, you know, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, as we say out here. Let me just find that code. No need. With friends like these, you get invites. I love to see it. All right, we're gonna try this again. Hopefully all of the names will be on.
We would hope to see it, but
yes,
yeah, we're not cooking as much as I would have liked to, right? Honestly, I would have been so ecstatic to see a Nero Amy goalie, but it's just not in its ballpark right now, which is fair. You wouldn't want to be picking it in such a situation like this as well, where there are stakes to it, right? Again, reminder: Zoo wins the series, they're basically in playoffs. If they lose the series, they're still looking pretty, but there's chances, you know? And as a competitor, you don't want to be tempting those chances. You just want to be going and winning and getting that secure ticket into those playoffs.
You do indeed, and yes, we have all of the names. This is beautiful. I see everyone as they are meant to be. But absolutely, you want to be on something that is going to be able to secure you that, right? For playing off picks, for playing things that you're not so comfortable, you got scrims for that, you got warm-ups for that. Right, and of course Nero on the strike shot Estelle. This is a good pick in my book. I like it a lot. I don't think eject button is very necessary on Estelle, especially when you can make so much influence with that strike shot. But of course, we are seeing 2 prime times to 2 super surges. Obscura has their idea of what starting awakenings they want, and so does the zoo.
Yeah, very much so, but we're again just extremely explosive off the start again. Both barriers gone on the side of the zoo, but now, never mind, Ivy gets a really nice glitch pop there, actually, to get the goal down and open as well now for the side of Obscura, which means we're in 2 open net situations, which means this is going to turn into who's going to have a better overall control of the open area, which it's going to be the Ivy just with the ability to just cyber swipe across the map like that and be anywhere in a moment's notice, especially with a super search start where you have all of that range to be working with. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. Personally, I'm just very curious to see how well the Estelle goalie is actually going to do. Aside from goalie gear, I feel like it's not the easiest character to play on a map like this, but again, I don't know, maybe I'm just not a knower.
Might not be a knower indeed. A little fun fact, my favorite goalie of all time, You Already Lose, loves playing this Estelle goalie on this map. So hey, little psyche fun fact. But anyways, as we're getting into this second point of set 1, Nefarious Deeds already looking so low. Core flip from Yuki coming out. Nefarious Deeds being pushed down by the barrage. Not going to be KO'd just yet, but there is also so much danger of this Atlas Lab map. And part of that danger is that you could just get a great angle like that Umi finds right down into the bottom, and it is going to sink the goal now. Tied up here. 1-1.
Yeah. I'm also curious to see how well the gear choice for Umi is going to pan out, because Umi ended up going for the Vicious Vambrace here, very much expected to just get damage dumped and has to try to live through it. So we'll see if that's going to find itself some value, or if all this is going to do is going to make Umi slower than he really should be. But as of right now, great banish coming out from Venom Yami here to take out both of the brawlers there. Yuki walking up trying to get herself involved again also. She is on that momentum boots pick, so very much looking to play aggressive positioning, but not trying to overcommit, because you don't have an eject to go back to. The flip comes out from Umi, will find the barrier. The strike sadly missed by Yuki though, and now Zoo again on the offense here. Ivy Snivy about to be taken out. Doesn't die yet. Who does die though is Umi, and then Ivy Snivy follows suit. 2v2 situation now, as Venom's gonna try to set himself up to get some kind of fancy rune plays here with the pillars. Tries to mix up narrow, but the core doesn't really fall the way he wants it to.
Doesn't fall the way he wanted to. Indeed, Ivy Snivy now on the respawn. So is Umi now. This could be anyone's goal to be found. Venom with the secondary is not going to find anything, and Yuki, or sorry, I'm so sorry, not Yuki, Nero is going to get it right past Yuki through the black hole off of the Estelle primary. Great placement from Nero to really sink that goal.
Yeah, walks up, makes use of that Estelle range to get that piercing shot. Yuki not having the primary at that point to cover the goal, unfortunately, which is a bit of a wake-up call as well, right? Because Estelle does have that extended pressure to be working with, which means that ability economy for Yuki is even more important now, because you have to worry about 3 characters trying to take your barriers. But you know how you're not going to be losing barriers? You just walk up yourself and take them, you know? Yuki doesn't stop, actually, just continues to walk up, uses the flip, almost gets the goal in as well, and not a barrier dropped yet. I jinxed it. 1 down, second one not following in the end though, as the Obscura are trying to secure themselves the second point of the first set and try to put us into a 0.5 situation.
They really want that 0.5 situation, but the Nefarious Deeds really wanted that barrier and then really wanted that goal. Nero with a great pass up to Ivy Snivy, who put it in the right place for Neff to get his hands on it and just sink it with that Death's Touch or Pendulum Swing, whatever the Rasmus ability is called. That goes wapoosh and scores the goal. That is now the Zoo 3-1 up in sets.
Really fortunate draft as well, because you get Nero as the first pick and you get a hotshot on this Estelle. Hotshot obviously being an incredibly good pickup for the Estelle, gonna help again with that clear speed, with that extra pressure as well. And even though you get some speed on the Kai and the extra special on the rune, the extra damage as well finding its way onto Ivy Snivy and Nefarious Deeds here are actually gonna enable a playstyle of just again taking out the side of Obscura, which is going to validate the pickup from Vicious Vambrace for Umi here a little bit if you do get the value out of it. But as of right now, Zoo looking pretty.
Zoo looking pretty indeed. Pretty good with 1 barrier already taken, but Obscura responded in kind, taking one of their own. Umi with the passive of Zentaro is going to manage to find the last barrier, and with a nice little passing play through the team up to Umi is going to find the goal. Only strikes needed for this one out of Umi. Well played from the Zentaro.
And that is the 1v1, right? That's a bit difficult to be dealing with because Estelle, like many non-melee goalies, they want to be keeping the core away from the barrier as much as possible because you can defend well from range. You're not going to be doing well in close range though, and Umi was able to get into close range there, also able to get a KO now here, trying to make use of it at Adrenaline Rush to maximum capacity. Is not going to find the barrier yet though, gets down to stagger. Vicious Vambrace getting a little bit of that HP back here, almost down to being non-staggered anymore. But no barrier falling so far as Nefarious Steeds is the next target of the damage from Obscura.
Beautiful evade coming out from Ivy Snivy to stop Venom Yami's Banish from affecting the play. Great stuff coming out now. Open goal for the side of Obscura, and now open goal for the side of Zoo, but Ivy Snivy with a beautiful Imi kill combo is going to find the KO, and now this is a power play for the Zoo. Venom Yami also looking very low, has a pillar, can find a way to make a play, and Nero does not have the abilities or the strike shot to deal with the angle, and as you were saying, right, this Estelle, it can be taken advantage of like that. Venom Yami with the power play goal.
An important goal it is. That puts him 2-0 up in this series, in this set right now, which is going to be a great position to be working from as a flip comes out from Nero now. Yuki close to her flip here, might want to try to run up together with those aerials on the guy, trying to get maybe a double barrier here, uses it, does not get one barrier yet though, but the attack hasn't slowed down. Really nice clear paths though from the Zoo, will keep on to their barriers. One now finally goes down, Umi almost getting a second one there, but the defensive strike layering from the side of Zoo is just a bit too good for them to be going through right now, as the attack is slowly starting to switch sides. Never mind, Obscura still at it.
Obscura still has it. Nefarious Steeds, though, trying to find a way to prove that point wrong. Nero popping the center is going to put a little bit of damage onto Neff. Ivy Snivy with the core. Umi now with the flip into the passive is going to be struck off by Nero. Slaps it out of his hands. Now great layering of the strikes here is going to keep this barrier up, but Yuki and Venom power play, power defensive house, not going to find the goal, but Neff with a great ultimate is going to find it into the barrier, but all of these bounces is going to send it straight back up, and there's just so much uncontrolled chaos that the core is going to float in. That's going to be 3-0 in the second set. Obscura taking the lead.
They do get the lead. They get a first pick on the Centauro here as well, and unfortunately, there's nothing like insane that pops out to you here for that first place pickup. Maybe just going for the twin drive to get those extra dashes in as the Deadeye is finding its way into Nero, giving even more lethality to those piercing shots now. Fighter Flight, solid pickup with the mobility for Venom Yami there, so size is going to be denied off of Nefarious Steeds. Does make sense. Missile propulsion on Yuki is going to be a bit more dangerous as well, because you have Aerial's missile prop, yet you can reach the entire map from anywhere just because you feel like it. And on top of that, it's going to do a lot more damage now as well, which means you got to be a little bit more careful around those edges.
Gonna have to be really careful as 1 Gigablast already comes out, takes Venom to not Venom, but Ivy Snivy to a very unhappy place now, has to get that orb. Nefarious Steeds doesn't have evade either. This is going to be a very dangerous place to be if you are on the Zoo. Nero with the Estelle primary, not going to find anything for it just yet. Yuki and Venom just keeping this defense solid. Strike shot comes out, not going to find anything, but that's going to be a KO actually onto Umi now. The team of the Zoo really coming back from all of that damage that was done to them initially. Loses the barrier once more in this power play, and just not enough team play coming out. But as I say that, the Imi puts down the ultimate, forces the flip out of Yuki, and now Nefarious Steeds and Ivy Snivy in a good place to try and get a goal onto the Zoo, or onto Obscura.
Yeah, but the pressure started to diminish a little bit as the clears are continuously being found by Venom and Yuki here. Really good defensive work, especially off of Yuki on the Sky. Not missing strikes, not misusing these abilities. Almost gets taken out on the edge there, but not enough power on the Rasmus pick to actually get the KO. Venom Yami trying to get the core up front, trying to get Umi involved on the Centauro pick. but it's just so difficult because, again, the Estelle is going to interrupt early. She's going to interrupt with all of these piercing shots. A nice dribble for Umi forces out the flip from Nero, and almost they still get the goal, but no, it gets defended. The barrage now coming out cross map, and a nice dash from Umi will actually secure the goal for them here and put them 1-0 up in this current set.
Will secure it and will really get them into the front-running lead of this game. Nero making Ivy Snivy play a little bit of goalie there, pushing up to try and get a little bit more control. Unfortunately, the Zentaro secondary is just going to be too much for the Ivy to handle. One barrier already down, though, into this next point. Ivy Snivy looking very low. Venom Yami with the flip is going to get it down to Umi, who finds the barrier. Now Slice and Dice coming out. Not going to find anything except for an Imi turret. That is one ability down. Flip in front of the last barrier, using the Zentaro passive to secure it. Now open barrier on the side of the zoo. Venom, though, could be taken out. Great evade coming out from Nero from Venom's Banish. Ivy Snivy, Venom both looking very low. Yuki getting involved now, popping the black hole into play now, letting Venom play goalie, uses the flip, was building it in with a great barrage into the bottom, is going to secure this point of this third set, my apologies.
Yeah, really important there as well. Good run up. Notice that Venom is getting a bit low, can't really contest that midfield area anymore, and that's where the momentum boot pickup will shine, because you can seamlessly transition into midfield play, and Yuki obviously not being unfamiliar playing away from the net here. So doing a really good job there, using that flip and getting the goal, as again, 2 barriers down swiftly, and damage dump has not slowed down in any way, shape or form. Nefarious Deeds now down to Stagger, trying to get himself involved without actually dying. Doesn't end up being taken out by that barrage there, but the barrier still will fall as now open goals on both sides. A little bit unfortunate there that Umi did not get the barrier prior to the flip, but it doesn't matter. The barrier is found either way. Venom Yami now with a flip available will use it in front of the net. Nero trying his best to hold on to it, but the Estelle just cannot get there fast enough. Another 3-0 set for Obscura. This puts them only 1 set away from evening out the series.
Indeed, and they definitely need this set if they want to stay in. But just a very funny situation, of course. Nero, great secondary reaction. Unfortunately, just misread the play. Just a second too late. But we are getting into this draft. Kai is going to wait, as well as Rune here, you know, picking up an Among, and then the Recov. It looks like we definitely wanted to keep size off this Rasmus.
Yeah, that's what's going to be making it difficult for the side of Obscura to play, because the more size Erasmus has, the more difficult it is to play around him. So you don't want to even give him that avenue. You don't even want to give him that chance of getting these bigger hitboxes to be playing around with. And that is obviously the correct choice, but it still works out fine for the side of Zoo, because they found a KO almost immediately there. Obscura still holding on to the second barrier, almost getting one of their own, but a clean strike combination will end up clearing the situation. Umi getting 1 barrier now, trying to get the second one as well. But the defense from Ivy Snivy and Nero is going to be a bit too much for now. Trying to go from a different angle. The black hole will be popped, and now Obscura on the defensive end. The pillar, unfortunately, a little bit misplaced, which is going to mean that the second barrier is going to drop on the side of Obscura. But Zoo will still have to find a way into the goal. Almost do with that piercing shot, but not yet.
Not yet. Secondary coming out from Ivy Snivy, not going to find anything, going to go wide. The cannon coming out, not going to find anything. Barrier, though, is going to be taken as a stray strike. Manages to find it. Ivy Snivy now up, trying to find the clear. Nero has flip. Ivy Snivy burning theirs now. Energy economy still looking good for the side of the Zoo now, as overtime has commenced. Umi looking very low. Ivy Snivy now trying to get their hands on the core. Venom has a flip of their own. It is going to be a battle of the flips. Who is going to have to use theirs first? We have 2 now on the side of the Zoo. Nefarious Deeds using theirs, not finding anything for it just yet. Coming out from Venom is the flip. Umi in front with the Slice and Dice, not going to be enough. The timing not there. Nefarious Deeds now has the core, not going to find anything. Narrow up to Ivy Snivy, up to Venom, who used the secondary off of Rune, going to teleport in. Gigablast is going to send it down. Umi, though, not in a position to take advantage of it. Ivy Snivy with the glitch pop to Nefarious Deeds, up and around The cyber swipe goes wide. Venom now in a potential great situation with Umi not going to find the goal. Glitch Pop comes out, down to narrow, into the piercing shot. This core is going around the world. Cyber swipe out. Yuki, though, in the right position to find it. The ultimate coming out from Aimi. Banish, not going to find anything. Glitch Pop, not going to find anything except for the loving embrace of Yuki, who is going to send it back down to Umi. And now that is a KO. Venom Yami taken out, but Umi is going to strike. Narrow is going to be scored on. And now 1-0 Obscura.
I personally would hate to play out a point like that, because that point has so much weight to it, you know? You have such a long and drawn out point. It goes so fast. Every slight mistake can be the mistake that loses it to you. And if you're the team that ends up losing that point, it feels so horrible, right? It's so difficult to then properly deal with that, because it felt like such a drag to hold on, and in the end you don't actually get the point still. Which means Zoo is gonna have to find some swift points here to get that momentum back, get that mental momentum back, and set themselves up, because now Obscura being able to find that point, they're looking great. Get us 2 barrier off the get-go here as well. Yuki still has a flip, but she doesn't need to use it, but a great banish from Venom Yami is not even gonna force that. Yuki now maybe trying to look to run up here on the Sky pick. No, gets a passing play together with Venom Yami to get Umi set up, and the side of Zoo is just kind of stuck in their own half right now. They cannot get the core out in any comfortable way, and that's again just gonna make it so much more difficult to deal with. A nice piercing shot will get 1 barrier, maybe trying to go for a second one, but the pressure is not letting up, and Venom Yami will find the goal here to put Obscura 1 goal away from evening off this series.
It was such an interaction. It felt like that Razos was moving so fast, almost like he got pushed out of the way. That secondary, unfortunately, was going to spell the end of that point. Unfortunate timing, but yes, Venom Yami credited with the gold barrier going down. This core is so fast already. The ultimate coming out from the Ami flip, coming out from Umi flip, coming out from Venom. This flip ladder coming out from Nefarious Deeds. The power play, though, on the side of Obscura, and it's just going to float in with Yuki gracefully sending some barrage pellets to secure it, and that is going to be Obscura taking their first game of this series now, tying up the series 1-1.
Yeah, especially towards that end, Obscura they played out their pressure excellently. They gave Zoo no area to play in and not a lot of room to breathe, which just kind of ended up in them losing barriers over time. So even though Zoo had a pretty decent showing in this round, it wasn't enough to go past the solidity of Obscura's team comp and play here. And you can see it as well a little bit. There's a lot of damage going around. Zoo actually ended up being the more damaging team here with a total of 7 KOs, but while Obscura only got 3 KOs, but every single time they got a KO, it was so much more meaningful than when Zoo ended up getting that power play. And looking at the goal participation as well, all 3 of Obscura just properly involved. Umi on 4 goals, Yuki on 5, and Venom obviously as a midfielder on 7 here, really showing us that their attacks work through team play and coordination.
And the coordination certainly came out in full force there. I mean, it always felt like that the side of the Zoo were just on the damage back foot, on the KO back foot, but the stats don't lie. Only 3 KOs and so much less damage. It's just showing how effective Obscura was using all of their tools, everything in the arsenal. Now, this team of the Zoo is going to have to find a way to respond to this team play that's coming out, right? They're going to have to try and find a way to, maybe go back to killing Venom, right? We're going to Taiko Temple, so this is a volatile map, of course. We could see a return of what happened in Oni Village.
We are still in Europe. We're still locking in the Atlas and Taiko. Nothing's going to change. And the Taiko Decider is going to be interesting to see where the picks are going to be lying as well, because we've had a few volatile awakenings now, right? You have that Super Surge that is going to enable a lot of characters for a KO-style game plan. And I don't even remember, Oni Village you just had Among Titans, which, yes, it's not necessarily KO enabling, but again, it forces your team into a very specific playstyle that you need to properly execute. So we'll see if something like that happens again in Game 3. if maybe we're going to be forced into, again, a control environment or a KO environment, what I personally would like to see is an Awakening start that allows for both. Because I think both of these teams do well within their own kind of realm. I think Obscura does better when they have the potential to go for KOs, but still have a good baseline of control. They don't want either extreme, right? Meanwhile, Zoo, kind of the same with the way that we've seen them play it out. They can find the KOs, they can go through that KO pressure, but their foundation is always revolving around a strong core control team comp.
Well, do I have a little surprise for you? I am not going to reveal just yet, but you might be pleasantly surprised with what is going to be coming out here. It does kind of lean one way, but there is still definitely an application for another way of playstyle with the starting Awakenings as we get into Taiko Temple. The teams have been given their draft links as we wait for them. I am expecting to see some... This is going to be a very good Game 3, Sloth. I'm excited for this one.
Honestly, as long as Nero doesn't look in Mako, I'm fine with anything. You know, that's the only thing. The only thing I don't want to see here is some kind of defensive goalie. That's honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'll take. I don't even think she's good. She's not good anymore. But we'll see. Taiko Temple, it is going to enable both kind of goalie play styles as well. Yuki being an aggressive goalie. Oh, what do you mean it leads a little bit? This is like the most KO I've ever seen.
I mean, you could definitely... I mean, explosive impact, it can offer speed to certain characters. You can definitely play it in a way that is not excessively KO-y. Sure, with Prize Fighter there, it definitely leans one way, but I'm trying to build a case, okay? I'm trying to say, hey, yeah, you could do a little bit of something.
I mean, that is valid, but yeah, most definitely. I feel like KO is still gonna be what's gonna end up running here, and we have a Vyze and a Zentaro ban, and then Amy first pick. Very expected across the board. Again, Zoo knows how dangerous Yuki's Vyze can be, especially if she has Awakenings like that. And Ra knows that Zentaro here is not a pick you want to be giving up for free, because there's nothing that really matches the value that Zentaro can give you on a start like this. Amy pick going in for Zoo, probably going to find its way onto Ivy again. She had a really good showing on it the last game. In the end, again, it kind of fell short in that control department, but with starting Awakenings like these, you don't necessarily need to be great on that control department. You can just take them out and just kill them outright, especially on a close map like this where your brawler can easily lock in something like an X and not be out of the play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw plenty of KOs coming out from Ivy Snivy on the IME, right? That definitely was not that where they were struggling, right? So I am expecting this start to be way more favorable for them to be picking this up. Great deny against Yuki as well. But yes, of course, this is Estelle Kai coming out from Obscura. Taking away that Estelle? Probably not, right? That's just more of like, I want to play this character into this start on this map. And the Kai, of course, probably... that's probably going on to Yuki again. Yeah, I mean, good performance last game. Why stop there?
Yeah, most definitely. What I really want to see here is, I believe Nero's still in this lobby, still playing for the side of Zoo. I really want to see a Finny pick here. Like, you have a lot of damage potential, and your forwards are already doing a really good job at holding the core control. I know Nero can play a Finny. I'm not sure if you would pull it out, though. Finny on the Prize Fighter start is going to be an absolute damage menace. And on Taiko, also not going to be a bad pick. And that's what he's actually looking. And I am incredibly happy for that, because it adds so much value to this team comp. Because a team comp of Amy Rasmus, where before you have the potential to go for KO, with Finny behind you, you have everything, right? You have everything to work with, which is extremely great for you here. The last pick is going to be the forward pick for the side of Obscura, and they're likely, they're just going standardized. They're saying, you know what? Bring it. Try to KO us. We're going to shove the core into your barrier and into your goal before we're even getting close to dying, because all of the core control that they do have is so difficult to deal with, and you still can't be careless. The car along the edge of the map can just simply take you out if you're not paying attention to it. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. It's going to be, for sure, an incredibly snowbally game, though, because everyone that cannot make use of explosive entrance is just going to go Prize Fighter.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a lot of bouncing, right? I do, you know, speaking on that Drakkar pick, also real quick, very excited that Vinny pick did manage to come true, right? I do hope it is where we're expecting it to be, and I'm sure it will be. But that Drakkar pick, right, and like you're saying, you can get bounced really, really badly into some poor situations. I'm pretty sure just from base stagger, if he has pummelers, right, he hits you with the right way as soon as he hits level 2, you're done for. So it's a dangerous play. Vice, I think, can also do the same thing, just a lot more consistently, right? But I keep an eye out for that. I am going to be very scared for the survivability of all teams involved, and that's probably going to be one of the key things that we're going to look for here in draft, right? Survivability and more damage. So excited to see how that really develops as we get into this game.
Yeah, most definitely. Looking at the awakenings that we do have, right? You have the explosive entrance, which is likely just going to be picked up by the Amy, maybe picked up by the Kai here as well. And I feel like, actually, you could probably go on Estelle as well. I'm not sure how great it is on Estelle, but I feel like there's also just an aspect of like, if you go prize fighter, and if you start the snowball earlier than the enemy team, you can win a set off of that. Yeah. Like I've played sets where it was a full prize fighter start, everyone went prize fighter, and just because we got the KO first, they just couldn't play the game anymore. We just outscaled them within like a single or 2 KOs so fast that they could not match us in damage anymore, and we just completely walked over them, which means that importance on this kickoff is so high. You need to get that damage out before the enemy can, or get the core control to a point where you just force a barrier and force a defensive error. So I feel like, especially in a game like this, you need to watch out for. Oh, what am I seeing? Wait, it's time. Wait, it's Nero's Navy. Nero's a Navy.
Somebody sound the alarms. Sound the alarms. This is not a drill. We might be seeing Nero on the eject button goalie. I am not going to press tab yet. I have to do this thing now. We can press tab, and oh my goodness gracious. That is an eject button on the Nero character, on the Ivy character. Ivy Snivy is on the Finny. We have been baited and switched here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I am ecstatic for this because I feel like Amy on this map with explosive entrance, it's just such a great pick now. I feel like Finny still does a really good amount of work here, but it makes sense to maybe want to have the Finny into. Oh, he's on the Amy. Yes, there's a reason we haven't seen it so far, but I'm staying optimistic. He's gonna do it.
I am so optimistic indeed. Off of the double barrier, now Nefarious Deeds with the core in his hands. Not going to find anything off of it. Ivy Snivy with the strike, not going to find a way to get it to Neff. Nero now jumping in, not going to find anything off of the card though. Ivy Snivy finds the barrier. Now Glitch Pop comes out, trying to get it to Nefarious Deeds, to the Death Touch into Yuki's hands. Venom now with the flip in front of the net. The flip is going to go into the Amy turret, but no abilities left means you get scored on by the Umi waiting up top.
Yeah, the jump unfortunately not finding its target there, but still it's 1 point, and it's gonna be an adjustment phase here, right? Because obviously Nero, not known for his eject gameplay. I feel like, again, it's a solid pick here, it's a valid pick here, but it's gonna be taking some time to adjust to it as the barriers fall here as well. And Obscura for that have a really nice comp because they just have consistency. That's what they're running with, right? They just have that consistency, the characters that they're known to play, characters that you know are gonna do well as well, as that another goal is being found for the side of Obscura here.
Right, as you're saying, right, Obscura, they have comfort picks, of course. Yuki pulling back out that Kai, and already one barrier is going to go down off of a Giga Blast, but it is going to be Ivy Snivy with the flip kill, and now power play, Venom Yami dead in the water. Taiko Temple, one barrier down for the side of the zoo, getting so much value already off of this power play. The damage is going to be stacked on the Ivy Snivy now. The power play has been killed, one barrier to one barrier now. This could be anyone's point.
Could be anyone's point. We'll see. Nero almost finding a KO there as well, as Venom was a little bit too close to the edge. More importantly, though, that one KO gave Ivy Snivy another prize fighter stack. That means more damage off this Finny now and gonna turn this character even more lethal. As we're going back and forth here, both teams trying to find the second barrier, but neither able to find it just yet. Nero with the glitch pop will hold on to that attack there as well. Cyberswipe coming out, but doesn't find the core, as a nice Death's Touch from Nefarious Deeds will keep the core under control. The KO on Ivy Snivy is going to get rid of that one prize fighter stack. A nice glitch pop will hold on to the defense now. Another Cyberswipe coming up from Nero. Almost gets a strike there as well. The barrier now does drop, and Obscura now trying to close this off because Nefarious Deeds is still decently low. A lot of damage being pumped into this Dracardo by the Finny, so it does need to be careful here as they cannot find the score just yet. Finny again just damaging and dumping that in. Nero having the clear there so solidly, dumping even more damage as well, making sure that the side of Obscura do not have an easy time staying on the map here, as the defense is now going to call it. The shotgun will be enough. Nero cannot defend that. You need a glitch pop for something like that, and the cooldown probably wasn't ready.
Cooldown wasn't there, had used it just a moment earlier to secure the final barrier, and we are starting to see Nero really growing into this role, but yeah, you're growing into it on the job, right? We need to get these, just the edges smoothed out just a little bit as we get into this draft. Heavy impact is going to go onto this Dracar, and that is a gross awakening to have in conjunction with the explosive entrance. And I'm not sure if it was touched on earlier, you might have said it before, but I will reiterate, that is 3 explosive entrances to 2. Only Ivy Snivy taking the prize fighter here.
Yeah, also, you do still see the fact that, yeah, Nero is still going to be a defensive goalie. He ends up opting for the team player here. Obviously, I feel like Glass Cannon might have been a bit of a more solid pickup there, because you do want to move across the map. You do want that extra damage as well. Team player is going to be a bit difficult to make use of on a map like this, but we'll see how it's going to pan out as a KO gets found for the side of Obscura here. But no barrier yet. The defense is hold on, and a great glitch pop, actually. A Cyberswipe from Nero will completely get rid of that situation. Another great strike here. Really finding his element slowly here as he's holding on to both of these barriers as well as he can.
As well as he can indeed. Nefarious Deeds, though, holding on to his life as well as he can. Not going to be KO'd just yet, but that is both barriers going down for the side of the zoo, and now open goal. Molten Bolt comes out, not going to find anything, but Venom does have the flip in front of the net, uses it. The Cyber Swipe is not going to catch it in time. The core flip is going to find the first point here of the second set for Obscura.
Yeah, and more importantly as well, that KO that Obscura was able to find, that was an Ivy Snivy that put her onto 0 prize fighter stacks. So basically a dead awakening at this point that she is working with, as the Zoo are trying to find themselves. And Ice Offense Nero gets a double barrier there, actually. Not what we would have expected out of that play, but hey, I'm pretty certain they will take it gladly here, as the attack is not slowing down at all. They do almost get the goal there, but no, barrier does drop on their side here. And I feel like the difficulty for Zoo right now is not even the fact that maybe Nero's on a less experienced pick. I feel like they cannot get the core past Yuki. I feel like this Finny Erasmus combination has too difficult of a time to really get a solid attack on the Sky pick, which is why this Amy pick is going to be great as well. It can involve itself on the offense, and a nice strike war interaction from Ivy actually will put it into the corner. Yuki not there in time.
Yuki not there in time indeed, off of the power play. Very well put, and yes, you're absolutely right. Nero is going to have to get as involved as possible in these scoring opportunities, right? We've seen it so far, right? When things are going well, they're going very well. They're getting the support that they need, and oh my god, wow, I am flabbergasted, Sloth. That is 2 double barriers back to back. Both of these goalies really showing that, hey, I can get double barriered by myself too. Just watch.
Although I'm not sure if asserting dominance over with double carrying yourself is necessarily the play you want to be going for, but either way, both teams on open nets now, and it's gonna be who's gonna find the goal first. Nefarious Steve's trying to set himself up, but Venom Yami's gonna hold that core control. Damage being dumped onto Venom here as the Damie turret will come out, shut down any kind of play towards the bottom. Ivy Snivy trying to self-dribble there, but together with the Dracar shotgun and the piercing crop from Estelle, it's not gonna be enough. The core gets controlled for Obscura, and they're putting themselves now 1 goal away from taking a 2-set lead.
quite the situations we're fighting all across the board. Unfortunately, the glitch pop was not enough, was just placed a little bit wrong. Nero going to be taking a loss on that interaction. Now Venom does manage to take one barrier, uses the flip, might get two, is going to find two, the wait and switch, going to find an open goal now. Nero getting involved, not going to find anything now. Umi in front of the net, Yuki running up, trying to kill Ivy Snivy though, was Umi, so maybe a little bit of a miscommunication of what the team wanted to accomplish. Gets the orb, the turret comes out from Aimi, but a great piercing shot from Venom Yami is going to secure this set, and now this could be the last set of this series.
It very much could be, and it's gonna come down to what awakenings we have to work with here, and obviously the Estelle. You have a Deadeye, you have a Prime Time. There's also a case to be made to not give extra special over to Aimi. You have Missile Prop for Drakkar here, actually, so Obscura incredibly happy with how this draft's going to go. Nero's going to pick himself up the extra special, allowing Missile Prop to go towards Umi, which is going to help with that KO range even more. He already has explosive and heavy. Now add a missile on top of that. That's going to be an edge threat for sure, as the Deadeye is going to help with even more damage for Venom Yami. Overall, again, strong awakenings picked up, but I feel like more increasingly now, the damage from the side of Obscura is going to be very difficult for the side of Zoo to be dealing with. So they do need to find these goals quick. They need to find these barriers quick, and need to find the set win quick, because the longer the game's going to go on, the more damage is going to be dumped into you, and then it gets increasingly more difficult to play. And you can see it here as well. Really great offense, really good positional play from the side of Obscura as they get this goal.
Obscura just making the most of, as fast as we can, gameplay. The double barrier into a 10-second goal is going to be, wow, everything that you want if you are the side of Obscura. And Yuki is going to get the core to Venom, who gets it up to Umi, who is going to sink it into the bottom of the net. And now this is Obscura already on series point.
Yeah, it's a do or die point for them here. If you lose this point, you lose the series. You are still, again, your chances for playoffs are not looking bad, but you just put yourself at danger again. And I feel like looking at how this is played out so far, it's just so difficult for them to go against that consistency that Obscura has, being able to get all the picks that they're just so known for, and so excellently able to play here as the second barrier does go down as well. Venom Yami Yuki, 2v3 situation, trying to get the score up front. A nice glitch pop from Nero will take one barrier down, but you need to find the second one as now Yuki runs up on the Sky pick. The defense still holds on. Nero not getting scored on just yet. The turret is there. The clear goes out. Now Ivy Snivy and Nefarious D is trying to get this barrier off of Yuki. Nefarious D is actually just trying to stay alive. Glitch pop comes out from Nero, and now incredibly difficult situation. Has to hit it up, cannot find the pass to Ivy. Umi gonna be there to get the goal in as well, and Obscura find themselves a second victory of the season.
Second victory indeed off of the eject button debut coming from Nero. Unfortunately was not everything that they wanted it to be. Obscura going to be taking this game 3 for themselves, bringing them up to a 2-3 score in the overall EUSL season 5, or season 3. We're not on season 5. We're on week 5. What am I talking about? Anyways, looking at this stat screen, right? I mean, we're seeing there were 6 KOs coming out from the side of Obscura. That definitely helped out. The power plays were definitely something to speak about.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like the side of Obscura just got power plays. They were able to translate off of it well, but I think the main difficulty point for the side of Zoo was the fact that Kai, Drakkar, Estelle, they do so great at interrupting any kind of passing play between each other, right? They do so great at just interrupting the build-up from the attack from the side of the Zoo, which is gonna be difficult. And you can see that by the redirects as well, right? Nero on 100 redirects, trying to do his best, trying to hold on to the barriers, but both Ivy Snivy and Nefarious D's, they couldn't really get involved, because as soon as Nero tried to hit the core anywhere, there was a Drakkar shotgun, there was a piercing shot, sometimes even just a Kai barrage there to completely shut that down, which makes it difficult to play on a map like Tycho, right? Where if you don't get the core to enemy side and you can't hold core control, you're just gonna be permanently defending. And if you're permanently defending, you're gonna be having to deal with you'd rather be on something that can just put down a wall, which yes, Amy still does a good job at it, but it's just gonna be more difficult to execute.
Difficult to execute indeed. I mean, it was just too much for the side of the zoo to handle, right? But we had some highlights, of course. There was some good team play that was managed to be explored when they finally were able to get that core control locked in, when they were finally able to get some of that pressure off, right? But of course, the pressure powerhouse, Yuki and Umi, are so strong together, and Yuki just understands where they need, when they can go up and when they can start, making some plays, and Venom is just going to support that so well. So this is a great showing coming out from Obscura. Really, on the back foot at first, really sending it home though with these past 2 games. So great showing from them as we get out of this game. We're looking towards the future, right? We're looking at a potential what is our next game? Sloth, I think we're doing a Big Beam Burrito versus the Luminal Astrals. What's their team name?
Luminous Astrals, yes,
Luminous
that is
Astral.
what we're going to be going up against, and this is going to be a similar series to the first one of today, where we have one team trying to secure their playoffs position for certain against a team trying to keep their playoff dreams alive. But before we can go and dive deep into that next game, we're going to have to go into a short little break to make sure that everything in that series is ready, so do not go anywhere.
We'll be right back. And hey, don't forget to vote in that series MVP. Umi, Venom, Yuki, which one do you think deserves all of the accolades? Let us see. We will see you in just a moment.
And we are back with a little bit of Omega Strikers gameplay. We have Luminous Astrals against Big Beam Burrito. Two very different stakes in this game. Luminous Astrals looking to win, to lock themselves in playoffs, guaranteed, no questions asked. And Big Beam Burrito trying to play to keep their playoff chances alive. We have a few maps ahead of us. We're starting on Night Market, gonna be Luminous Astral's pick. Going to Amy's app for second game, which was Big Beam Burrito's choice. And if it goes to a decider, we're going to Oni Village. Looking at this draft, I see a Julie Zen pick from Luma. It's Alex and Julie, isn't it?
It can only mean one thing, Sloth. And yes, you are
it's
absolutely
Alex and
right.
Julie.
It's gotta be Alex on Julie. It is Alex on Julie, and I am living for it. I mean, definitely going to be picking up this 1-2 punch, right? But I mean, we could also see like the Shaolin kick coming out with the aerials, but it's got to be the 1-2, right? And of course, there's Jakar rounding it out. So,
you know, usually I keep everything that happens in the match threads under wraps. You know, I just do want to point out though, after the draft is concluded, Czar has gone into the match thread and said, "Someone save me." So, yeah. It looks like, as much as we thought a week back against Turkey's Cats, it might have been a little bit more an experimental pick. Night Market as a first map choice for Luminous Astrals. Into twice in a row now playing Julianet. Alex might be convinced this is an actual pick. We'll see if it works. It could be, you know. He's commonly accepted as the best goalie in EU, so like there's no one really there to question him that has a great basis on it. But we'll see how it's going to pan out. We have a lot of brawlers here, by the way. 4 brawlers picked in this draft. Having the Julian Net likely with Zentaro forward for Czar and Llama on the Drakkar. On the other hand, you have the X-Vice damage menaces for Nitron and Immaculator, as Swiftsy's likely going to try to lock it down on this Kazan and Net. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. 1-2 punch also going to enable quite a bit of damage gameplay here. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. As much as I don't want to take sides, I just don't want to see another Julie goalie win. So, you know, we'll see what's gonna happen.
Well, I am on the opposite side of history, Sloth. I would love to see another Julie goalie win. I honestly, if you can make it work, if you are taking it seriously and you make it work, that to me is everything. And I think Alex has what it takes, right? We're going to see if Nitron and Immaculator are going to be able to deal with this threat. The aura, right, is going to be coming out. We'll see. That 1-2 punch really could lead to some funny situations, but we are getting into the game here. Predictions are live for just a moment. Just the set. Get your points in as soon as possible. We are now into this game 1 of Big Beam Burrito versus the Luminous Astrals. Now that is 1-2 punch momentum boots on the Julie, almost already getting a KO.
Yeah, and that's where you're gonna be playing it as well. You're trying to disengage the attack, get a dash punch through, try to use these Julie ultimates, just completely shut down the force. And on the other hand, Big Beam Burrito getting Vice and X on a 1-2 start. Kazan also not bad in the damage department. It's gonna be a question of how much damage can the side of Big Beam Burrito pull out, and can they actually take the enemy off the map completely and play off of those advantages, because Czar also ended up going for the Vicious Vambrace here, which means he's gonna try to stay alive as much as he possibly can. Llama on the Drakkar has a little bit of survivability built into the kit with that secondary, so let's see how it's gonna pan out. 1 barrier down, 2nd barrier down now on the side of Luminous Astral. Swifty still holding strong, drops 1 now, but Llama-Craft needs to be careful here not to be taken out outright as the strikes just cleanly played around the Julie there. Imac cleanly getting that goal in, and Big Beam Burrito leading this game 1-0 now.
Yeah, Alex tried to go for a little KO play on Imac earlier. You know, after the core flip, there's a lot that could have been done there, but Imac just won out, opened the barrier, and does manage to sink it in. Though taken to a half HP, Zarheinef off of the Kazan primary is not going to get KO'd, but might be KO'd from this Nitron. Does grab the orb though, does stabilize, while Llama-Craft and Alex put in some work. Alex now in a dangerous situation from Immaculator, trying to shove him out, get him out of the game. Not going to find the KO just yet. Zarheinef, though, is going to use Flip Nitron with the deflect off of the Vice primary. The Thunderstruck is going to keep this core alive for the side of Big Bean Burrito just a little bit longer. Almost gets it in. Llama-Craft now down to Zarhina, trying to find a way to secure this goal. Zar, great Thunderstruck coming out from Nitro, and it's going to secure it now that there's an open barrier for both sides.
Open barrier for both sides as the attack is continuously being built by Big Bean Burrito. Zar and Llama not able to really stop these core passes in between the side of Big Bean Burrito. And you've seen it like 2 or 3 times already. The Julie pick into X, even though it's not going to be incredibly, how do you say, like, you wouldn't think of it as often. It's actually kind of alright. Because what is the strongest forcing tool for an X? It's Strike Ultimate, right? You just stun the enemy, you just make sure they have 0 chance to interact with the core, and just force it through that way. I'm pretty certain the olds timers between X and Julie are roughly similar though, which means whenever Imac tries to play this X, tries to get that core in, get that force through, Alex can just answer it with the Flurry of Blows himself, which so far has been doing a wonderful job at just keeping the core away, even through this X push.
The flip does come out from Alex, though, to kind of stop this X push in its tracks. Does use the flip kick coming out. This X just cannot get his hands on it. Immaculator with the sorry ping earlier. Llama-Craft, though, up in the top corner off of the Drakkar secondary is going to sink the goal. 1-1 now, off of overtime in this first set.
Yeah, Llama being there in the proper position to get that core in, and that evens it out as it stands right now. Still pretty open to see where it's going to be going from now, though. 1 barrier down on Swifty, 2nd barrier down as well. Zar will have a flip available here, tanks the damage from Nitron, likely because he just wants to get this flip in, uses it now, gets a strikeout. Centauro ultimate does not put it in. Llama-Craft not able to get involved with these shotguns, and now Nitron and Imac almost own-goaling there accidentally as the damage finds its way into Swifty. Swifty now trying his best to stay alive, will do just that for now, gets the power orb as well for it. As now the attack again is trying to be built for Big Bean Burrito, but they can't get involved. Nice ultimate from X will actually do the work there as they're now trying to take the 2nd barrier, but Luminous Astrals positioning themselves pretty optimally here to disallow any kind of build-up.
The build-up is going to need to be disallowed. Indeed, Llama, though, with a great Molten Bull, is going to try to find the goal, but Swifty going to swat it away as easily as it came. Zar getting very low, has to burn the evade, but now is in a situation where he could be taken out should the team of Big Bean Burrito want to, but instead going to score a goal off of a nice little dash and strike.
Yeah, that'll be enough. It's going to be difficult, right, to get past or to deal with that the offense that Luminous Astrals will have as well, because both Centauro and Drakkar can be a bit crafty in front of the net, and the Kazan doesn't really have like great head-on defense. If executed correctly, he will be able to do good work with it, but it's going to be a matchup of skill, essentially, who's going to be executing it better. But as we're talking about it, first KO being found, I believe now, for Immaculator. Power play now for the side of Big Bean Burritos to get 1 barrier, try to get the 2nd one out of it. Nitron using that Vice ultimate there as well to get a lot of damage out, and also gets a flip off of Alex as Swifty's holding onto this barrier for dear life, still not dropped. Llama trying his best on this Drakkar, but in the end, the Bell Ringer is actually the ability that ends up taking that barrier there. Now Big Bean Burrito trying to hold on to this open goal, while Luminous Astrals are just trying to get the shove going.
The shove will need to proceed, but Zarhina is going to be near the edge with this X who is ulting. Has the flip, though, could make something happen out of it. Alex holding resolute, 2 flips to 1 straight into Alex's hands. Back up to Llama-Craft, down now into this midfield. Swifty with the hook is going to send it right into the angle that you don't want to. A Night Market going to hit the center, unfortunately does not get the bounce he was looking for, and that is going to be an unfortunate end to set 1, going to the Luminous Astrals.
Yeah, unfortunate point there. Set victory now for Luminous Astrals, and they're going to get rewarded with an explosive entrance or fight or flight for Centauro, which is going to be a great pickup, help with that mobility. Explosive entrance it will be. More size for Swifty is going to help with that defense. Obviously, size being one of the most valuable stats that he can get on the Kazan. Fight or flight being a pickup for Immaculator there as well, helping with that mobility as the Castanet gets denied off of him. Glass Cannon, great for Alex, already has the momentum boost, so it's just going to stack on top of that. And Deadeye, very much not a bad pickup for Nitron to finish it off, but also there's not really anyone in this lobby that wants Deadeye other than him.
Yeah, is going to be very happy with that. It's a great pickup on Vice. It's going to be more damage to really escalate some of the situations going on here. But the KO is going to be found, unfortunately, on the side of Big Bean Burrito, as Zarheinef is just going to slice and dice dash his way in for another goal.
Yeah, it does get the dash, a little bit too much to be dealing with, and Big Bean Burrito will have to find some kind of adjustment in the way that they're going to be approaching this, because as it stands right now, it's a bit difficult for them to really do what they want to be doing here, right? They're taking a lot of damage, they're going to be contested around core a lot, and the more the draft's going to progress, the more that is going to happen, because there's going to be more damage found onto the way of Luma, so it's going to be a bit difficult to really find their way into this game here, because the momentum is very much in favor of Luma right now. Alex here on this Julie pick actually taking the barrier, saying, Llama, you know what, you got it in the back, you're Drakkar. Drakkar is fine in goal. I'm looking for a bit of damage here, I'm looking for a bit of scoring potential here, but Zar doesn't want to have any of it actually, and just scores on his own.
Zar does score on his own. Alex, you know, where Julie should be, just not, you know, the player that we expected on. It's kind of a silly situation to find yourself in there. Yes, your Julie goalie is, of course, playing Julie Brawler. You said it best, Drakkar could handle it all, but Nitron is going to be channeling that ultimate on top of the Drakkar. Lamacraft is going to have to burn flip there. Nitron, though, is the one who is looking worse for wear after that interaction, though. Lamacraft might be, following very shortly into the grave. Nitron is going to survive. Does get the double barrier up in front, exactly where he needed to be. Now it's going to be up to Swiftsy and Immaculator to really make the most out of this opportunity provided from Nitron.
Yeah, they do try to get the power out, but the flip gets answered, and the core is going to go past Swifty to take the barrier there as well. A clean strike from Llama will get the goal, and that's going to be a second step for Luminous Astrals. They just seem to be so much more in control of the game, just having the game plan set out, even going as far as, and showing their kind of like proficiency at playing the entire field by just playing around, swapping around positions as well to whatever seems the best in that point. But going into this draft now, we have a Stinger pickup for Zara. It's going to help a lot with even more damage. Going to deny it off of the Vice and the X further down the line as well. Specialized Training not instantly picked up by the X. Going to be going down to Nitron here. That ultimate's going to hurt a lot now as Size finds its way into a Mac, together with a Revive. Prize Fighter finding its way into Alex, making sure that that damage is going to scale even more if he does find a KO. And the Super Surge, lastly being a pickup for Swiftsy. Also going to help a bit with mobility there.
We'll see how much that mobility will really be able to help out when you've got just so much offense in your face at all times. Nitron using the ultimate out of Vice, trying to find a way to get some damage out onto this offense, but only Lamacraft is going to be taken out to a halfway point of HP. Gets the orb and is already back in the action, though not really in the action as Alex wants to be involved. Now core on the Lamacraft, up and around into the Vice secondary, pass down. Immaculator going to dash through, but the Alex strike is just enough to get it through to the barrier. Now that is an open goal. Dashes down, takes his own barrier, says, I don't need that, has to flip. Zar now in front of the net with Lamacraft off of the Oni's Blade ultimate, going to sink it in. Swiftsy, nothing he could do about that one.
Very difficult to be dealing with that, because at this point the damage dump is just very real, right? Those 1-2 punches are starting to show their true colors, and both Nitron and Imac, they can't get the evades out in time. They have a difficult time staying on the map, and especially with Alex being so upfront as well with his Julie pick, that extra bit of pressure is just going to be ever present. They do find one barrier now. They want to try to find a second one, but again, Zara has a flip here on this entire... Never mind a KO found by Nitron, but again, Llama just pops that out of nowhere. Makes use of just a car pick and just forces it in. Luminous Astrals now just one goal away from taking this game on.
one goal away is all of that. Lumini Alex, that's just disrespectful. You can't walk up and do that to somebody. Not on set point, as now Alex going for more blood, trying to take out Spissy. Has to flip, the ultimate is burned. Llama-Craft playing goalie now, no evade on Alex, dodges an attempt at his life from Immaculator, and now Zarheinep in the fray, trying to get this last barrier. Does manage to find it, Alex with the dash punch, but who is getting punched off the field of none other than Llama-Craft on the Drakkar. Vice secondary comes out into the bottom. Zarheinep now trying to find a way to get this out. Immaculator punching Zarheinep over and over again. Now the bull is going to go in. It's going to slip past with Z, and that is going to be all she wrote for this game 1 on Night Market.
Game 1 on Night Market. Luminous Astral's pick, and another pick, another time where the Julie goalie will reign supreme. So we'll see if that's gonna keep up its trend. Looking at the stats here, you're gonna be able to see it was just a bit difficult for the side of BBB to really get themselves involved, because the core control and the positioning from the side of Luminous Astrals was just all around good, right? They did not give them room to play in. They did not give them any kind of freebies at all. So even though the stats don't look like this should have been that much of a one-sided game, it ended up being that one-sided, with only one goal in favor of BBB here. But you know, it happens. Bad games happen. At this point, you need to focus on going into that next game, especially because you're going into the Amy's app. That's your own map pick. That is a very volatile map to be going into. Now, it's dangerous going into Amy's app because you're giving enemy teams side selection. And that means they can set themselves up for situations where they're going to get a Julie, a Rasmus, or a Pummeler's Drakkar, or anything like that. And you have difficulty answering it. So I'm curious to see what the side of BBB has been cooking up for this Amy's app game, and what kind of strategies they might be pursuing here.
I'm kind of expecting to see Swiftsy, of course, pulling back out that Kazan, right? I think it's a very strong pick on the map if you're going to play Kazan anywhere. And I think it definitely has a lot of merit to be shown on that map. And of course, you know, we can see lots of... You know what? I'll be completely honest. I think of the two maps where you could quote-unquote viably play it, I think Julie goalie works on Night Market and on Amy's app. So, you know, we might just see the rerun. I'm a little worried here. I'll be honest, Sloth.
The difficulty is, I feel like for Night Market, right, you have very straight attacking patterns, which means whenever you're gonna get a barrier attacked, it's usually coming from roughly one direction. There's not a lot of, like, due to the way that the gates have been split up, there's not a lot of, like, area around you, or kind of like paths where you can be attacked from. Amy's app, even though it does have an obstruction in the middle, has a bit more area to defend. So I feel like a Julie pick here in net, yes, it potentially could still very much work, but I feel like it's going to be a lot more difficult to execute. Add on top of that, Alex has always been an eject enjoyer. Alex has been an Amy lover. Alex has loved himself a little bit of Vice gameplay, and both Amy and Vice are excellent picks on a map like Amy's app. Especially if you then can also, even if you secure something like a Julie for yourself, just give it to Tsar or Llama. They're gonna do so much work around that midfield area there, completely shutting down that area just because you exist. You don't even have to have Dash Punch up if the enemy's not properly keeping track of it. So, gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna be approaching it. But I'm not sure. I feel like there needs to be a very solid game plan for BBB going into this draft to put themselves into a strong winning position.
It would look. It seems like the first step of that plan is to just remove that factor of the Juliet in its entirety. Big Bean Burrito going to be taking it out, and Luma going for the Atlas ban, opting to remove that pick from play. Of course, this does leave up Erasmus as the first pick. Expect to see some fishing, some hooking going on here. Very interesting that we've ended up with a Erasmus as the first pick on Imy's application. That is an interesting pick, to say the least.
It's a bit of a... It's a bold pick to be giving, right? Obviously, it's kind of like saying, "Hey, look, show us what you got. This is a strong pick for you, obviously, but we want to see how you're going to be playing this out." The Atlas ban for Luma also makes sense because you don't want to give the side of BBB that freebie of like, "Hey, you can mess up with positioning every once in a while. You get Atlas ulted." So I feel like giving that Rasmus is surprising, but still valid, because what do you trade for it? You get Big Fish Kazan and you get an Amy pick for Alex. Extremely good picks. Meanwhile, the side of BBB, they're opting completely around the black hole. They're going Drakkar, that's likely going to be a Pummeler's Drakkar as well for Nitron, and they're going to have an era for a little bit of movement speed and answers. Now, where's the difficulty in that comp? If you cannot find those KOs, you are weak. You are really, really weak to play this out. And you're putting all of your eggs into that basket of like, we're going to find these KOs, we're going to find these hooks, we're going to find these shotguns to find the goals here. And that is a dangerous thing to do, especially as well. The Rasmus pick, you have Monumentalist and Big Fish, both awakenings you want to be taking on a map like this. Again, Monumentalist really good for your hook around the black hole here, but if you go for that, you're not getting Big Fish in a draft further down, because a lot of these characters in this game do not have a value in the Monumentalist. Someone's going to pick up the Big Fish, which means you're going to be losing size here. So I feel like what's going to end up likely happening here is Big Bean Burrito, they're opting into very heavy, I'm going to get you KO'd, I'm going to get you off the map type of playstyle, while Luminous Astrals are just going to play consistent. They're just going to play normal OS, not focusing too much on the whole, just happening what's going to happen, just letting happen what's going to happen, but being very aware of the fact that the win con for BBB is going to be these KOs through the middle, and just position around it. There is it's a little bit like ludicrous to think about, but there is a very valid strategy of playing Amy Zap and just positioning so well that it doesn't matter that the enemy has Rasmus. Put the enemy Rasmus into a situation where he needs to decide between contesting the core and getting a KO. Make him make those decisions and make him make those mistakes as well. And again, if you manage to position yourself and play this game in a way where this Rasmus and this Drakkar do not find any KOs at all, you're essentially being given a free game, because they're going to use everything trying to find these KOs.
That is going to be the name of the game, absolutely. As we do get into this Amy's app game, we are loading in now. And I will say, if anyone does take the exercise, especially on the side of Luma, you know, it is going to be just a little bit of an easier target, of course. You know, you might be losing that size race, but it could be an additional boon. But I definitely expect to see at least somebody taking Big Fish, right? But this Kazan is going to be a prime contender for that. As we get into this game 2, Luma versus Big Bean Burrito, let's see what they've got for us on the application.
Yeah, Big Bean Burrito, they're going all or nothing. They're going double pummelers. They're saying we find these KOs or we lose right here. So as long as Luminous Astrals play the core correctly, do not find themselves near the edge here, they're looking extremely pretty. However, if Big Bean Burrito can consistently set themselves up to find these KOs, to get these man advantages, it's gonna be an easier game for them to play out. Still not easy, because the side of Luminous Astrals, they have strong baseline core control. So even if you get a man advantage, you're not guaranteed to get the score here, as both barriers now fall. Swifty on the strike shot era as well, trying his best to hold on here. And also not a great pick here to defend, not a very solid defensive goalie here, which is why the Atlas was banned as well. It would just be incredibly solid defensively.
Would be indeed. Solid defense is going to be the name of the game. Zarheinef does back off to get an orb, is going to find it. Immaculate with the secondary on the Rasmus, not going to find what he's looking for. Great strike layering from Alex, Zar, and Llama to keep this core up front. The hook, the first hook of the match, is going to be used. Not going to find anything except for a little bit of damage on Zar, but off of the, what is that, the slip on Kazan is going to secure it with the pop-up.
And two really quick things that I noticed that I want to point out.
Yes.
First of all, every single time you see Immaculator, a huge KO by the way, anyways, every single time to see Immaculator use a hook and not get a KO with it, that means Luminous Astrals has a bit more free reign of their own positioning here. Right here as well, the hook almost KOs, but that's not going to be available for Immaculator anymore for the next few seconds, which means you don't have to be that scared of it anymore. Also, something I want to point out that Llama has done before, and it worked in that first point, is he on purpose ran towards the edge. He did it on purpose. He walked right next to the black hole in the middle and just hit an instant evade. He's trying to bait out abilities. He's trying to get Nitron into a position where Nitron feels comfortable. Hey, I can just take him out. He's just giving me a free KO. And what's going to happen? He's going to evade. He's going to get out of danger. And depending on where Nitron is standing at that point, if he's committing to a KO, he's likely going to be close to the edge. And if he's in a position where maybe Azar can use an open primary on Kazan, or Alex can use a glitch pop or a cyber swipe to get a KO, you've swiftly turned a KO that looked to be certain for BBB into KO that actually favors Luminous Astrals here. But for now, Nitron doing a really good job finding KOs on this Drakkar pick and showing where the value lies if you do go for it.
That is a very dangerous line to walk. As we saw, he was taken out a little bit earlier. He did do his dancing and his prancing, but it was not enough. The power play was found. Open barrier now. This is the opportunity that Big Beam Burrito is looking for. Immaculator with a great hook is going to secure the kill. Llama taken out once again, and now it is Zar and Alex on the defense. The open goal now on both sides, though, could spell ruin. This is only 1 point remaining for the side of Luma to be able to get this first set, and core flip does come out. Nitron is going to receive, but now it is a full 3-on-3 as both teams are back, but Zarheinov is taken out as now the power play extends.
Power play does extend, the KOs are being found, but this is now going into the other area that I was talking about, right? You can find the KOs, and Big Beam Burrito is successful at finding them, but that doesn't mean you score. That means you still need to get past Alex. And Alex on an Amy, it's his comfort pick. He's going to do fine. If you cannot get yourself set up and get these goals in, it's going to be difficult, especially because every single time you get a KO, that means you've used abilities to get the KO. That means you don't have abilities to score it past Alex. And that was kind of the story of this first set. A lot of KOs in favor of BBB, but they just couldn't get past the final defense.
Just word or no. Sorry about that. Copy mid-yawn, but as we get into this draft, Alex is going to opt for that hot shot. That is just a dangerous, deadly awakening to have. I am interested in this Swiftsy picking up the explosive entrance. Kai is... Or sorry, not Swiftsy. I just equate that guy to Kazan. Kazan is picking up the explosive entrance from Zara. I'm excited to see. Okay, we're not going to be seeing him for at least another 15 seconds. That is, we'll see how that plays out later as we get into this first point out of the draft. And oh my goodness, this is just a power play that just keeps on giving.
And important here, the power play that keeps on giving. Unfortunately, miscommunication on the walk there, as Llama's just going to be able to prance right in. Both Swiftsy and Nitron going for the bottom there. No one covering that top and allowing Llama-Craft to get a point here that very much looked like it should have always been a point for BBB. So it's also stuff like that, right? If both sides focus, if BBB focuses too much on getting a single KO, you're going to be neglecting core control, and stuff like that will start to happen as well. So it's a very difficult game to play out because it's going to be so incredibly punishing for both sides here. And again, Llama there, next to the edge, just popped an evade. Wanted to get Nitron to use his abilities. Nitron did not fall for it this time, though.
I am really liking these back clears coming out from Swiftsy. Unfortunately, the barrier did go down rather early into the point, and there's just so much pressure that can amount from Zarheinov, Llama-Craft, and Alex in conjunction with each other. That Swifty is just zoned off from his goal, had the flip, but was unable to use it. It's now Zarheinov finding a KO onto Nitron, doing everything himself. The crooked leverage into the pop-up, into the barrier takedown, dribbling off of the center hole. Zarheinov show is in full swing. Llama-Craft tries to get involved, forcing Swiftsy's flip to be used, and now it is Alex against Immaculator. Alex with the patience and the strikes is going to manage to keep this core from hitting their barrier, and Zarheinov is just on top of everything. Everywhere he is needed, he is there, wins the strike war against Nitron's flip, manages to sink it into the net with his own flip. Now that is 3 2-0, 2 sets for Luma. This could be it for Big Bean Burrito.
Yeah, and this just highlights again, right? It's great if you find KOs. It's a great tool to start winning the game, but if you can find KOs but you cannot generate pressure afterwards, the KOs are basically useless. And that's what BBB is currently struggling with. They get a lot of KOs, they get a lot of potential looks at the defense, but they cannot generate enough pressure to get past Alex. So even with a draft like this, where you get an extra special on this Rasmus, which is arguably one of the best pickups you can get on a map like this, I don't think it's going to change much. Because it's just going to turn into a situation where, again, yes, maybe you find a KO every once in a while, like Nitron did right there, but look what happens right afterwards. Zar and Alex just doing good job. They're wasting so much time. They're waiting to let the core walk and run as much as it needs to. And by the time that BBB, again, tries to set up for an attack, Immaculator's down to 1 HP, possibly gets taken out, and the barrier's still up on Luma as well. So it's difficult to properly play this out. And even though a lot of pickups were solid for the side of BBB here, I don't think it's going to make the difference.
And Luma knows that they just need to play their game. They need Big Bean Burrito to be the ones with the sense of urgency where they can just sit back and react instead of having to force everything like the team of BBB as they find their first point of the set. Barrier already going down. Zarhina with the primary up to Llama-Craft, who is just waiting in the wings. Doesn't even need to do the mad thing descent. This is already series point now. Up 2 points in this third set.
Already serious point. They do want to try to fight back here. Again, another KO from Nitron. He does find the value. He does find them every single time. But again, Zara and Alex doing a good job. They keep the core away. A glitch point pop will go and throw it away. Swifty not able to hold on to the offense for long enough. Another KO now for BBB as they get another power play going. Now Nitron trying to walk up and secure this. A nice pendulum swing for Immaculator. Will actually find it. Alex not able to hold on to it for that point. And that's the kind of value you need to find when you get a KO. You need to create that pressure and play off of it. And this time around, they did a good job.
They did a good job indeed, capitalizing where they needed to, right? I mean, Zarhina, he always manages to find some way to make me laugh with his mistakes in these games. They are the best. The maddening descent into own barrier take into the hook was incredible, but now it is an open barrier on the side of Big Bean Burrito. This could be it for them. Luma is posturing to take this, but Immaculator with a great win against Alex is going to find the barrier strike shot out with the hook. The crooked leverage is going to be enough to send Swiftsy into the abyss as Zarhina secures the final point of this series. Luma taking it 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like this game and this series is kind of boiling down to the different expectations going into the league, right? Because you have two very different teams here. You have Luma, used to be Fierce Fury. You have a team that is going into the league, has waded into the in the league already, and from the get-go has been the team that has been named one of the few title contenders. A team that you're expecting to see in grand finals. A team that you're expecting to even potentially win the season, right? Very much a favorite going into it. On the other hand, you have Big Bean Burrito, a team that holds together strong, that do what they can, but in the end, they came into the league through a last chance qualifier. They did not come through the promotion tournament. They got another chance at life due to another team not pulling through with playing the league. They did get in, which is a great achievement, but it's just the different levels that are operating in EUSL, right? You have the title contenders and you have the teams that are still great, but essentially just barely made it in. And series like this will happen, right? Where when you saw it today as well, I think in total, the side of Big Bean Burrito got 2 goals across the entire series, and I don't feel like at any point during these games I saw a point where I felt like Big Bean Burrito was more in control than Luminous Astrals.
No, not at all. Luma was just a conductor of the core of this series. They were everywhere that they needed to be. They understood the plays as they were developing. Before they developed, they knew what their game plan was going in, and you're absolutely right. I mean, this is one very tough team to crack, and it definitely seemed like there were signs of life for Big Bean Burrito at times, but this is one of those titans that, you know, you have to really lock in for, and unfortunately, even if you lock in as hard as you want, you know, Alex on the Imi, on even the Julie, is a powerhouse of a goalie, probably one of the best, if not the best, to ever do it. So, you know, no shame in losing here. There's plenty of other games to be played here, Big Bean Burrito. We will see you next week, of course. But speaking of next week, we do have some more games for you. Not today, but we do have a post show that we could definitely start thinking about, right? So, I mean, had some great games today. Sloth, I'm happy to have been able to watch these.
Yeah, most definitely. And a lot of deciding games today, right? Because now we're looking at 4 teams that are sitting, 3 teams that are sitting at a 1-4 score. They are going to have to battle an uphill fight here for certain to get into the playoffs. Obscura got an important win again for themselves here to make their playoff dreams a reality. And same for Happy Girls. But I feel like we don't need to keep this going for all too long, because we're gonna go into a short little break to make sure that the post show is ready. Sakin, any last regards before we send it to a break?
Yes, please vote in the series MVP for this past game. Luma, you know, decide who you thought performed the best. Our Heinef Lamacraft, Alex 2704, 2704, 2704. Don't know which one it is, but you should vote for him if you thought he was MVP, or Llama, or Czar, whoever you felt performed. Those are my last regards before we send you to the void of break. Any last words from you, Sloth, before we say goodbye for now?
Nothing else. Just stay tuned.
Stay tuned, everybody. See you in a minute.
And welcome everybody back to our little post-show section, where we're gonna yap about our games a bit today. With me here are Alex. How you doing?
Yo, I'm doing fine.
And Alfs as well. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing fine.
And then at a later point, Umi is going to join us as well to talk a bit about that Obscura game. But yeah, we've had a few interesting games today. We've had some deciding games today as well, where it's kind of solidified the standings, right? Prior to today, we had a 5-way tie for that fourth slot, even with head-to-heads, actually. It completely tied itself up. So important games are being played out today. And I feel like we can kind of start from the back and work our way forward of what's happened today. Because the two games that were present, but in some kind of way, the least important for at least one team were the TMCT Force Fury and the Luma BBB series. Because now, with this win for both of these teams have locked themselves in playoffs, guaranteed. Not a single situation left where they don't make it. And I'll just start with you, Alex. You started off with, obviously, I feel like you probably could guess what the talking point could be. You've now back-to-back played that Julie goalie on Night Markets. Do you feel like there is a certain validity to the pick that other people aren't seeing, or is it just a kind of like a, how do you say, like a guilty pleasure pick that you feel like you can pull off against certain opponents?
Okay, so Nightmark is definitely like the map where I see it the most, and I think there's actually I think it's actually an okay pick. The way I see it is, my team does stuff first, baits cooldowns and everything, and then I kind of swap onto the field, and I can go and do like basically one push with all my cooldowns. And this can work both for KOs, but also for just taking barriers. And even defensively, Julie is actually surprisingly hard to break. She has 3 abilities that you can all actually use defensively fairly fine. Like her ult in particular is actually amazing at stopping like flips that are like close range, where like many characters would kind of just have nothing. But Julie's ult is actually really good at stopping it. So I wouldn't say it's a crazy good pick, but I think it's actually fairly valid.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can find its niche, and what you said as well was being shown throughout the game, right? You use your ultimate quite often to shut down the Ex-Maximus from Immaculator, right? A very solid goal combo that is used and gets past a lot of goalies, just has nothing against the Julie ultimate there. So very, very solid as well to some degree defensively. Obviously, there's always going to be better picks, but niche picks happen and niche picks can be executed. And I feel like that thing with the rotation was very visible as well, because at times you just suddenly saw Zara in goal, and then suddenly it was Llama in goal, and you just up front with a dash punch. So I feel in a proper environment, I can definitely very much see it. Now, the question is it a pick you're going to pursue further down the line as well? Or is it something that you're more so in the testing phase right now, trying to figure out? If you don't want to say, because I'm also indirectly an opponent, that is valid.
I mean, I definitely say it's more of a testing and like just having fun with it and like trying it pretty much. Okay. Like, we're probably not going to pull it out in like the important matches. Probably.
Ah, damn. I was looking forward to it.
I mean, but, we might. Yeah, but we might. Probably
you never know. Okay. And then, obviously, you mentioned it yourself, important matches, right? We're getting towards the end of the regular season. You guys are up next week against Zoo, and then you're playing us back-to-back. So you're playing against, presumably, the current top 3s in the league. Is there a little bit, or what? How confident are you guys with your current form and the way you're currently playing into making this 7-0, I assume, goal of the season a reality? Do you feel like you guys are well above and can just sweep through it? Do you feel like there are some aspects that you need to be concerned about, or do you feel like it might actually be a bit more of a difficult path to go lossless this season?
I mean, going lossless is definitely. It's not a certainty. We've had some struggles recently. We've had Zara playing forward, and I think that he actually has also not always been enjoying having to play hard forward that much. So we've been a bit more experimental in how we play, leaving more stuff open, like sometimes even having him midfield and then having Llama take something that kind of forwards. So we've been trying to figure that out so everyone can have fun again. Because when you have fun, you play the best. So I think playing in particular against your team is gonna be close.
Hey, I'm all for it. You know, I'm just gonna have to make sure that I lock in an own goal on Atlas again, and then the series is gonna go really crazy, actually. But yeah, that is valid. Then, going into it a little bit further, Alfs. So you guys, obviously, I mean, the big talking point here is the roster movements that have happened, right? Happy Girls switching away from Dinfar and Zoe moving over to have Utsuro playing midfield and Fang and Net with you as a forward now. That is going to be the roster, to my knowledge, that you're going to be continuing to be running. How was that whole process for you? And how is playing with the current team that you have, right? Because it is kind of a get together. I don't think you guys have played a lot as this specific 3 stacks. How is it kind of in this tournament environment playing with Luna and Fang?
Yeah, it's different. Me, Atsuro, and Fang never ever played together before. Me, especially with Atsuro, we never, besides ranked, we never tried anything together. So it was pretty new. We had 2 scrims before this, and we are trying to get the synergy to be able to play our best as a team. And I think it's a process that will happen if we make it to the playoffs. And after the playoffs, if we make it, it will be a different team than what it is today, because we still do stuff that ideally as a team we do not wish to do. Also, if the team is not does not have the synergy, the solo plays will also be a bit scuffed, which we are trying to be better at. So with time we'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. And I mean, you've already shown some good promise today, right? Because you ended up taking that 2-0 victory against Turkey's Cats. Turkey's Cats put up a pretty strong fight, right? Which does also still, like, in terms of expectations, Turkey's Cats still not the highest ranked team in the league, but showing a lot of good promise and a lot of good play. And they brought the fight to you. But in the end, you guys were consistent enough to take the series 2-0 and just close it down like that. At any point during the series against Turkey's Cats, did you feel like playing through this, or did you notice anything where you said, you know, this has to be resolved right now, otherwise we might be at danger of making playoffs? Or are the 3 of you confident that you're going to be taking that 4th spot in playoffs?
In the first game, it was a bit complicated because their comp was really good for the Starter Awakenings, and we were struggling a bit. Things that we know that as a team we need to be better at, but after the second game we played like we should, and we did our job. And yes, we have things that we need to solve that we saw after the first game that we will be working to solve in the future.
Okay, very much, and I'm looking forward to that as well, right? Because I'm curious to see where the ceiling is for a team like that, especially if it is being put together in the middle of the season. And now, lastly, Umi has joined us now as well. How are you doing, Umi?
Hello, I'm good. What about you?
Doing great as well. We had some great Omega Strikers today, right? And obviously, talking to you, you have an important series win today because you ended up taking it against Zoo, one of the current top 3 teams in standings, one of the few people that did take against them, wins against them. How did it feel playing out that series? And how much do you feel like it affected or how much do you feel like the fact that Zoo was playing with substitutes affected the outcome of the series?
I mean, the subs are still really good players, and Saitan is not far off goalie-wise either. So the first game was... I mean, Only Village is not a good map for me personally, so it makes it rough. And then Zen just scaled really hard. Otherwise, other games, Nero came back, and... I mean, we feel comfortable in AtLab, because we win all the time. And then Taiko is like, we do well and never close it out, but this time we closed it out pretty convincingly. I didn't feel like... Either if it was a main roster or the substitute roster, I think it would have been roughly the same outcome, or maybe a bit different on the games.
And you were able to find a second win today, right? And that's momentum that you're building. You've won last week, you've won this week. You want to keep grabbing onto that momentum and hold it, right? So going into the next week, you're playing against Big Bean Burrito. Do you feel confident you're going to get your 3rd win that week as well? Or do you feel like you still need to stay on top of your game to not get too careless in a way, right? Like how much attention are you bringing to that series?
I mean, it's one series, so I might as well bring all the attention. There's no reason to like let up and play lazy or whatever. It's always just gonna try as hard as we can. Unlock the fucking...
Yeah, I mean, and that's valid. And the way that the league is currently standing and looking up to be, right, is I would go out on a limb and assume that match 3 in week 7, Happy Girls against Obscura, is gonna build up to be the decider between who's gonna take that 4th playoff position, right? And that's going to be an important game, obviously, that both you, Alves, and Yumi, you're going to have to be prepping for if you do want to make it into the playoffs. Now, because I have both of you here, we're far out already, right? Do you have any words to each other? Just, you know, to kind of get the sparks going, to add some stakes to the game already ahead of time.
Putting us on the spot.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Last week's cinema, this guy says he's the best Zen in the world. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I'll show it in the game. But if you don't think that I'm the best Zen in the world, you can just not ban it and let me pick it.
Hello?
And I'll show you why.
Stupid of us to ban your one trick. Got him.
That's how it goes then. I mean, it's gonna win.
Listen, we could play Dubu versus Atlas Brawler. What do you think?
I mean, I'm so down for that, actually, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Wait, that sounds like a banger. Wait, I'm so down for that, actually. Okay. Yeah, I mean, exciting week 7 ahead of us. But before we go to week 7, obviously we have a week 6 ahead of us still. With a few matchups. We have Zoo against Luma, we have Happy Girls against Forge Fury, we have Big Bean Burrito against Obscura, and you have TMCT against Cats. So really quick, I'll just go through all 3 of you, and I just kind of want a quick prediction. Maybe give me like 1 or 2 sentences as to why you feel like a team is going to win. And if you can't say as well, that's also valid. But I'll start off with the first series. You have Zoo against Luma. Gonna ask the bias party first. Alex, who's taking that series?
Well, I think we will probably take that series. Nero's pretty old, so yeah.
Didn't expect that one, but valid. Alves, who do you have?
Luma winning without much difficulties.
And lastly, Umi.
Nero's young, he's gonna win.
Okay. They're a believer. We do love to see it. Going into match 2. Now, obviously, Zuluma, right? It has some stakes, but it's largely just going to be how are the top 3 going to match up against each other. So, as much as it's nice for either team to get the win, it's not going to change that much about where anyone's going to be in playoffs. What it can influence it, though, is match 2. Happy Girls against Forged Fury. Happy Girls obviously trying to keep up the momentum with the wins that they've also picked up recently. Alfs, again, as the only bias party in here, who's taking that series?
Girls, the same as Luma will, without much difficulties.
Umi, would you agree?
I'm gonna watch Alves get KO'd 15 times.
What do you mean?
There you go. I think it's gonna be like either really close and still 2 or like 2-1. I don't know. We'll see. Anything can happen.
Okay, and then lastly, Alex, any thoughts?
I mean, I think it might get kind of close, but I'm pretty sure Girls is gonna win.
So Girls getting that step closer to playoffs, going into the next series. Big Bean Burrito against Obscura, again, similar kind of situation. Important victory for Obscura to get there. I've already asked you a bit earlier, Umi, but are you confident taking that?
Yeah.
Alex, would you agree?
I mean, after having played them today, it did not feel like they were quite on the field. Like, mentally, they were not really in the game, it felt like. So, I don't see a bright future for them next week.
Okay. And then, Alfs, any remarks from your side?
I think Ra wins, and I hope Ra wins, so the last week is more hype.
Yep.
Hey, I'm all for that. And then we can go to the final matchup of the week, which is going to be TMCT against Cats. I don't have any bias party to ask first, so I'm just going to go to Alex first. What do you think of that series?
I mean, it's top of the scoreboard against the bottom. It's going to be most certainly a pretty easy win for TMCT, but maybe Cats can at least get some nice goals and some nice plays in. show themselves.
Yeah, I mean they had moments of brilliance right already, and sadly the scores don't represent that just yet. But we'll see how it's gonna go. Alfs, what do you think of that series?
Easiest game for Cats. No, just kidding. I think TM City will win without much difficulties too.
Okay, and then lastly, Umi, any thoughts?
Are you old?
Depends what I'm like 25, turning 26, so I don't know, like up to your definition.
Oh no, when's your birthday? You can't turn 26 before that series, it might look rough.
Not until the series, don't worry.
Okay, good, you're fine, you'll win.
Alright, good to know. So age is directly linked to how well you do. But if the series goes as everyone projected, that means next week is still going to be entertaining in matches. That's going to set up for a lovely week 7 though, because that means we're going to have 2 pretty important matches in that series where Girl Raw are going to be fighting for that last playoff spot, and Luma Team CT are going to be going for at each other for that first seed. But before any of that happens, next week still needs to get played. And with that, we'll send us off here as well. Alex, Alves, Umi, thank you very much for being here, taking the time to chat with me for a little bit. I hope it was a bit of fun to you as well, and not just a chore to do. But we'll close it off here. Week 5 has been completed. Week 7 is up in a week. For anyone that cannot wait for more Omega Strikers gameplay, tomorrow, bulk up battle rounds. Go sign up, upper division, lower division. We have separate areas for each respective skill level. So do sign up if you want to play. That'll be it from the side of ETOS though, for until next Saturday. So we'll see you guys around till then. And yeah, any finishing words to send the people into Sunday? Just open mic.
Julie Goldie's met up.
Hamburger.
Julie Goldie is 100% win rate, so you know there's a point. Anyways, thank you guys for being here, and we'll see you guys in a week.